2-4. Oh, you were going to call it, weren't you? Yes. I think I have one. You did. I'm going to use it. Okay. I'm not only using it, I'm using it. 23, 24? Oh, okay. Do you have something?
Around here, all these Montana guys, somebody's got to have a knife. Don't drink that.
No alcohol. Ooh, that's the one right there. Straight alcohol. You're gonna pass that around?
for you guys are here. Where'd it go?
I don't think it was over here. I think he took it back.
Hey, where's the headset?
They don't have a ref headset.
Okay, cool. All right, so Emmett, your return.
You want a line judge?
Oh, I can't.
Yeah, 2 line judges.
Okay. So
Welcome to Missoula, Montana for the WPH Race 4-8.
So you
As we are at the Peak Health and Wellness Center for the men's professional handball here on WPHLive.tv, courtesy of Patreon.com. My name is Dave Vincent alongside Nick Flores.
Hi, Dave.
We have the first one of the day, Nick. It's going to be the men's quarterfinals. Emmett Peixoto, who had a great show yesterday, defeating Leo Canalas Jr. He's going up against our number 1, Killian Carroll. And here is that first serve. Our referee is Lauren Collado. It's best 2 out of 3 to 15. And the breaker also to 15. You have to win by 2. And a very quick point here from Emmett Peixoto, who was hot yesterday.
1-0. Short.
No appeal from Peixoto.
Second serve.
A little bit of crowding there. Killian wants it.
Yeah, Killian wants it.
All right, sorry.
Look at this shot right here. Instant replay brought to you by Jeff Kastner Productions.
2-0.
This is that stiletto left to front. Killian thought he was going to break it back down the left. Doesn't do it, Nick. And he turns around and has a couple words for our referee.
It's about as close to a blow
Second
as you'll ever
serve.
see from Killian.
It actually might be the biggest that I've ever seen.
Point.
And by the way, Killian was right.
Of
I
course.
mean, it was a huge screen previously.
3-0. Short.
You know how they say on the professional tour that every point counts? Well,
Second
when you're
serve.
only playing to 15, it kind of exaggerates that phrase. Beautiful shot there from Killian.
Up to that point, it was the best start Emmett could have hoped for.
0-3. Point.
Ace serve down the right.
1-3. Side out. 3-1. Point.
Great shot by Emmett.
4-1.
Fly kill.
Short. Second serve. Side out. One, 4.
So Dave, when's the last time that Killian and Emmett matched up?
Point.
Every tournament.
Every tournament?
Seems like that, yeah.
So Tucson?
Yeah.
2, 4.
And it hasn't worked out well for Emmett. But he does seem to rattle.
Point.
He does seem to rattle Killian just enough that he prolongs these
3, 4.
matches.
Side out.
I would say, out of all the players that has not defeated Killian
4, 3.
in the last few years,
Short.
and it's not many people anyway, but
Right.
the one that Killian doesn't necessarily like to play the most is Emmett, because Emmett
Second
likes to
serve.
slow the game down. That's not really the style of Killian, as you can see.
Yeah.
Killian likes to play fast.
Loves the fly kills and corner kills.
3, 4. Point. 4, 4. Side out.
Oh my goodness. Killian skips a serve.
Together at 4. Short. Second serve.
Great pass.
Side out.
It's a perfect shot from Killian. The ball just fades away, double bounces
4-4.
before the back wall. Emmett can't catch up to it. Look at that. Ball
Point.
straightened out with a little hop serve down the right.
5, 4.
Killian's cutting under that ball. He's not doing it so drastically because then you become a little wild. He just cuts enough.
And he's scoring quick points. It took Emmett a while to build up to 4 points, and then Killian retaking the lead with just a few swings.
Side out.
Killian's been fooled a couple times now with some of these shots from Emmett. And I know that one you can say, well, he was screened,
4, 5.
but he still broke to the right.
Short. Second serve.
This first tournament back after the new year has been
Point.
a little bit difficult for the guys. You're coming off the holiday
Together at
season,
5.
and they're working out some of the yams. Nice
Let's
game.
replay. Thank you. Sorry.
Replay call there by the referee. I thought that Killian was calling a
Contact.
double bounce, but there was contact on the foot. Watch Emmett's
5-5.
right foot here. Right there's a trip.
Yeah.
Short. Second serve.
See that long look from Killian as he gets up.
He doesn't like to have to ask for that call.
Replay.
Oh, tough.
Replay.
Let him go.
A couple shots ago, guys. Sorry.
That's a terrible
I call
call.
a replay. I
Again.
thought it was really
Neither
proud
of
of
them wanted that.
He felt that Emmett was going to go behind Killian. Instead, Emmett stepped in front of Killian, and that was just the wrong call. I know you have to make him quick, Nick. And
Yeah.
this is one of those that's kind of a borderline. But
It wasn't a terrible call.
it really did look like Emmett was going to go behind Killian there. Instead, he stepped right in front of him, and then by calling that replay, you're like,
5-5.
why? He's not. There's no. But it was a safety hold.
But then both players, it seems like they both heard him call the Hender, and neither of them wanted it, so they just kept playing.
I think the ref allowed that to go on too long too.
Side out.
These guys are trying really hard out here, and you saw 2 dives after the replay call.
Five.
5 serves 5. Game number 1.
Point.
Now Killian finally has that lead here again.
6-5.
The locals keep coming up here, Nick, and saying, thank you so much for bringing these guys. They have such great personalities, and amazing play like that from Killian. And, you know, you have to kind of reflect sometimes and say, you know what, they are good. Very
7-5.
accessible to the locals. And
It's
then
a great replay of this left-handed mouse.
well, amazing shots like that. Left-handed kill to the left of front, and there's a point again for Killian.
First
Fades
timeout.
it down the right wall, and a timeout from Emmett Peixoto. You're watching this race for 8 stop in Missoula, Montana, about 3,500 feet above sea level here. Gateway to Yellowstone. We have a few great sights around this amazing city here. Second biggest city in Montana, and yet it doesn't even break 80,000 people. So it's kind of not, when you say big, you know, we have suburbs down in Arizona that are bigger than this, and you can probably pick 3 or 4 towns in Oregon that have 80,000.
Suburb of Portland is bigger than this.
And people wouldn't even know that that town even existed.
Yeah.
You know,
You ever heard of Gresham, Oregon?
of course.
Yeah.
But most people wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wilsonville. Maybe it doesn't have 80, but
Hillsboro,
yeah.
Bend is.
Another one that's really grown a lot. Probably one of the fastest
So
growing
what's
cities.
the largest city in Montana?
I believe it's Billings.
Billings?
And like 120,000 or so. I'm not Wikipedia, but you know, I do play one on. I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night, so. But it's no, it's been a great city so far. The locals have been great. The tournament organizers are awesome. Sean Sandow and Red, the namesake of the tournament, just putting on a great show. What's your favorite aspect to this event when you come here?
There's so many. I think the hospitality is great. I mean, they really feed us well. Like
Okay, guys.
7 or 8 meals for the tournament, which is more than any I've ever been to. So they really focus on taking care of the players.
Okay.
I also just really
Coming
like
in.
the fans. It seems like everybody in Montana is really
Scores
engaged.
8-5.
Tell they care about having the tournament here.
And you really can't beat that, right? I mean,
Well, the players love it when the fans are excited.
Right up. Point, sorry, point. 9-5.
Also excited about the banquet tonight.
Point.
they were tied at 5, and now Killian scored 5 straight
10-5.
points. And this is what he does. He can flip that switch. He wears you down, and then he just explodes. The best Emmett could do right now is just sort of paddle balls back. It's daunting to play a guy like Killian because he just puts the pressure on you.
11-5. Replay.
It's a good call.
11-5.
Both players should be pretty fresh this morning, Abe. Neither of them was pushed very hard in their round of 16 match.
Isn't that a beautiful 2-wall pass?
It's a perfect 2-wall pass.
12-5. Replay. Sorry. 12-5.
That was a miss hit from Killian. Emmett should put this away. Doesn't do it. I love that shot from Killian. The development of his Irish whip. He really has Emmett thinking he's going to pop it to the ceiling, and then he goes down to that right corner. Emmett takes that step in. I can see a referee calling avoidable on that, but he didn't do it. Emmett just barely digs that one out, and he goes to the Irish whip again and misses it.
It's a beautiful form, though. And you really don't know where he's going with it, because he could just as easily make a fist and hit it to the ceiling.
Point.
it's not a shot that Killian really ever had until just the last couple years. It's not.
6-12.
He said he's done it, but he hasn't really practiced it enough. But when he does do it, it's quite impressive.
Right out.
That's another great shot too. Underhand dump left to front.
12-6. Side out. 6-12. Short. Second serve. Side out.
Killian's been playing the lob serve very aggressively, coming up to cut most of them.
12-6. Point. 13-6.
Nice kick. Killian will get his hand on this one. Wow, Emmett played that wrong, I think. Oh, and he gets to it, but doesn't get back to the front wall. Watch this shot from Emmett. He lets the ball drop, goes to that corner, just hits a little too high, I felt, but
6-13.
it was so wide that Killian had to dive across the court there, just unable to get it.
Second serve.
This is the second serve cam.
Short.
I already hate it.
Side out.
In fact, I hate it so much, I've thrown 3 pencils at Jeff Kastner to get his attention, but
13-6.
my aim is not that good. The next one's going to be a fastball. See some tired shots here.
Kill shot opportunities are turning into passes instead.
Yeah, I mean, that wore Emmett down more than Killian. Emmett could have got his hand on this, but he is wore out, and I'm surprised he didn't call a timeout there.
He just
First
did.
timeout? Or second timeout, sorry.
No, it's my first.
There it is.
Right on cue. Is that somehow related to the announcer's curse?
Kind of. No, but you know, you can
Different form of it.
see that was, if it was you in there, you probably wouldn't.
Well, I would have called the timeout long before that. I would have called the timeout during the rally.
Well, essentially, that's what Emmett did. He could have got his hand on that ball. A fresh Emmett would have. But, you know, it's daunting. You're playing Killian, and all of a sudden he starts lifting balls up. You're lifting balls up. Nobody's putting them away. A lot of kind of defensive reactions. You're paddling your returns, and you punch these overhit fists. And you're like, who's going to end this rally? It's like you're watching more like Pong than you're watching handball.
Feels like garbage time.
But with Killian, it's more of a purpose because he's
trying to wear you down.
He's wearing you down for
there's
game
a
number
point
2,
to
which is only a couple points away.
Yeah.
And both of these guys fresh
30 seconds.
would have put that ball away within 2 or 3 shots after the serve, as opposed to 20 and looking for a pass.
20 seconds.
But I'm telling you, playing at elevation is much different than playing at sea level, which both have been doing. Emmett down there in San Francisco, Killian in Boston, Massachusetts. So you're up here at 3,600 feet above sea level. Nice shot there from Killian.
First game, guys.
And he gets it. Game number 1 goes to Killian Carroll, taking down Emmett Peixoto here in the opening of the round of 8 on the WPH Race for 8 Tour. Nick Flores in the booth with us here. Nick, what's the one thing when you look over at Killian and you say, this guy has got
Am I hitting that
this?
around?
What does he do best? What's his thing?
Good.
I think his aggressiveness, at least in this game, is the number one factor. When Emmett's serving, he's trying to cut everything. He's trying to keep the ball low. He knows that Emmett's style is a slow, methodical pace. Killian's trying to shoot the lights out. He's aiming for corners. If he doesn't have a kill shot, he's going for passes. Aggressiveness right now is Killian's thing.
What is his strong point, do you think? The strongest thing he does, that one thing when you think of Killian, do you say, oh, he's a dive expert or he's a
probably
kill
the
shot
dive
guy?
expert. I mean, that's probably the most unique thing that he has over anybody else.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You know, you look at his diving, but I think his serves have been great, but it seems like he's starting to become more rounded with pretty much every aspect. Let's go quickly over to Kara Mack, who's courtside. Kara?
Courtside here with Dave Fink, who's going to be taking on being in the quarterfinals here a little bit later, but this one here you're watching closely. What are you witnessing?
Well, Killian's speed is really the difference. He's kept alive that I've seen 5 or 6 rallies that no one in the world would have kept alive, and then he ends up winning the rallies. He's diving into the side walls. He literally is tracking down everything, and I noticed yesterday, even though it wasn't that competitive, he was so patient. He was willing to go to the ceiling and just keep passing and going to the ceiling until he got the opening he wanted. And something about Killian in Montana, I mean, I know he wins just about everywhere, but here in particular, he's never lost. He's outscored his opponents 2.5 to 1 in his 2 victories here. He's only allowed 59 points the first year, 60 the second year. I know you follow this all on Twitter, Kara.
I'm just amazed right now by your
You know, it's almost like he comes recharged after kind of, for him, a slow start to the season. He had a slow start last season, came here and won, and pretty much dominated the rest of the season. This season, another slow start by his standards. He lost in the semis of both events, October and November. And now it's like he's turning it on. He's, you know, kind of peaking. I don't know what he does to train during these 2 or 3 months he has off, but he seems to come here and he is just tenacious. And Emmett's playing good ball. I mean, Emmett yesterday played excellent, and I think he's playing well today. The shots that are going to win him rallies against most players aren't winning him rallies against Killian, and that's frustrating. And you have to factor in Killian keeping these rallies alive creates a lot of fatigue for Emmett. It makes it even harder for him to put the ball away because now he's tired.
Emmett's keeping those rallies, though. He came out strong. He actually walked off the court, you know, smiling, you know, pleased with his performance there in Game 1. But what do you need to do? What does he need to do to pull through with that momentum that he pulled off in the very beginning of Game 1?
Well, to your point, I think Emmett should be happy with how he played in that first game. I thought he played well. He's hitting the ball well. He's hitting good shots. But you kind of have to hit amazing shots to win rallies against Killian, particularly when he's playing air-free like this. And it seems like he's swinging freely with his right, which has been kind of an issue for him over the last year or 2. I know he won't talk about it, but just from what I've seen, he's swinging, you know, without any restrictions. So Emmett, I think, needs to keep Killian behind him and then go for his kills with Killian behind him, driving the ball straight down the walls. I would tell him that. Maybe he can hear me. But it's hard to get Killian behind you, but Emmett seals the court really well with a closed stance. So when he gets him behind him, close his stance and drive the ball low and hard down the side walls.
What's working for Emmett? He comes into Missoula really playing well. In the past tournaments, you've kind of seen him not do quite as well as he's been doing this one. What is he doing well right now?
Yeah, I'm always surprised when Emmett doesn't have a good tournament because he's such a great player. You know, Emmett, I talked to him a couple weeks ago. We hadn't spoken in a while, and he said, I haven't played at all. And then I see him yesterday. He says, I've been training every day. You know, Lauren and I have been playing every day. So I think he has been training. He probably had a break from school for a little while. And he's sharp. He looks really good. You know, he did lose in the first round of Tucson, but he came back to dominate the playoffs, the 9th place, outscoring his 3 opponents 75 to 26. So basically 3 to 1 against very high-level players, Cooney, Abraham, and a lot of good, you know, guys that he played in there. So he comes in here with a 4-match winning streak because he won yesterday. That's hard to do on the tour, to win 4 matches in a row. So we'll see if he can turn it around here. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kara.
So
and
is
Dave Fink.
Killian serve this game?
Killian gets that first serve.
All right. 0-0. Point. 1-0. 1-0, 0-1. Start up. 1-0. Point. Two zero.
It's always bad when Killian gets that first chunk of points at the beginning of a match or even one of the games in a match, because you know he's a late starter anyway. So when he gets that big lead,
2-0.
you're going to be the one that has to catch up to him instead of the style that he has, which has always just been consistently to punch you until you're down and then capitalize on you. Kind of like Muhammad Ali would do. Just take the punches and then all of a sudden he just rolls through you at some point.
Right.
But when he gets that lead, he's taking your punches but winning the points. He's still wearing you down, and now you can see he's just scoring points in bunches. This is where it's hard to keep away from getting a zero put on you.
Well, and it's kind of telling too that Emmett changed his shirt for 3 games and Killian didn't. Until Killian's making Emmett work for everything.
Look at those shots. That's a left-handed kill shot right in the corner. It's just beautiful.
4-0.
Ideal.
About
Two-ball pass.
A minute into the game, and Killian's up 5-0 with the serve.
5-0.
Look at this right here, Nick. It's so hard to do this from this position. Hit it just perfectly pass and then clip. And that's about the third time we've seen that in this match.
He turned his whole body 180 degrees to make that shot.
That was a good shot there from The Rock. Emmett Peixoto.
0-5.
I like the aggressiveness
5-0.
from Emmett there. I think Killian was in great position, and that forced Emmett to try to be more perfect. But see, Emmett's drifting back there, and he allows more confidence to build up with Killian hitting that right corner kill. If Emmett would take a couple more steps forward, that forces Killian to be a little bit more perfect, and you might not see that perfect shot.
6-0.
Killian's so fast that he can get a good court position and get back to correct himself.
Point.
Like if you watch Major League Baseball, you see some of these really good center fielders playing shallow, or they'll play deep depending on who they're, and they're able to cover anything.
Looks like we're going to see a timeout here from Emmett.
You guys see that shit?
Emmett getting some laughter from the crowd here. But what Killian's able to do is he can overplay and get up into what we call the red carpet, that center area of the handball court, where he's up in front of you while you're going for your kill shot, and it's intimidating. You have to be very confident to take your shot. A lot of players say, I now have to be more perfect because he's so close, so then you drop the level of where you're going to hit the ball down and you skip it in.
Right.
But the problem with that is now a two-ball pass means now you're running all the way to the back court if you're Killian, but Killian's so confident with how fast he is with his own self that he's able to track those balls down. It's not as effective for other players to do it, but with Killian, he knows his abilities. I mean, you and I, we go up and overcompensate up there in the front and say, I'm going to take away your kill shot. Well, these top pro players, they'll just say, well, I'll just pass you down the left, do a two-ball pass, and now we're running as fast as we can to get to, some fleeing shot in the back court. With Killian, he can possibly even cut it off. I know there are some players, the Cordovas, they can take a couple steps and cut it off before it hits a two-ball pass when they overplay.
All right, coming in, guys. Score is 7-0. Right out.
The ball just did not rebound as far as Killian thought it would.
0-7.
Emmett pushing Killian all over the court there on that rally. Back into the server's box is Killian Carroll. These two first matched up in New Orleans a couple years ago.
7-0.
Emmett Peixoto defeats Killian Carroll in the first game 15-0. And then Killian in game 2 beats Emmett 15-0. And they were tied at 13 in the tiebreaker, where Killian eventually went on to win. Can't get much closer than that.
I wonder what the statistics are on
Right out.
comebacks against Killian when you're down by 7.
0-7.
0. Sean Lenning maybe
Sean Lenning maybe did one
in Vegas
in Vegas.
a couple years ago. But usually Killian's the one
Making a
1-7.
comeback.
making that big comeback when he's down by 7 points. You think there'll be an appeal for a short on that last one?
Doesn't look like it.
I guess you wouldn't want to appeal it to a second serve anyway and a side out. So the answer to that is no on the appeal.
Point. Eight, 1.
He's dangerous with that left hand, but the ball meets the side wall exactly perfect. There's getting into handball shape, and then there's getting into Killian Carroll shape,
1,
which
8.
I think are two different things.
Two completely different things.
You can say, hey, I've been playing a lot of ball, and I'm doing the things that I need to do to get back in. 2 bounce call from Killian. That's a good call.
Point.
There's almost no
2-8.
good situation to be in with Killian. If you are down,
2-8.
the statistics are almost 0 that you're going to be able to come back and beat him. But even if you have a lead, he's known as a comeback artist.
Right.
So there's really no good spot to be in with Killian.
Right out.
Statistics say that you have a better chance of beating Killian if it's one of the first 4 stops of the season.
That's true.
After that, not so much. And meanwhile, he has had some losses, unlike Paul Brady, who dominated for years. Killian has had some losses, but he hasn't lost his #1 ranking with those losses. And it doesn't seem like he's going to.
Yeah, I think Killian has lost to more different players in the last 12 or 15 months than Paul Brady did in like 8 years.
Maybe 12 years.
Yeah.
Two 10. Short.
That serve might have been good.
Yeah, it was a little out of focus, but it looked like that ball was good. No complaint, though, from Peixoto. I don't mind that serve right there either against Killian.
As long as he can't cut it.
Does it really matter? I mean, Emmett's return of Killian's shot was...
No, at that point it doesn't matter.
10-2.
I always felt it was very strange when somebody would lob serve Dave Chapman. It's like, no, nope. Like throwing a steak into a lion's den.
Yeah.
It's like, don't do that. You're not going to win this game.
The alternatives weren't much better, but you're right. That's what that is.
Well, you don't have many choices.
Right.
So you have to try everything. But you want to engage in a ceiling game with Dave Chapman, that's what you want to do. Well, Killian's getting better at that.
Short.
That was good, actually.
Yeah, that was good.
Appeal. We call it short. You agree? We call it short. You agree?
I don't know.
Sorry. One agrees, one couldn't see it. Second serve. Second serve.
That was actually good by about 2 inches, Nick.
The booth disagrees.
I don't think it makes much difference. Oh, that ball makes it. Emmett's going to win this rally here.
Not anymore.
Point.
I'm not claiming that as a victory. Emmett had Killian way out of position on that previous shot. This is still a good one from Emmett. Right down the barrel, we get to see this one. Good camera work from Jeff Kastner's production crew.
Point. $5-10.
It's nice to see
Short.
Jeff made a great correction there on that worst camera angle of all time. He's now made it, it's better.
Replay.
I wouldn't be happy about that if I was Killian. For multiple reasons.
Right.
One is Emmett left his feet planted on purpose to flank Killian.
The second is he still made a good kill shot.
I wouldn't call it a dirty play, but I can see where a player is like, okay, I know what you're doing, it's not fair.
More of a gray area play.
That's frustrating right there. You engage in these rallies, you might see a broken ball. I thought I heard that. No,
First timeout, Killian.
It is a timeout from Killian.
Okay.
Thought maybe that ball broke, and you heard a little snap there halfway through, but then the ball seemed to be fast, very fast at the very end with Emmett. But we've had a lot of these balls break in this tournament. Yesterday we saw a lot on the show court. I fully expect to see more, but it's been pretty good here so far at the Peak Health and Wellness in Missoula, Montana, where Nick Flores and yours truly, Dave Vincent, are bringing you these quarterfinals
Who's he
from the Red Death tournament on the Race for 8, season number 9. It's hard to believe it's almost going on 10 years. The seasons leak over from one year to the next, so we started this season in 2019, we'll end in 2020. It's really felt more like 10 or more years, to be honest.
Has there been much feedback on the switch over from the ball to the 21 ball?
No. This is the first tournament with it, so I haven't had any feedback yet. So the players are playing with the red 21.
Resuming play, score is 10-5. Point.
The ball's not exactly new to them. They've all used it
11-5.
USHA Nationals.
Short.
I thought that might have been good as well.
Appeal. It was short? Okay. One agrees. One they couldn't see it. Okay. Second serve.
One of our line judges have a vision problem?
Yeah. I think at this time, though, it was the other side that didn't see it. In fairness, normally I dump on the same thing and say, well, if that guy's not going to be able to see anything, that's a great serve. That is really a great serve right there.
13-5.
You don't like it when Killian gets in there and he's quick serving you now. See, that's a huge correction to his game. That fly kill underhand paddle. Emmett's going to come out and say something here.
Timeout.
Emmett just said that that's not even a handball shot. And really, it is unorthodox. If we had the replay on that last one from Killian, you see something here that is very hard to do as a handball player. Emmett flips the ball around.
Front wall, left wall, paddle kill with your left.
Yeah, I think it hits the right, goes to the front, goes off to the left. But when it hits that left wall, it actually shoots down. It shoots down really quickly. It kind of shoots down toward the ground.
Yeah.
It just has this weird enough spin that it does that.
I'm going to give you like the benefit of the doubt.
And when it does that, you don't have much time to react to where the ball's going to be, and he places it in the exact perfect spot where it rolls out with the left-handed paddle at the end. I mean, the timing has to be perfect. Your vision has to be incredible when you see that develop in your head as a player up there in the front court. Emmett comes out and says, that's not even a handball shot.
Okay, guys.
You have to think that this would be very similar on a shot like that, that if ESPN was doing a tracker on this, they'd say percentage of making the shot, 3. I mean, of executing a flat rollout. You can get that ball back about 50% of the time, but a flat rollout, not so much.
Slide out. $14-5. Short. Second serve. Check ball. You have a chance.
I like how Killian goes into that Irish whip in those positions where he can kind of float back with his feet and not have to be in the exact perfect setup position. He can just let his arm do the work.
Match point, service 5.
It's a great shot for when you're feeling a little bit jammed. Or if you're not able to step into the ball.
This could be it right here. Oh, Killian. See, that's very similar to the one that Emmett says not a handball shot. Killian was trying to go do it again. Now you see a little smile from Emmett there.
5 match point.
I mean, that shows you how tough that shot is when you try to take it out of the air really quickly. Could have been short.
Could have been called short. It was certainly not.
Emmett thinks it's broken.
Let's go.
Some of these panels are a little bit dead, and it might give you the impression that the ball breaks.
Yeah, it creates a sound, like a hollow sound, like the balls. Wow.
There it
Skip. 5 serves 14.
We call those good where I'm from.
Well, almost any pro player would at least argue that it was good.
Not Killian.
Killian, of course, the most honest player on the tour.
Boy, that ball took off.
Point.
Killian could have got back into the service box. Emmett now serving still.
6-14.
6-14 in game number 2 after losing the first one.
You asked me earlier about things that are special about Killian. One of them is integrity.
Match point, serve 6.
Level of integrity on the tour that is unrivaled.
Replay.
And not that any of the players are lacking integrity, but just that Killian goes out of his way to call double bounces that oftentimes are not double bounces.
There it is. Killian takes down Emmett Peixoto here in 2 straight, and you see a hug and a slap there. Killian waiting for an interview, I would assume. He kind of knows the drill. It's a good first win in the quarterfinals for Killian in 2020, and a round of applause coming from the crowd here, who really does appreciate what they see from these top players. You got the #1 player on the tour, Killian Carroll, coming out of the court, and the locals idolize him. Some of them are here. They're not even players. They're just viewers. The town has really lived this up. You see it on marquees as you drive through town. It's been pretty impressive. Let's go to Kara, who is courtside with our champion. Kara.
Courtside here with Killian. It's got to feel good to come off the court and feel that fan support.
Oh, definitely, yeah. No, it's always great being back here in Montana. It's a great crowd. They put on a hell of a show, and it's good to be here.
Talk about what you've been working on in the past couple months for you and your game.
Well, I got to play a lot more before Christmas. I had 2 guys over with me in Boston, Sean Kerr and another guy called Johnny Woods. So they were very helpful towards my training. And then after Christmas, obviously, they went home before. So I've just been working a lot by myself, working on some new things and trying to sharpen things up for the tournament.
You've often talked about that Irish whip, pulling that out. We saw it there a few times.
A few times, yeah. It's getting a bit stronger, but it's still so inconsistent that I don't think it's very dominant or anything to be worried about if you're facing me. So I'll still work on it, and hopefully in a few years it'll get better.
Talking about Emmett here now, coming into this one, how did you feel like his game was? What did you feel like you had to stop?
From his results yesterday, I was kind of not worried, but I needed to come in playing my best because you know, he's a lot of experience on the court, and you know, he deals a lot with mental tactics, and he's very good at playing the soft game. And you know, a rally is never really over unless the ball is really down on the floor. So you know, I just, from his results yesterday, I wanted to come in strong and come in as fast as I can and out as fast as I can.
Yeah, match point took you a few rounds there to get to. Are you ever nervous at that point? Are you ever thinking, okay, come on, focus here?
I feel you get a bit complacent from time to time. You know, the game is nearly over, and you know, you feel like you already have it, but you should never think like that. Especially with Emmett, like, he never really wants to. You know, he's not gonna. His pace doesn't go from the start to the finish, even if the game is a wipeout. You know, he'll always kind of drag the game on as long as possible, because you know, anything can happen, and he knows that. From the years of playing handball, so I give him fierce credit for that.
How is it different when your opponent is serving you the paddle serve? What are you personally focusing on that second shot?
Well, the return. You know, usually a person with a paddle likes to play defense and can overhit ceiling shots better, and it puts you in a really uncomfortable position, because you know, I like to play fast pace. I like to, you know, move around very quickly, and you know, moving around very quickly when the ball is going slowly it can really have an effect on my shot, because I swing too fast, and next thing it's a hand error. You know, you've probably seen it a couple of times when he lobbed the ball and I tried to spike the ball, and you know, it went anywhere. I don't know where it went. It was just all over the place.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Good luck in the semis. Yeah, back to you guys.
Thank you, Carrie. Don't you just love listening to Killian talk about his game? I mean, he's got so much insight. He puts a lot of thought into it.
Yeah.
And he reveals the very things that we talked about during the broadcast. You know, he gets sometimes too quick, and you say, well, he makes some errors sometimes, and they're unorthodox. I don't understand why. And then he just sort of clarified it. You know, when you're slowing the ball down, he gets too quick. He wants to do it to, you know, get to the ball quicker than it's coming to him, and he spiked it in the ground. We saw like 3 or 4 of those weird spikes, and what is he even thinking here? But really, he's just trying to attack it. And you have to have, you know, great timing, even on the slow ones.
Right.
Well, that was a great interview from Kara Mack, and a awesome first match here to start off 2020 on the Race for 8 Tour. Killian Carroll taking down Emmett Peixoto in 2. We have David Fink and Vic Perez next, and that is one that we circled on the scorecard. This is going to be a good match coming up right around the corner. You going to stick with me on this one?
Of course.
Okay. We're going to take a break. We'll be back just a bit as we give you this live feed on patreon.com/WPH Live. It's the WPH Race for 8 Professional Handball Tour 2020 now, season number 9. We're in Missoula, Montana at the Red Death Tournament with the WPH Race for 8. We'll be back in just a bit. Stick with us here on patreon.com. Welcome back to Missoula, Montana, where the race for 8 will continue. We'll have the announcement from our referee, Emmett Peixoto, here. Is this Dave Fink?
What's Dave ranked?
This Dave Fink and Vic Perez match, which is going on right now.
There we go. 4 and 5.
Okay.
Our referee asking.
Welcome to the quarterfinals, the
us?
second quarterfinal of the day. Serving first from the Los Angeles Athletic Club, currently ranked number 5, Vic Perez.
And that's how you make an announcement right there. Emmett Peixoto announcing Vic Perez.
Returning serve, originally from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, playing out of Tucson, currently ranked number 4, David Fink. 0-0.
Vic Perez getting that first serve wearing the red shirt here.
Short.
Seen a lot of short balls this morning
serve.
here on a Saturday, Nick.
Point.
Dave took a strange approach to that shot. You saw him hold back.
1-0. Point.
Seemed like Dave could have got that ball too.
2-0. Point. Broken.
Already have a broken ball.
So we're going to play that one over.
These courts are really bright, Nick.
Short.
Yeah.
You play at a facility that has paneled walls.
Second serve.
Is that correct? Or are they cement?
Lloyd Athletic Club has cement. I played yesterday on these panel walls. I felt like they were relatively slow. Certainly not as fast as cement courts. But the elevation helps speed up the ball a bit, and these guys are hitting it very hard.
Side up.
That was a shank there from Vic Perez. 2 of the
0-2.
most physically fit pros on the tour right here. One just happens to be 42 years old, Dave Fink. Both pride themselves on eating right and doing the correct things before matches and afterwards as they prepare for these tournaments.
In addition to a lot of cross-training outside of handball.
Short.
Now David Fink is a
Second serve.
sport athlete, golf, tennis.
In fairness, it's pretty much everything.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen something that...
Anything he tries.
Really, no, I mean, I haven't. He's excellent at basketball.
And of course Vic is known at the...
That hits Vic right in the side of the face.
Check it, please.
Vic is known at the Los Angeles Athletic Club for having won the Ironman Award for a various number of skills competitions, athletic competitions.
Right.
1-2.
Defeating all the LAAC's best players from other various sports.
Side up. 2-1.
Well, that might draw some blood here. And that's a payback, but not intentionally. So now Fink knows what it feels like to get hit in the face. This one might be a little bit worse. Watch this. Comes directly into the face right there, just underneath the nose, but above the lip. And, you know, you feel bad as a player when you do that because it's not your intention. But that one definitely hurts.
You don't see any blood, but it looks like he just really stung his
I don't know if
lip.
that was a nice. Ooh, if that was nice or not.
I think that wasn't the WK.
He'll be okay with this. It could have been a lot worse. Taking it directly like that is not something that feels good. Now, he hit Vic in the face about 5 shots earlier, and it wasn't as bad. That was a glancing blow across the chin. But this is different. When you get hit directly square in the face with these balls, they travel, you know, between 70 and 85 miles an hour. It's pretty wide range, but still the ball is very hard.
We'll play that one over. So we're going to play that one over.
So if you're new watching the sport,
2-1.
it's like getting hit by a rock.
Short.
About 70 miles an hour. We've seen
Second serve.
a lot worse on a result like that, so Dave's fortunate. But Nick, as a player, when you've been hit by the ball, or excuse me, if you're the one hitting the other player, you are the one that are affected more than the other player in most of the cases.
I think it takes your mind off the game a little bit because you feel, I don't know if guilty is the right word, but you feel bad for having done it, and I think it takes your mind off the game. And whereas with the other player, it might, you know, make him kind of angry and kind of get him back into it, ramp up the intensity.
You say you come out to these games and you say I want everything to be fair, and you try to call a fair game, and then you do that and you say, well, I'm not playing by the rules now because I did something that was unfair. Even though it might not be on purpose, it's just how you feel as a human.
Well, a great example of that was the 2015 World Championships in the women's final. Katrina Casey was up. I think she won the first game, and she was up in the second.
1-4.
And then hit Aisling Riley in the face. Aisling Riley took full injury timeout, came back and won the second game and won the tiebreaker.
Right, that was a momentum changer.
It threw Katrina's game off, and you could see that she really felt bad for having done it.
I do remember
actually
that.
came back with intensity, and it seemed like Katrina had cooled off.
Meanwhile, Dave Fink back in the server's box had a great right-handed kill shot to get back in there. He's a lefty, but his right hand's dangerous. There's that dangerous left of his down the left side. Even though Vic was playing it, Dave hit it in the perfect spot.
3-4. Short.
A lot of short balls here.
Second serve.
Already for Dave Fink, he's had to face adversity in this tournament. Yeah, remember yesterday he had a close game number 2 and he blew out the sole of his shoe
4-3.
and tried to get another shoe. Couldn't find anybody that had his size. Dave wears this strange 13.5. Their pro shop here, even though it's a tennis facility, did not have his shoes. And though he would be comfortable wearing a tennis shoe, that's pretty much what he wears anyway. Couldn't find anything. Decided just to go in there and play with a
broken
shoe that was all blown out. Now he's changed shoes here today. Of course, he had to. He's here on the Nikes. He was on the Under Armour yesterday.
Good. Couldn't see it. I mean, it did go by
I thought
the body,
it was
but
short.
I think you could have seen it
on the line, right?
Going there, so
Vic is asking for a screen serve.
4-4.
Motion for a screen serve. Emmett did not award it to him.
That one's a tough call. We'd have to see it from a different angle. I don't think seeing it from this right angle is fair.
And not in slow motion. You have to see it in a
5-4.
real time to see how the player's actually seeing it. Nothing's a screen in slow motion.
6-4.
Of course, if you ask David Fink, he's never hit a screen serve in his life.
Well, it's a tough one to really judge. The rule is, you know, maybe
4-6.
written correctly, but it's still very difficult.
It's very subjective.
if someone says that the ball has to be 8 feet after hitting the front wall,
10 feet after hitting on the rebound from the front wall, there's no line where where 10 feet is, so you're just guessing.
That's what I'm saying. I know a lot of referees that can't even, wouldn't even discern where 10 feet would be. 10 different refs would have a different
10
spot.
different spots. And then to pinpoint a spot like that with a ball moving through the plane at 70 miles an hour, how can you? And you're watching the receiver's reactions. How can you watch all of these things?
How do you watch foot faults? How do you watch to see if it's short? And then to try to discern where the 10-foot mark is. Some of this is just so difficult.
There are methods for foot faults and shorts because there are lines on the ground, but the screen is the most difficult to discern.
Well, there's methods for those, but you can't watch for the screen if you're looking for those other things. You always have to shift really quickly. These guys are serving at 80 to almost 90 miles an hour on their serve.
You almost have to know the player's tendencies. So, for example, Fink is more likely to maybe hit a screen serve than a foot fault.
Right.
So
it looked like he foot faulted on that. So.
Of course, as I say it.
And there was a slight miss.
Certain players are known for certain things more than others.
4-7.
So you just kind of have to know what to look for.
Short.
No appeal.
Seemed like a good call.
Second serve.
Dave was appealing the serve?
Honestly. Man, his mouth looks real bad.
What?
Can anybody see a bad bounce on the light there? Because I did not see it.
Which is not anymore an appealable call, and David Fink should know that.
Oh, the line judges. You guys saw it? Okay, I didn't see it, but they saw it. I don't think you can appeal it, but I'm going to take their word for it. No, I don't think you can appeal it, but I agree. So we're gonna do that again. It apparently went off the side of the light.
You can't appeal it.
4-7.
You can appeal it when it happens. Right when it happens, you have to stop the play, and he apparently did. He's put up his hand to stop the play.
So Emmett's changing his call. He's not taking the line judge's word for it.
Second serve.
It's a weird explanation.
Well, the line judges said that they saw it as a bad bounce. Both of them did, but he didn't.
Emmett didn't see it, but he's going to change his call, but he's not allowing the appeal. But he's letting the line judges choose.
It's an interesting decision he's making here because he did see Dave raise his hand after a hit, which means Dave's stopping play, but then the ref doesn't call it, so Dave has to continue play.
Right.
So Dave's saying, I'm stopping play because I appealed that. It's having your cake and eating it too, which is not really what you want the rule to be, but Dave didn't do anything wrong there. He had to continue to play.
And he probably was right.
Well, he had to have been since both line judges
saw it. And both line judges saw it. Ultimately, the right call was made. It's just a very odd,
strange way of going
about it. And everybody should know at this point what can and can't be appealed. I think that rule's been in place for almost at least a full season now.
If not 180 years. But
I didn't know the WPH was that old.
I tried to get it to you there.
Feels that way. But it's interesting, this game of handball.
You can see Dave's lip has
really swollen up.
Enlarged.
Where's that towel? I used to wipe my nose.
That was it.
And he's using the floor towel.
Which you can't do during a towel break unless you call timeout.
Right.
Thank you. Please do.
Watch my seat.
4-8.
Boy, that ball looked dead. Did it break? Had a strange bounce to it up there.
I wonder if he hit it with the side of his hand.
I think he kind of did one of those John Bike underhand paddle that had all the spin on it. John used to be able to go directly underhand, and he put this huge spin where the ball would hit the front wall and flatten out. And it's just not a shot you see anybody do, but that one certainly reacted like it. You see some of these players playing to the speed of the court, and the ball seems rather slow on these panel courts. But then all of a sudden there'll be a rally where all of a sudden they're in a shootout. The ball's traveling 80 miles an hour in consecutive plays. It either hits a good panel or they're just hitting the ball harder. Big overhit here from Vic. Dave
played
did that right. Yep.
And Vic calls a timeout.
See what the score is here.
Should be 9-4.
Referee usually calls the score after that timeout. 9-4 in game number 1. Dave was down, I believe, about 3-4 when he got hit in the face, and maybe,
like we said, it maybe woke him up a bit.
Yeah, it seemed like for a couple points there, not so much, and that Dave seemed that he was definitely affected by it. But then he flipped the switch, and now he's rolling here.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to get hit in the face like this, and you can see that swollen lip from Dave.
It's been a very interesting start to this match. 2 shots to the face, one to Vic, one to David Fink, and some interesting referee calls. Great offense from both players.
20 seconds. Okay, resuming play. 9-4.
Also interesting, Dave Fink not wearing the tank top.
Yeah, I haven't seen him wear sleeves in years.
He said the reason why it's too cold, and it is. It's cold out. Not the worst it's been here, but it's cold. That's a good shot right there from Fink. Vic not able to get it back.
So the sleeves keep his shoulders a little warmer.
10-4.
That's a good shot. Frustrating as a player when you get up there and you have that nice little wide open court and you miss it low. Missing it high is not much better, but at least you get it to the front wall. That's a miss hit off the thumb of Dave Fink.
5-10.
It was once 4-10, now 5 and then 6 for Vic Perez, making a little comeback here, and that's an unforced error. Yeah, that's
10-6.
The Perez family not happy with me right now.
Second serve.
It's a good shot. And the referee's not going to call a screen on that, Nick.
11-6.
11-6 here, going to 15, game number 1. I like that shot for Fink. He's able to hit it. He's a lefty, but he goes over the top with his right. And you see the ball hop away at the end, although that's not.
So that was a reverse. He came over.
Yeah, it's not like that's the defining portion of that actual rally, but the way he does it is he goes over the top of the ball with his right hand on every single one of these shots. And it's very difficult to do if you're a right-hander. To do that with your left is hard to do. It's hard to do it with your right if you're a right-hander. Dave's able to do it with both hands. And that control is a difference maker because you're trying to slice it down that wall. He puts a little slight reverse with the ball. It fades over to the right wall. Even if you're able to catch up to it, it's going to be tough to bring it back to the front wall. Not just Dave. All the pros can do it.
Set up.
And I have a theory that if you can't go over the top of the ball with both hands, you will not be in the top 10. I don't know if there's a player that doesn't or can't do it or doesn't do it automatically.
Maybe that's what I need to work on.
Really? I mean, because if you don't, you're going to be the rare one that is able to break into the top 10 without having a reverse with both of your hands in the rally.
7-12.
I tend to come over the ball with my strong hand, but I tend to go under the ball with my off hand.
And that's kind of like 99% of everybody else, right? It's easy to go under with your offhand.
Well, I think there's a confidence thing too. Like you tend to lift your offhand shots a little bit because you don't want to skip it. With your strong hand, it's a little easier to come over it because you feel like you can put it down correctly.
Yeah, I think it starts with just when you start playing the game, you have to learn good habits. And it's a bad habit for players to get into, to not hit over the top with their offhand. See, if Dave makes that to the front wall, it flattens out. And it's, you say, well, that's a low percentage shot. He's an inch away from, even from that body angle, to have that ball being flat as a kill shot.
12-8.
I can see that being a
Could have
screen.
been called a screen. I think
can
that's
see that
kind of
being
what
a
Vic was asking for before.
Set up.
Nice shot there from Vic. Well, that ball was much further to Vic's right hand, in toward his body. Vic standing center court, it was closer to his body, which means it's much more difficult for him to see that.
But the first time there was a hop on the ball too that hopped it away,
and that gives you the impression that it's further.
That it was further away. I think it was hit about the similar spot, but the hop was different. It kind of changed the perspective. And of course, Vic won the rally, so he's glad there wasn't a screen.
This is where Vic's good. He gets into the pull position, and he doesn't seem to lose those rallies. As soon as he forced Dave into the backcourt and he took that one step up, his percentages go up. And you see Vic's a very quiet guy on the court. He doesn't...
You feel like Vic does a good job when he has front court position?
I do, because he's got some trick shots that are just so good, and he's so automatic with them.
Is Vic a avid three-wall player as well?
I wouldn't say avid, but he knows his way around.
He knows his way around. So that's maybe part of the strength of his front court game.
Well, he started playing outdoor handball, so that's where his game started. So of course he has
corner kills.
His corner kills are amazing. That's what I mean. It could have very well come from.
It comes from three-wall probably.
Well, you have to do that if you're playing wall ball or big ball handball outdoors. You have to get corner kills incorporated into your game to keep the ball down.
10-12.
And his left to front is probably the best in the game. There it is. That's a shot that Vic is so good at. Now that's a front to left, but still, he knew exactly what he was going to do. He's going to hit the front wall and have it slice and clip. Watch this thing clip that left wall.
You kind of called that shot. That's maybe an announcer's blessing, not an announcer's curse.
Now the Fink family upset with me.
Both families are mad at Dave Vincent right now.
It's that serve, man. It's deadly. Plus he's put loft on it too.
Now you hear the referee making some comments there about that serve that Vic has. And he's making the comment that Vic put a little bit more air underneath the ball on the serve, and I hadn't really noticed the difference, but you know, when you're doing that underhand paddle serve and you're keeping it only about 8 feet high, and it's not really giving you the return that you want from your opponent, Emmett's kind of pointed out that he's adding a little bit more air underneath that, maybe bring it up to the 15-foot mark.
So how does that change the return for Fink?
Well, Fink has to make the decision if he wants to run in and try to cut it off on that first hit, or let the ball play him a little bit and then and step in it. So I think he's letting the latter happen. He's not being aggressive. It's a good move because you have a very aggressive player that's kind of tired. They're not going to make that first. No, see if Dave jumps in here, and he doesn't. He lets the ball come in. See, it's forcing Dave to go defense instead of offense.
And the longer time that goes by, Vic has more opportunity to get in position himself for the next shot.
Okay, something magical could happen here. And Fink just totally floors that off the left bottom of his palm.
I wouldn't call that magic.
Now we're all together. And a nice comeback here. There, see, that's a little bit more lofty there.
So Fink goes in for it. Seems like David has better position in this rally.
That's a good ceiling shot from Fink. That's a mistake. And Vic makes him pay for it. He had a pretty good position on that dive there. You're going to see that Dave is going to be upset with himself when he watches this back on replay, because he does get his hand there, and there was a little bit of slippage before he took off, and I think that's the difference.
Mopped the floor there.
His first step kind of flipped out of underneath him.
When he played the serve return more aggressively, he came up to hit it off the bounce, and that allowed him to get in better position during the rally, but then he made the mistake of that overhand left down the left wall.
13-12.
See, these are tough. You have to cut it off there. If you let that go to the back wall, anything can happen.
Now David's got the
Point.
Here it is, now trying to take game number 1, 14-12. Dave was up 12-8.
I thought it was
10-4 at one point.
10-4, 12-6.
14-12.
Here's game point. This should be it right here. That's where he uses that left corner I'm telling you about. That left to front is so automatic for him. When he goes for it, he gets it. That's just what he does.
And when it hits the sidewall first and then the front wall, it just absolutely flattens.
See, it
dies.
I call it his pet shot because it is. It's just absolutely an unbelievable shot. Vic Perez had a nice comeback, down 4-10, comes back and wins 15-12. Let's go to Kara Mack, who's with another winner. Kara.
Another one, true indeed, and has a tough quarterfinal match coming up against Martin Mulkerrins. Talk about that. I see you're not quite getting ready yet.
I still have a little bit of time. This game, Vic against Fink, is good, so we have some time to warm up. I've been stretching, though. I'm excited. I haven't played him in a little bit. I played him in, he beat my butt, where, I can't remember, but he played really well, so I'm excited to, get my revenge.
Did you just say he beat your butt?
He beat, that's a,
oh.
He beat me last time.
Yeah, I was like, was that an expression that I've never heard before? Sorry.
Translate.
But talk about this one too, Vic and Fink. This game 1 was a long one, really wearing them down. Seeing Vic come back, what do you notice out of Vic as a player and how he does it to be able to come back like that?
He's just playing smart. He's keeping everything to Fink's right, and Fink's hitting some really good pass shots, but he's not putting it away. So you're not going to get, it's really hard to get points with pass shots at this level, so he's got to start shooting a little bit more, but I haven't seen him kill it too much, so that's Vic's advantage.
Talk about yesterday and how the quarterfinals have come to be. Not any really big surprises.
No, I mean, Shorty beat Marcos. That's the only upset, I think, but those were the, they were 8 and 9, so they were the most probable to be an upset, so other than that, everything was pretty steady. Everyone won their games. Everyone who was supposed to win won.
And Shorty has been improving his game quite a bit in the last 2 tournaments.
Yeah, he's been playing really well. It's good to see him have some good
success.
Outcomes. Success.
So strategies-wise for you coming into this quarterfinals against Martin?
Play aggressive. The last tournament I wasn't playing well, so it kind of feeds me. Losing always makes me more motivated, so hopefully I can turn around this tournament and start playing better.
And as you mentioned, he did beat you this last time. Have you gone back, watched that video, see how you did, or is that something you just like to shut the door on?
I shut the door. I'm not ready to watch it yet. Maybe in a couple months.
You'd rather beat him here first?
Yes.
All right, good luck today.
Thanks.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Yep, thank you very much, Kara. Daniel Cordova, number 2 ranked pro. And seeded number 2 at this event, the Red Death Tournament in Missoula, Montana. The only thing missing there was the corn cob pipe and maybe a banjo with a missing string or 2. Daniel Cordova giving us a little bit of insight there of what he saw with Vic, and what'd you gather there that you also agree with?
I think that the serve chain was probably the biggest factor in the match. I mean, it seems like when Vic got in and started, like Emmett said, putting more loft on the serve, it just changed things.
It did, and he also brought up the fact that Dave wasn't shooting, but I believe Dave would have if he had the opportunity. Vic seemed to put the ball in the exact spot where you just really couldn't shoot the ball. So it was a setup from that serve, and it just seemed like the rallies beyond the serve were just as good with what he was able to do with the ceiling, the wraparounds. Just never gave Dave a chance to go for a kill shot. And you see Daniel say, well, Dave wasn't being aggressive. It's like, how could you in those positions? I didn't see really any balls where Dave could have actually gone for kill shots.
Well, I think Dave was losing at the start, and then he got hit in the face. And it seemed like he had a burst of energy after that.
Start of the second
when he got
game.
himself up to about 10.
Dave Fink serves.
But then it seemed like he ran out of that. Vic changed things.
Right. Well, just like Dave Fink is so aggressive and offensive, and Vic tried to take away his offense, Dave needs to take away Vic's strong points as well. As soon as Dave lets Vic get above that dotted line, his percentages are way up. So Dave needs to keep Vic in the backcourt. You don't see Vic winning a lot of rallies on the back wall. You see him winning them when he's above the dotted line.
Right.
Keep him out of the dotted line. And that's awesome. I think we all wish we had that. That's a signature shot from Dave Fink. That's a left-handed right to front. And this thing barely clips the front wall. And then it stays up front. You see how far he has to run up front to get the ball back to serve it. It slices across the court. Dave loves shooting the ball from deep in the court, but Vic wins these rallies when he's up front, and he calls that as a 2-bounce, and another point now for Dave Fink.
1-0. We'll do it again.
Dave wants an avoidable.
It's not avoidable.
It is frustrating.
1-0.
It happened too quickly.
It's frustrating because you know you have the open court and you know that they're out of position and you want to get to it, but then they back slowly into you.
Hold it.
But I do agree that it happened too quickly to call it an avoidable.
I say instead of playing that avoidable game, which you're going to lose, you just go ahead and take a step back and let that play develop and then just pop it down the wall so they can't get it and just win the point, which you could do. But your reaction is, hey, they're in my way and this is not what I want to take. Dave should put this away. And he does. And Dave's now jumped out to a nice little lead here. Game number 2 after losing the first one, 15-12.
Over there a little bit.
Right here.
Dave back to the tank top.
I'm sure you notice in the corner kills that the spin is different depending on which hand he uses and which corner he shoots at. A few shots ago when he hit that great left hand across his body into the right corner, the spin on the ball makes the ball die when it hits the front wall. But there, when he went with his right hand to the right corner, the sidewall front wall action, the ball comes up.
It lifted.
It
lifted off the sidewall and actually stays up. It's you're right, totally different.
It does the difference to the spin. It does the opposite thing on the other side. So if you go
second serve,
right hand, left corner, it dies. Left hand, left corner, it stays up.
And these players know when to use and which way to spin into those corners, even if it is a micro fraction of a second. And they're both very useful. I mean, I'd love to learn the left right to front because of what you're able to do, but I still can't do the right to front. It just takes so much shoulder strength. Personally, I mean, I could do it. It's just not something I can do effectively like these guys can.
Well, the right to front is a great shot when you have your opponent on the right wall, because when it hits the front wall, it bounces away from you. And even though it stays up, your opponent's too far away to get to it. The left hand right to front, it almost doesn't matter where your opponent is because it's going to be so low.
Short.
A lot of short calls
second
here
serve.
from the referee. They're the right calls, but there's just a lot from these players here. Dave hits that ball right where Vic was laying.
Check it, please.
Vic way behind that shot. That ball is much more dead coming off that back wall than he anticipated. He was way behind. The ball did not catch up to him, and he was early. That's why you see the miss hit. He needed to take one more step backwards.
3-1.
This is a ball that doesn't make the front wall. And you remember, if you read it recently, where Vic states that
4-1.
when he was a junior player, Dave Fink gave him some advice. Back when Vic was still in his teens, saying that you need to go back to the back wall and reset yourself and then come forward on those kill shots off the back wall. And Vic said it changed his whole approach to the game, and is what led to him being a pro player. Is that advice he got from Dave Fink back when he was still in his teens.
1-4.
Playing at the junior nationals, in fact. So advice like that from the pros, which they do all the time, by the way, is very helpful. If you take the advice and actually use it, don't just let it come in and come out. But Dave's right. You can't just stand there and wait for a ball to come to you. You have to actually drift back with it, come forward with it.
And then 10 or 12 years later, you come back and use it against the guy who gave you that advice.
4-2.
And in this case, Dave won a point because Vic didn't listen to him, his own advice. At least for that one shot.
We'll see if he gets another opportunity.
He will.
Point.
Well, he did the right thing with his feet that time.
5-2.
What do you think about screen on that?
Probably not.
Vic should put this away. And he misses it.
Oh my goodness.
That is just unorthodox for Vic right there. Both of these guys are feeling it. No timeout called here from Fink. Surprised he doesn't ask for a foul.
6-2.
Big setup.
Setup.
See how that ball stays down?
Vic came over it.
Just perfect. You don't have to do much. A lot of players think, well, I'm going to go over the ball. I have to do all of this crazy spin. No, you don't. You just need to go over it when you hit it. I think that's a huge mistake the players trying to make when they learn to go and hit those reverses, because they think you have to do it with the best spin you possibly have. Just fade over the top of the ball. That's all you need to do. Vic now missing balls off the back wall. That's 3 that we've seen him miss in a row. 2 that were egregious misses. Nice serve there from Fink, unable to get it back. Now 7-2.
First time out.
Vic Perez calling a timeout here. He's feeling it. And at some point during the event, you probably are going to feel it. This elevation is telling. The players are coming out saying that feels really heavy in here.
The courts are cold and the air is thin.
Of course, I would say it's not heavy, it's your brother, but I'm not going to say that. Because I don't do dad jokes. Referee trying to corral Vic Perez back in.
Resuming play, Dave serves, 7-2. Point.
Wheels are falling off Vic Perez right now, Nick.
8-2.
Now remember, the first game was 10-4. Here it's 9-2. 10-4 was game number 1 until Vic Perez turned on the afterburners and outscored Dave Fink 11-5. About 11-5 after that.
Yeah. 11-2.
10-2.
That's what, yeah, you're right.
But you know, if Fink had been able to hang on to his lead and win that first game, he'd be
11-2.
almost serving for the match here soon. Instead, he's just trying to force a tiebreaker. And at some point, I wonder if
that's the shot.
I wonder if Vic gets down far enough here that he just kind of saves his energy for the tiebreaker.
If you love the game of handball, and I know you do, then learn that last shot. I mean, it is so effective. I really don't ever recall anybody catching that ball from Vic when he goes left to front. Dave puts just a nice little natural hook, cuts underneath that.
11-2.
Amazing quickness from David. He had to stuff himself into the back right corner to avoid getting in Vic's way. Vic hits a kill shot. David makes it up to the service box, diving to re-kill it.
Yeah, and he has to feel good because he's already been on the floor 4 times and never got the ball back to the front wall. And each one of those times he caught up to it perfectly, just didn't make it. And it is very frustrating as a player.
Made one.
Because diving for the ball, though it's an amazing shot, looks great for the fans, it's a little bit easier than it really looks. Especially if you've ever played baseball or other sports where this is incorporated in. It's not as hard, and I'm not diminishing what Dave did. That was an awesome play.
Great, yeah.
But to hit it perfectly on your hand, to then hit it perfectly to the front wall, those are the hard things.
That's the hard, yeah. The diving part is not the hard part. Hitting the ball correctly as you're diving is the hard part.
Because you get up there and you say, all I need to do is make this perfect. And I think Dave misses those dives because he's trying to make a perfect shot with it. He tries to put it away.
And that should be 13. David should be 2 points away from forcing a tiebreaker.
13-2.
And that's going to be tough to get back. That's
Perfect
a great
pass.
punch fist right there. That ball actually fades to the right after that punch fist. He hit it with the sidearm. So the ball hops off the front wall and goes to the right. It's a sidearm punch fist with a hop off the front wall. Tough, very tough to get that ball back. That was supposed to be a friendly tap from Dave Fink.
3-13.
That's what Vic did in the end of game number 1 right there. That's a mistake from Vic, though. But you saw on that serve, that was what he was doing there at the end of game number 2.
13-3.
You have to say, uh-oh, here we go. Might have been short.
Could have been short.
The players know it's short.
Vic is just waiting on it.
Set up. I saw it good. One disagrees, one agrees.
Uh-oh, this could be bad. Dave will probably step out of the court on this.
He wants a video
replay.
Going to do a video replay, Jeff. The referee's going to come in and look at this.
Video replay.
I think the referee will realize that it was opposite of his call. We'll see if Jeff, I should say, could get.
Well, at least
don't have it.
It won't be biased, whatever it is, because it's not tainted by anybody else's opinion.
You've been doing replays the whole.
Looks like we don't have it.
Not available.
Call stands.
That's one way to get out of it.
Jeff, here's a direct quote. We can't do video replays.
3-13.
But Jeff, you've been doing replays the whole time. Yeah, we can't do video replays.
Can't do this one.
I'm wondering if those clips that he's putting in there are just mashups from other tournaments.
13-3. Short. Second serve. Hit that thing. Okay. We'll do it again.
So is this going to take away the video replay option for the whole tournament?
Yeah, no video replay.
Two serve. Here.
No video replay until you see the next video replay. Just won't count as an official thing.
13-3.
Mainly because I think you're not going to be able to play it multiple times in a row like the way we normally do it. But I think that one would have just taken one view, even in live mode. But I'm okay with it.
And there's also the issue of you influencing the referee's call.
That's a good shot right there from Dave Fink.
14-3.
The scoreline makes it somewhat irrelevant.
Sharp. Second serve.
Dave Fink now a point away. There it is right there. Another closeout shot for Dave Fink, and now he forces the tiebreaker. Dave Fink loses the first one. He was up big in game number 1, and then Vic caught back, had some pretty cool strategic play there. Dave comes out and is on fire in game number 2, made it seem like what game number 1 was going to be like. Ends up winning, forcing the tiebreaker. Let's go to Kara Mack, who has one of Vic's coaches courtside. Kara?
One of Vic's coaches here. We saw Vic make a big comeback there in game 1, but this one, Fink just coming out and dominating.
Yeah, I think he was down that first game about maybe 12-7 or so, and Vic changed the serve to a lob, which kind of worked. I don't know. I think he has to get back to that a little bit and keep him out of the front. I mean, I play him all the time, Fink, and he's just really aggressive. So, I mean, you have to pass him out and make sure that he's not set up to make these kill shots that he's making.
He came out there strong to do it after losing that game 1. You never know how that's going to roll as far as momentum goes, but coming now into the tiebreaker to be able to not fall back behind, what is he going to have to come out and do right away?
Yeah, he's going to have, right now Fink does have the momentum. I think the score was 15-4, something like that. So he does have the momentum. Vic's going to have to come in and just be really strong and just, not make those errors and, keep him back, I would think, and just don't set him up. But yeah, try to go back to that lob serve and see what you can get from it.
Talk about this tournament for you. I know we're not seeing you here in the quarterfinals. A tough one against Shorty yesterday.
Yeah, I was missing shots, and Shorty played well, and it is what it is, just missing shots and just not doing what I usually do. But it felt good. I played Lauren Collado today. I beat him in the 9th place quarters, and so I think it was like 25-13. So that was good, and it just got me a little pumped up and happy. And going from a loss in the first round, two tournaments in a row is not good. So I'm trying to make up these points and hopefully I can get 9th place this time.
I've seen some of those qualifiers in the round of 16 really showing up and doing well.
Yes, actually Lauren Collado very well. He's doing. I haven't really played him in a long time, so I was hearing that he has some good shots, and his left hand kill is really good, really nice. So what I try to do is just keep him back and not try to give him to his left, hit more to his right. But yeah, he's really improving, and seeing this new kid, Sun Lee, now playing at the LA Athletic Club, so he's improving as well, winning a first round, coming to his first qualifier and just basically making it to the round of 16 and qualifying. That's a big win.
Talk about him, because we haven't seen him in the past year, especially in that round of 16. Where does he come from? How does he have his experience?
Well, I know he comes from Lake Forest, and he would train with Chapman back in the days before he went to Korea to pursue filming and the film industry stuff. So he's now back in LA. I think he's going to do the same thing, and so we're hoping to see him a little more at the downtown LA Athletic Club. It'd be nice to get someone new, someone fresh, and hopefully we can help his game out, and he has enough time to come and play with us.
Do these younger players come in with a lot of respect, ask you for any advice?
Yeah, they come in and basically, they ask sometimes, but I think just the play overall, just coming in the court, and that's what improves them. That's how I learned playing with Vince. He would never let me score a point until I started, maybe beating him here and there every once in a while, like years later. So the same thing with Mondo. We would play each other, and it was the same thing. Now Vic, showing the younger guys.
Well, good luck in the rest of the tournament.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks for the talk. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Marcos could have just kept talking for another couple minutes on that one question.
Dave Fink serves 0-0.
He's a mentor here. I mean, he's 45 years old. He's still ranked in the top 8, Marco Chavez, and you might not get it from the interview, but players gravitate to him. They just do. I do. Everybody wants to be around Marcos. There's something about him.
0-0.
Nice guy, too. Unless you're playing him. Opposite of that.
It was nice to me when I played.
Dave again diving over the ball. He's 1 for 5 on those. That time he jumped over the ball, as you can see. I think it's really more so in Dave's head that
1-0.
I think he tries to be perfect with the placement of the ball, and that's why he's missing some of those dives. He gets in there and says, I'm just going to get the ball back to the front wall. He'd get them all back to the front wall.
Point.
Now they're playing to 15 here, and you have to win by 2.
2-0.
So there's plenty of time. See that underhand paddle with power? That comes from outdoor handball. That should check. Both players had opportunities there to hit kill shots, and it ends with a
0-2.
A flub from Vic, but it's just perfect placement from Fink.
Point.
That's beautiful.
Wow. He came over that one.
Ball sticks to that left wall, slides down that left wall, and is a perfect shot from Dave Fink.
1-2. Short. Second serve.
I like the second serve.
Set up. 2-1. Point.
Score now 3-1. Game number 3. This is the breaker. The winner advances to the semifinals. Great shot again. That's 2 bounces. Vic calls it.
Thank you.
The WPH Race for 8 Red Death Tournament in Missoula, Montana.
1-3.
First day of real broadcasting. Yesterday we streamed a few of the matches without commentary. Fink missed his shot. Vic doesn't miss his. Nick, you saw Dave go for that Vic Perez shot where it goes left to front, and he missed it. He went front to left and stuck up. That allowed Vic to pin Dave and go to the right corner himself. Crazy. Those are tough right here. There's that shot from Vic. I mean, nobody does it better.
It's such a difficult angle because he was so close to the left wall.
It's just something he's developed. He has one that goes left to front and just dies up front, which I think is ungettable. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody get that other one. This one is a front to left that clips. And he just, nobody does it better than him.
But that's even more difficult than the ones he's usually doing because of that sharp angle into the left wall.
Right. I just don't know how a player does it so consistently good. Sean Linning seems to be the one that is able to do that as he serves.
1-4.
Vic does it so well during the rallies, and that was a screen ball.
Good screen call.
George Garcia Sr. called that all the way from Bakersfield.
It's the first screen serve I've ever seen David Fink not argue.
I don't think Fink would argue many of them based on the fact that he knows that he missed his serve. Unless it's one of those big hops that goes over to the right wall, that's called a screen. That's different. But he knows what he's trying to do with it, and it's not trying to screen the player. He's just trying to get a double bounce before the back wall. But with that said, Vic back in the server's box here.
5-1.
At 5-1 going to 15. Nice serve. Dave's very effective from here.
Wow.
The fans are loving this, Nick.
It's the best rally of the match so far.
And Nick, he just misses it. And that's a rare dive for Vic, who doesn't leave his feet often.
He usually doesn't need to.
you can see things tightening up here.
That upper lip,
1-5.
David Fink is still quite swollen.
Side out.
Vic tips another one in.
1-5. Point. Tap.
Hear the crowd cringing there as Dave hit the floor.
But it was a great re-kill.
Thank you.
Wow.
Can I get a couple seconds?
Sure.
Seems like Dave is asking for a brief injury timeout.
Injury-ish.
I think that kind of summed it up right there from a referee.
He says he hit his knee on the floor and wants a few extra seconds.
From an injury that wasn't an injury he came into this court with.
Ready? Second serve.
Well, I'm wrong. That's one of the first times you'll see somebody catch up to that corner left to front. I said it just doesn't happen. And
it left it too high.
3-5.
He hit it. It went in about a foot high. It was just too high.
I think even Vic was surprised. I like that shot.
Wow.
That is so hard to do as a lefty.
Offhand corner kill from shoulder height.
That was a good shot from Dave Fink.
4-5. Seconds.
Another good shot and a smart timeout here as Dave Fink has tied it here in game number 3. If you just tuned in and you see a big old fat lip on Dave Fink, it's because he got hit by a ball that Vic hit square into his face. It wasn't one of these glancing blows. Now, about 5 shots earlier, Dave hit Vic in the face on a shot that was probably more of a miss hit than anything.
All right, resuming play.
I think Dave was aiming there just sort of probably off his target by a couple feet and hit Vic, and then Vic turns around and gets Dave square in the face, and it wasn't on purpose. And Dave's probably stung more than Vic's did. Vic was a glancing blow. Dave took one square right underneath the nose. His front lip is pretty swollen. In fact, I thought he was one of the characters in The Simpsons. And I realized it was Dave Fink, and that's a beautiful right to front kill shot there from Vic Perez. Another automatic shot for Vic up front.
Well, we've seen a number of players this tournament get hit in the face. So maybe this is a good time to remind everybody, wear your eye guards when you play.
Well, the number of people getting hit in this tournament are people that have entered the pro bracket. So if you say, well, I just don't get hit, well, these guys are. I like how Dave took away Vic's lane over there on the left side, and then Vic just punches it down the right. Said, "You're going to take away my left. I'm going to go over there to the right." And here it is, Dave. That was what forced Vic to give Dave kind of a weak return. Dave out-weak returns him. And then a timeout called here, and a smart one. These guys are close. You know, when we looked at the brackets when it came out, this is the one that you circled on, one of the few.
The
that
4
you
or 5.
Yeah. You say, these guys are going to be good. This morning went to breakfast with my cousin, and he said, which matches are going to be the good ones to watch today? And I said, well, this one that comes up it's supposed to start at 10:30.
It's hard not to say all of them. I mean, you have a Mulkerrins and a Cordova.
Well, that one was another one I circled.
20 seconds.
And then you start seeing, well, I have too many circles here. Why don't you just come watch the tournament? I mean, there's a lot of circling going on here and not a lot of watching, so just come on down and watch. Players are making their way back into the court here with Vic Perez has the momentum at this moment.
Resuming play.
Let's see if Vic can go back to that lob serve that he had that helped him win game number 1 on a nice comeback. And this, Dave has the advantage now.
We're going to see another towel timeout?
I don't think so.
Okay.
8-5.
I know there's a rule against excessive diving, but Dave's been making it. Not unnecessary.
That's tough.
That's a good Hender call.
Check it.
That's tough. That's like the one that happened previously with Vic. You say, well, yeah, it's the right call, but if he wasn't in the way, that would have been very hard to get to, both of those. No arguing from either player in either play.
We'll never know.
8-5.
Because he was in the way. It's been a great 3-game match here.
Oh, it's a chess match between the two, and you really see more methodical play from Vic than we've ever seen. He knows what Dave does well, and you see Dave trying to take those great shots away from Vic as well. So they're really playing chess at this moment.
And how much energy is it going to take for the winner to win this, and how much will they have left for their next match against Killian Carroll?
Well, Killian's getting the massage back at the hotel. So if you wonder how he's doing at the moment, I would assume he's listening to whales, apparently. That's what I hear. Whale sounds, ozone being pumped through. Must be at a nice hotel. So what I'm getting at is good luck to the winner of this match. Bad timing.
Timing was off.
These matches were designed to be about 55 minutes, 60 minutes long at the most. I think last year it averaged 53 minutes long in this round. And they're already approaching an hour and a half, and there's a dive and another miss for Dave. Now 1 for 6.
Definitely going to need the towel
2 for
here.
6, excuse me.
Definitely going to need a towel break. Emmett's on top of it.
That's a great kick from Emmett. And Emmett wants the round of applause from the crowd there. And I don't blame him. That was one of the best kicks I've ever seen.
Emmett Peixoto.
I didn't even know you can kick a towel like that. I've seen people try to do that, but then slip and fall.
He didn't get the applause from the crowd, so they must not be soccer fans.
I said he was, he was trying to get it. He just didn't get it. And that's unfortunate for him because he really needs it, I think, at this moment.
8-6.
We're at 8-6 here. He put some loft in that, and see where Dave has to hit that return with his back up against the back wall, but it was a good return. Those are the ones you have to be upset with.
Well, Dave looks tired.
9-6.
That was a bad shot. Dave should put that away and does. That's an automatic shot for Dave Fink. He's practiced that thousands and thousands of times. Let's see if he can get on a roll here with his serve.
6-9. Short.
Vic really doesn't look like he's breathing that hard. David looks like he's breathing heavier than Vic is.
I like that from Vic. A little bit of frustration there from Vic.
Frustrated with his own shot.
7-9.
I think he could have sold that last shot a lot better. He could have at least gone for it. And you can say, well, if he didn't see it, why did he not go for it? But I think he wanted the call, but he didn't really try to show the referee that he could even get to it.
Right.
8-9.
8-9. That's a good serve. And that ball doesn't even make the front wall.
Great serve.
Dave's cutting underneath that ball.
Together at 9, it looks like Vic is taking his
30-second, or no? This looks like a full.
He used his 30-second. He's taking his first 60-second timeout.
Vic scoots by here to get away from the crowd. That's kind of the drawback of really the blessing of the tournament, is the fact that we have these great crowds, but it's the drawback for the players. They come out and they can't actually get out.
Packed in like sardines.
They come out, they kind of get their space. It's sort of like a pitcher throwing a no-hitter. Gets down at the end of the gets at the end of the dugout all by himself.
30 seconds.
The player tries to find that all by themselves position, and it's hard to in this facility. This place is packed. I mean, we can't even see the court, and we're sitting about, I would say, 15 feet, 10 feet back from the back wall. We can't even see the court.
Resuming play.
That's how many people are here.
9-9. Short ball.
Of course, we have TV monitors, so we get to see all the different camera angles.
Second serve.
There's another one.
Yeah, I can't make the call.
I don't think that would have made it.
Made it or not.
I think Dave could look right at Vic and say, would it have made it?
I don't think you can appeal that. They can appeal that call.
Well, he wrote the rules, so.
It's subjective.
It had a chance, right? Yeah, it had a chance. We're going to do that again. Did you check the ball?
You know, I don't think it would have made it.
That's not an appealable call, though. And I'm not sure if it would have made it.
9-9.
But we're not going to know because Fink got hit.
This could be a good opportunity for Vic. Another opportunity for Vic. This is 3 in a row.
Set up.
You have to think eventually somebody's going to put it away, and that was a pass shot from Vic, but you can see the game's gotten tight. Both players going for more pass shots than they are kill shots.
The shots are lifting.
9-9.
Oh, what a great shot there from Dave Fink.
I think he should do the other one and tell him from the left. He said, no. I told him try it once, at least try it once.
9-9.
Great shot. What a time to have that come out.
11-9.
That gives you confidence when you're a server. And he goes for it again, slides that left wall. Very tough ball to get back there. Another tough one. That one comes straight down, matches up with the sidewall, and now Vic serving here at 9-11. This is game number 3, the first tiebreaker
9-11
here in the men's pro bracket. This is tough.
There you go.
That ball drops right down that right wall, and Vic has made 2 just excellent rally enders with having his ball just slice right down that
10-11
right back wall there. Ball comes down fast, but then matches up perfectly. This is how you have to change your game in the middle of the game to get points, Nick.
That's got to be a screen.
That was contact.
What other pictures are there?
10-11.
Score is 10-11 in game number 3, going to 15, win by 2. Vic Perez serving. This is the men's quarterfinals, and now it's 11-11, and a very unorthodox miss there from Dave Fink.
11-11. Set up. 11-11. Short. Second serve. Wow.
What a great shot.
$12-11.
12-11 going to 15. Now remember, you have to win by 2, and that's going to be controversial.
Second serve.
No, it is not. Without having instant replay, I thought I could see that developing in such a bad way, and there's a side out. The reason why the circle was on the scoreboard, or on the scorecard, is because of this exact same thing right here. I think everyone knew this would come down to the last point.
Hold it.
It calls a bad bounce immediately. It's like Emmett saw it.
Well, it hits that box that's inside the court.
11-12.
They could want to take some backball setups on these shots. Wow.
Well, finally,
You don't need
takes
to
a chance.
when you have a shot like that.
He hasn't shot the ball from back there. Look how far back he is.
38 feet.
That's not a shot he's been taking in this tournament. So it's nice to see him go for it.
38 feet without the help of the back wall.
Okay.
Well, these guys are playing the game the way it's supposed to be played, Nick. I mean, you're going up top, you're playing methodical, and then the opening happens and you have to go for it. And the crowd recognizes it. And there's that big old fat lip from Dave Fink. Got hit by the ball from Vic in game number. It's game number 1, correct?
Dave, you have a 30-second timeout.
Yeah, very early, like 4-3.
4-3, very early in the game number 1 there, where Dave just a couple rallies earlier
12,
hit Vic in the face, but it was a glancing blow, but it could have been a lot worse. And then Dave got hit in the face right after that, and both of them were concerned with each other when it happened. You remember Dave not feeling good about hitting Vic. Vic didn't feel good about hitting Dave, and
well, nobody does it intentionally.
3 seconds.
Well, except for maybe the one yesterday.
Vic, you have a 1 minute.
There's some
timeout left.
self-policing that happens sometimes.
Vic serves.
In Montana, they call it frontier justice.
12-12.
We're all together at 12 going to 15, and you have to win by 2. This is the tiebreaker. Shot. This might check, and it does. And Vic goes for it and gets it. That ball just dies right dead center. And now, is it 13? Was Vic serving that?
I think that was 12-12, so now it's
13-12.
That's the first time Dave jumped in on that.
Well, remember, that's what he needed to do
in game 1.
In game 1 in order to get in position, but he started doing that too late.
Okay,
now Dave's got better position.
Dangerous from that position, and he goes for the stiletto kill shot left to front, gets it, 2-inch high roll out mouse. Look at this thing on instant replay. Now this is nasty.
39 feet.
12-13. Short. Second serve.
What's going to happen here? Dave has not been very successful when Vic throws that ball high and it goes all the way around to that left wall over there. We saw a couple hand airs earlier, and that one was just a setup. 13-12.
It gives Vic time to move up to the front.
So now Dave's stepping in on these serves, and he's been successful getting Vic, twice, Nick. We have a Nick in the booth and a Vic in the court.
And a Dave in the booth and a Dave in the court.
And a get your parental pass out, also in the broadcast booth.
Set up.
That's kind of like what Killian Carroll said earlier. Those balls, it's just too slow, and you try to attack it early, and then you have a hand error. 13-12, game number 3. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? That was brutal. That's right to front.
12-13.
Watch this here.
Short.
Threading the needle.
Second serve.
To get back into the server's box is Dave Fink.
This match is going to come down to shot.
Well, Dave's made 3 beauties here. Nick's make it 4. Now I told you that was the nemesis of Dave here in this match, and he turns right around and reverse announcer curses me.
Serving for the match.
Point.
Now it's.
I called it good.
Now it's going to be match point.
Point.
Right?
Oh, did he only have 12? Okay. Now he's got 14.
14-13.
Here it is, match point for Dave Fink.
Hit him. Check it.
Ball hits Dave.
I mean, Dave just making some great shots here at the end. Looked like Vic has had the momentum, but Dave's had the. Here it is, another one. Oh, and he misses it. That was actually easier than the ones that he made previously. 13-14, one more point, and he forces overtime. Here it is. Dave's going to let this come off the back wall.
This is trouble.
And there it is. We will go into overtime. You have to win by 2 in the tiebreaker, so now it's going to force
14-14.
at least a score of 16-14. Dave jumping in again. And now it's match point for Vic Perez.
So both players will have had a chance to serve for the match here. Killian Carroll watching.
15-14.
See which one of these tired opponents he'll be playing.
Will Dave come in? And he does.
Put it low.
This could be it. Nice get from the 42-year-old, and Vic Perez closes him out with the next shot right after that, and Fink not very happy with himself. But Vic takes the applause from the crowd here, gets the win, advances to the semifinals in Missoula, Montana, and a round of applause from the crowd who really enjoyed what they just got done witnessing here. One heck of a comeback at the very end. Looked like Vic was on the ropes. Let's go to Kara Mack and see what our champion has to say. Kara.
Incredible match there. How did that feel coming out of that one? Pulling it off, coming from behind in the tiebreaker.
I was a little tense there because Fink was able to hit a lot of good shots with his right hand. He killed like 3 serves in a row. And I just couldn't believe it. Every serve, he just rode out with his right, incredible. And then he had an ace serve to the right. And I just felt like I was almost done, but I just hung in there.
Even in that last point there, you know, he's on the ground, almost making it happen that he was going to have a side out there.
Yeah, he dug it out. I made sure that I was going to keep the ball down the second, third time. But yeah, incredible. He was able to get a lot of gets, and I just ran in, and luckily for me, the ball stayed up, and I was able to re-kill it.
What do you feel like you're doing very strong right now that you knew if you did, you'd be able to pull this off?
I think my fitness was the big part of it. I was able to work out maybe like twice a day and stuff, and I think that really kicked in the tiebreaker because normally I'm pretty gassed out. And another thing too is taking a little speed off of my shots. That helps a lot with conserving the power and strength for the later rounds.
Take us through that second game though. He came out really strong knowing that you had made that comeback in the first, had the momentum there in order to kind of switch it back in the tiebreaker.
So he was able to hit a lot of good shots to my left. He knew where my weakness was, and I was just missing everything. I tried to do too much. I think the third game I was able to adjust by just returning the ball, have him redo the shots, and yeah, I was able to adjust just fine. I was just slowing down the balls and hitting the ceiling shots to his right hand.
It's the second match now that we've seen a lot of paddle serves in there. Talk about how that works for you.
Well, not a lot of players can kill the ball other than Fink from backcourt with their offhand, but at the end of the day, the percentages eventually catch up to the players, and they're going to leave balls up. Sometimes they even skip, and those are easy points. So I think the paddle serve is really consistent, and it also saves a lot of energy too.
Congratulations, headed to the semis. Got to look forward to that.
Thank you, Kara. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Yep, thank you very much, Kara. It's going to be Daniel Cordova and Martin Mulkerrins coming up next. There might have been a little error on the broadcast schedule where we had the other match previous to this. It was just written down wrong. So we're going to see Daniel Cordova versus Martin Mulkerrins, and then Luis Cordova going up against Shorty Ruiz after this. But congratulations out to Vic Perez. I mean, he did a great job. It looked like he was down at the very end. Dave had the momentum with those great shots. Missed a fairly easy one on the right-hand side for him. And you heard the crowd gasp, and Vic went in and scored the next couple points to win this one, and now forge his way into the semifinals. So it was a good one. And a great interview from Kara Mack. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in just a bit. Daniel Cordova, Martin Mulkerrins. You thought that last one was good? This next one's going to be really exciting. Get ready for more action here as the Race for 8 continues. The Red Death Tournament in Missoula, Montana with the World Players of Handball. We'll be back in just a bit. Stick with us.
The last one, there's a couple bad bounces off the lights. If we see it, I'll try to call it. We got Adam and Marcos line judging. Good luck, guys. Excuse me. You guys hear me in there? You guys hear me? All right, we got the third quarterfinal match of the day. Serving first, rank number 7 from Ireland, Martin Mulkerrins. Receiving serve, rank number 2, Daniel Cordova. All right, guys, first game, 0 serve 0.
You just heard the announcement there from our referee. This is the quarterfinals between Martin Mulkerrins wearing the green and Daniel Cordova returning the serve. Now this is what you would normally see in a final, but the players are so good, we have such a huge draw. And when you go off the rankings, this is what happens.
Zero serve 0. Hold it, hold it.
Contact there. Martin didn't like that.
0 serve 0.
That's definitely short.
Second serve.
That's an offensive shot right there. Wow.
1 serve 0. Side out.
Daniel, he had that open spot there. He went for it and just flipped it into the ground. But those are the ones that you look back on and say, why am I missing those?
Well, it's the same shot he made two shots ago.
Look at that.
And he makes that.
The aggression from Daniel is evident here early. We're at 1-0. Crack serve, just barely misses the ace. That's dug out. Martin again.
Oh my goodness.
Boy, are you kidding me? First of all, how did Martin get any of those balls back? He had a chance to win that. Daniel off balance makes a kill shot. Another good shot there. You see Daniel off balance running forward, but he had to put a huge reverse on that, keep it up front, goes to the right to front. Very difficult shot to make. Put his whole body into it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are two of our race champions from this season, right? Daniel won in Atlanta, and then Martin took his first pro championship in Tucson.
Right.
Like you said, very interesting that they're meeting in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the past two race stops, one of these guys have won. Both of them have won. I'm going to look at it that way. But when you go off the rankings, this is kind of what happens. Yeah. It's not something I favor, but it could still happen even if you didn't go off the rankings and you're doing, pulling names out of a hat. This scenario could have happened anyway.
Or
also,
worse.
Killian Carroll could have gotten.
Yeah, Killian and Martin. And some people are picking Killian and Martin in the finals. Discussing with
present company included, but the way Daniel's playing right now, kind of lights out.
1 serves 5.
1-5, game number 1.
The whole bottom bracket is very strong. Both Cordovas and Martin Mulkerrins.
It's a tough bracket down there.
2 serves
and if
5.
the winner comes from the bottom bracket, then they had a pretty tough draw.
Second serve.
And especially if they come from this side of the bottom bracket. I mean, imagine this scenario. If Martin Mulkerrins wins the tournament, and this is way down the line and, not even fair to go there, but he would have to beat John Iglesias. He would have to beat Daniel Cordova, presumably Ruiz Cordova, and then
presumably Killian
Carroll.
Side out.
And that's a lot of presuming. That's if, the seeds hold true. But that would be probably one of the toughest draws in the history of the race for 8.
Well, he'd be knocking off the top 3 seeds in this hypothetical scenario.
Point. Six serves 2.
The only thing I can think to compare that to is the time that Ruiz Cordova had to play all 3 number 1 seeds in Salt Lake City a few years ago, and we had 3 number 1s tied on the rankings.
Daniel said that he has to come out and play hard here because he did not play well at the last stop, losing early, and I felt like he said it was to Martin Mulkerrins, but I could be wrong. But he lost early. And I was thinking it was somebody other than Martin, but nonetheless, he made a quick exit out of Tucson, and that was something that we didn't think would happen because he won the previous stop and played so well, and then he goes into Tucson and didn't have a good finish there.
Right. 20 seconds.
And so he said he had to come out and be very aggressive here, and it seems like tackling Martin early has worked for Daniel. And you see just a different pace between the 2 players from the previous game, which was much more methodical. Even though we did see kill shots from Fink, kill shots from Perez, here, very quick rallies.
7 serves 2.
And most of them ending on kill shots. 7-2, short ball, no call.
Well, it seemed like in the previous match, the players were waiting for their opportunities to find kill shots. In this match, these guys are looking to force kill shots. They're trying to find them.
8 serves 2.
But they're good enough that they can.
Side out.
And of course, there's a lot of history between these two players. For those that are fans of collegiate handball over the last 10 years or so, they'll remember that Martin and Daniel met in 4 consecutive collegiate singles finals, with Martin winning the first 3 and Daniel winning the 4th one.
3 serves 8. Short.
Martin breaking over the top of that ball. He hits it so hard, it's like a kill shot. Luckily for Daniel, it was short.
Second serve.
I love that shot right there. I really do. You know, these guys have a certain pace, Nick, and all of a sudden you see Martin do this. Now this pace has been, let's go as hard as we can, and then we hit this soft thing up front, and it's such a great shot. Anyway.
That was like a softer version of Vic Perez's corner kill.
And then he goes with this 90-mile-per-hour laser on his next winner, and now Martin's right back in this.
5 serves 8.
Would you say that Martin's the hardest hitter on the tour right now?
I think Sean Lenning
would have something to say about that.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah. That's with his offhand right there. I think Daniel's a hard hitter. I think Ruiz Cordova hits a real hard ball that doesn't get credit for. I think pound for pound, a guy like Shorty Ruiz probably hits the ball as hard as anybody, but Martin definitely sets up for the ball and really hits a laser. There's no doubt about it.
It seemed like there was a buzz for a while about Martin's power after the World Championships a few years ago. And ever since then, it seems like he's been kind of destined to break onto the Pro Tour.
Side out.
Now, is it true that he's recently moved to America?
Yeah, he's going to be making the move to Texas.
Okay.
He's not here yet, but he's going to be. I think for a whole year we'll have him.
Short.
But in my opinion, Robbie McCarthy's probably, if you're going to exclude Paul Brady from the list, which I don't think you can. I mean, I think you have to include Paul Brady, you have to include Robbie McCarthy, and if you throw those guys into the mix, and if you continue to include Sean Lenning, who's not here at this event, then he's in the mix as well.
Well, I was just thinking about currently on the tour.
Well, it just takes one of those guys to enter the next event and they're on the tour. That's what I'm saying. If they, Robbie could easily enter one of these, and
we've seen him in Salt Lake City a few times.
Well, it's underrated, his power. You go in the court and play there, and you say, "Oh, okay, yeah, he hits it hard." But
short ball.
I do believe that Martin,
appeals. I saw short. One agrees.
at this tournament's probably
One
he and
disagrees.
Daniel probably hit the hardest with Luis
Second
Cordova
serve.
right there, right behind him. I think that's short.
That seems short.
Really obvious, right?
The line judge does not fix that.
6 serves 8.
I think it's hard to be a line judge when you're sitting right behind the glass.
Well, it's hard to it's hard to see the short balls when you're floor level.
I think that you almost have to be perched up higher and further back. Gives you way better perspective. I think the closer you get to the ball, your brain starts to anticipate answers more than it really sees what it sees in real time. There's contact.
That's a vulnerable side up.
And the ref,
that's the correct call,
did the right thing for a rare moment here, because
I mean, well, yeah, that's
serves 8.
Watching it replay. Yeah, Daniel ran into him. That's definitely unavoidable. Even if you don't call the avoidable, you can just not call the Hender and let his kill shot stand.
Side out.
There's nothing wrong with an avoidable. It's not like
not
getting a card thrown at you in soccer and you're going to eventually get thrown out of a game. Yeah. Players act like it is. That was short. Players act like that's what happens. Like, oh, if I get 2 more of these, I get a technical. That was short.
Definitely short. I don't even know why
agrees. Second serve.
Again, one couldn't see.
I just don't get it. And they're all obvious, too.
But I believe the avoidable Hender used to be called the intentional Hender, and then they changed it. because intent really has nothing to do with it. But there's still this feeling like if you get an avoidable call on you, like you've done something wrong.
Well, I just don't understand how a player can say that I tried to get out of the way, as that's supposed to negate
the
call. It's like, well, it doesn't matter if you tried to.
Did get out of the way, or
you didn't. You didn't. And even if you did, you're still in the way.
Serve 6.
You know, you altered what they were going to do.
Yeah.
So that's where the interpretation, in my opinion, just from hearing players.
The most important factor is that you could have gotten out of the way and that you didn't. You know, sometimes when you say like, oh, it happened too fast, I can't call that unavoidable, it's because the guy didn't have time to get out of the way. But if you have time and you don't get out of the way, that's on you.
Well, I think sometimes if you're the one that hit the ball back at yourself, even if you don't have time, it can still be an avoidable hinder. You're the one that hit it back at yourself like that. I mean,
wasn't that a signature shot of Dave Chapman's?
It was.
The 100% shot. It's either a kill or a hinder. Just kill it in front of yourself.
Yeah, but you pin yourself on a wall and you hit the ball right back down the wall in a spot where nobody in the world would hit it, and you're doing it only for the hinder.
8, serve
but then
7.
again,
but that sounds like you're judging the intent, though.
Possibly, but it's still, you say, well, he has no place to go. He can't go to the wall.
Hold it. There's contact, yeah.
Guys are playing kind of close. Martin not really happy about that.
8, serve 7.
He hasn't been happy about some of the calls in here. I think he'd like more room to work.
Side out. Seven serves 8.
7-8. This is the longest rally so far of this match. Oh, I like it.
We're going to see a timeout call.
I don't know how you couldn't after that. You say, well, they weren't that brutal, but yeah, it's still tough.
8 serves 8.
We're all together at 8, and finally Martin has taken away that lead that Daniel got on him. Big setup for Mulkerrins. He's really good off the back wall, Nick. I mean, I can't say he's automatic, but when he has that confidence, it's one of the best in the game, and it's flat.
His percentage is higher than almost everybody.
9 serves 8.
Even if it's not flat, he hits it so hard, it's almost impossible to get your hand on.
Point. Timeout. 1 minute. 10 serves 8.
10-8 is the score here, and you can tell things have changed a bit. Martin in the driver's seat here.
Well, he went on a 4-point run. I believe Daniel was up 8-6 when Martin got in. Probably a smart timeout by Daniel.
I think even at one point it was 7-2. I mean, it was a pretty big lead for Daniel. And Martin really hasn't even allowed Daniel to score, and he hasn't been comfortable in the server's box either. Saw some big hops from Daniel, but they've been able to go into the side wall and check out, which means that they're not fooling Martin much. You see Dave Fink courtside there.
As well as Vic Perez behind him.
20 seconds.
You'd think after their tiebreaker they'd be resting and stretching and trying to cool off, but instead they're here soaking up this action.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be? This is, you travel great distances to watch these two play. Talking about two of the very
if I leave it anywhere,
elite players in the game.
That's why I'm here.
Time in.
Also the food.
Mostly the food.
Mostly the food. Let's be honest.
Yeah. This is like a cooking show that also has handball in the background. I like that little underhand paddle, and that's the second time we've seen that little off-speed return from Martin.
11 serves 8.
He's done one with his right and now one with his left. But
Seems
still,
like something Marco Chavez would do.
It's just hard to do it when you're seeing somebody hit a ball 85 plus.
Point.
Daniel misread the bounce in the corner.
12 serves 8.
I think he's 10 to 1 run right now for Martin Mulkerrins.
Wow. Do you think the 21 ball favors Martin?
Yes, of course it does.
Wow.
Again, nice little underhand paddle. And this is the first time I can recall seeing Martin incorporate this in his game as much as he has here. And this is a 21 ball shot.
21 ball shot.
It is. It's perfect.
Point.
And now he's getting those as well. And Martin's going to cruise here, it looks like, to end game number 1.
14 serves 8. Short. Second serve.
And a 13 to 1 run to close out game number 1 for Martin Mulkerrins. He found himself down 7 to 2, and he goes on a 13 to 1 streak. And Daniel never really had a chance. Martin Mulkerrins here, getting game number 1, and I think kind of stunning the crowd here. In a way, Daniel is a fan favorite. Martin is everywhere he goes, but they just don't know him here. This is a new stop for him. Let's go over to Kara, who I believe is going to be with one of our pro players. Kara, what's going on?
I've got Shorty here. He's got a match here coming up that he seems like he's preparing for by watching this next one, right? Thinking about what your play is going to be like.
Yeah, just looking at the guys, taking the shots, just thinking about what I'm going to do, the mistakes I won't do, and yeah.
What are you going to take away from your match against Marcos? What do you know that you're really doing well right now?
The serve and shoot, and try to do a little less errors when I'm in there.
I noticed your baby's also here at this tournament, so you're not getting any more sleep than normal.
No, I'm not. Hopefully she sleeps good.
But the energy of having her here and having it must be a good thing.
It's great. It's keeping me calm.
Yeah.
Normal.
Talk about this Montana tournament. Why do all you players love to come here? I know the hospitality is great, but it's just a good feel.
It's a good. I mean, the people are great. You know, the directors. You know, they're amazing people out here. You know, everybody's out here cheering for everybody. You know, good crowd and all that.
So in the last couple months, what have you personally been focusing on? What do you go into that court practicing every day?
My serve. I've been a little slacking on my serve, but I've been trying to get it better.
So share what that looks like.
Just down the right.
Down the.
Yeah.
So you in there constantly just working on that serve, taking it ball after ball after ball?
Yeah, I'm just, just try to get it a little crack after crack after crack. But sometimes it doesn't work out like that in the game.
How are you witnessing how this tournament is turning out so far with the other players?
It's great. I mean, we had some upsets and all that, and everybody's pushing everybody, to their limits. So they're all doing good, though.
I had mentioned Marcos had that round of 16, even had some new qualifiers in it. And how does that feel as far as a player who's been around for a while?
I mean, it's just another tournament. And
someone new to battle.
Someone new, just, hopefully I keep it up.
What have you learned about yourself? Has it changed any becoming a dad as far as a player goes?
Well, that's my second child. So, I mean, I got a little bit of a heads up on that.
I never knew that. How old's your first?
10.
Oh, boy. Okay. So you have, that's awesome. Does your 10-year-old play?
She tries.
She can't reserve your serve to the right, so she's just like cut it short.
Yeah. So.
Well, best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, his 10-year-old tries just like Shorty's brother, Martin Ruiz. Anyway, going back to what we saw here, Daniel looked really hot, and he was hitting balls with some verve, and it seemed like he had a direction and a thought process, and then Martin just wore him down a bit, kind of put the offense out of his hands. and he was the aggressor, made some great back wall kill shots, but really just extending these rallies, and I think he tired out Daniel. But what did you see?
I felt like Martin controlled every part of the court. I mean, like you said, he was killing the ball well off the back wall. He was hitting good pass shots, including the one that sealed the game for him. But also some very interesting paddle shots in the corners. So it seems like he had every phase of the court down, you know, firmly in control of that game in the second half there. Like you said, 13-1 run.
That was really impressive, and he ends up winning 15-8. But he had a 13-1 run there to close it all out. A nice streak for Martin Mulkerrins, who looked really sort of out of sorts there at the beginning, with Daniel just shooting everything, hitting the ball really hard, and then Martin extended some of these rallies. We saw one of those rallies, probably the longest rally that we've seen in the tournament, and Daniel never scored after that. I mean, he wasn't scoring before that either, but he certainly didn't score after it either.
Right. Looks like they're about ready to start game number 2.
Now we're getting ready here for game number 2. There's the handshake.
Game 2.
If this is the end for Daniel Cordova here in Missoula, he will have a round of 16 loss and then a round of 8 loss after winning a tournament.
Side out.
Now Daniel's currently ranked number 2 on the tour, including
0-0.
Sean Lenning, who's not here. We were looking at the rankings yesterday and kind of hypothesizing that if Killian were to lose in the semifinals and Daniel were to go on to win the tournament, that he would actually jump to number 1, but that's the only way.
1-0.
With Lenning declining the invite, he will drop to number 4.
Because he loses points from this tournament.
He's losing points from this tournament.
Because he made the finals last year. Right?
Yeah, so he's going to be losing 8 points from this tournament last year.
2-0.
Here's the instant replay. Watch what Martin does. He just tracks that ball all the way. And I'm telling you, if you're wondering about his power, if you're able to hit the ball 3 inches off the ground and it hits the front wall at 2 inches off the ground,
that's power.
That's a lot of power. That's on a rope.
Side out.
That time he lifted, didn't stay through it correctly. Game number 2 here, it's 0-2. Martin Mulkerrins wins game number 1.
Point. One serves 2.
Yesterday, as we were looking at the rankings, we also calculated that Marco Chavez's spot in the top 8 is safe, regardless of what happens. He had an unfortunate first-round loss yesterday.
Appeals to serve. I saw it good.
But his spot in the top 8
One
will be safe
disagrees,
after
one
this tournament.
agrees.
Watch what happens here.
Side out.
Somehow, Martin puts the right spin on this ball to get it up there, and then Daniel floors it.
Another one of those timing issues.
We're all together at 2 now in game 2. The deuces are wild. Nick. Oh my.
Look at that paddle.
I didn't think Martin knew that Daniel was so close. Daniel dives in. Martin just kind of holds his ground, and Daniel slides right past him, misses that ball just short on the dive. So I don't think it's any question of hinder or anything like that. It's just that I don't think Martin thought that Daniel would be so close to that.
Now, Martin's qualified on the Pro Tour a number of times over the last few years, but until Tucson, he hadn't really done very well. He had a number of first-round exits coming up against Cordova brothers a few times and losing in the first round.
And then Vic Perez.
That was a point.
And
3 serves 2.
I think at least part of that was due to not being used to the WPH ball. Now that we have the 21 ball, it certainly makes him more comfortable because it's more the speed that he's used to. And that could be why he's having so much success right here.
Side out.
Well, I think it is. And that's why on my bracket I picked him to be in the finals. Now, I wouldn't say that he's going to win the tournament, because if he has the hardest, if he does make the finals, it's one of the harder draws that we've ever seen.
Yeah.
They both agree. Second serve.
It doesn't mean that he can't win it either. People that say that you can't hit this 21 ball hard, you saw the previous matches. That ball looked dead in there. It's the same ball. It's the same wall. These guys are smoking the ball. You hear how hard this ball is hitting the wall?
Yeah.
Second serve.
They have no problem hitting
It's
it.
the players. It's not the ball.
I mean, look at that. That's a left hand off balance, wrong foot forward. I mean, in a sense, I mean, it's more flat-footed, and he still hits it with verve. Are they going to break this thing or not?
Seems like what they're trying to do.
Second serve.
Just crushing the ball. It's going to be crazy up front if it makes it, doesn't make it.
We had many broken balls in the broadcast today. We
did.
Just had one in the first
5
game.
serves 3.
Had some yesterday. But, you know, I always say this in defense of the ball. When you're up here in cold temperatures, and the people storing the ball puts it in the warehouse outside, what do you expect? Nice dig.
Side out. Top.
Makes it look so easy.
That was over there.
Watch this thing. Martin just snaps this ball, Nick, just perfectly right down.
Serves 5.
And with all of that, it's only 3-5. I mean,
Seems like it should be.
it's like fireworks show, and you're saying we're not even close to the finale yet.
Yeah.
They both agree. 4 serves 5.
I'm sure you've been to Disneyland. You know what I'm talking about.
He's very young.
Short.
That
They
seems like
both
it was
agree.
short.
Second serve. Second serve.
I hope I don't jinx it, but I think this referee's been doing a very good job so far.
Oh, you did. Nice get. Oh, he calls 2 bounces on himself.
5 serves 4.
There was one person in the crowd that appreciated that. You know, we didn't have the luxury of seeing where that ball bounced, but you don't see too many guys track a ball around the revolving door and then pick it up on 2 bounces.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to do all that. Oh, wow.
Side out.
What a pinch.
Another great shot if you're a newbie trying to play, or if you've loved this game and want to learn new shots. Watch this right here. He goes dead into the corner.
4 serves 5.
He's trying to hit right in that crack, not to the right, not to the left, but just dead center. And whatever happens is going to be crazy if you hit it low enough. He hits just in the perfect spot, a little bit to the right of the crack. But
5 serves 4.
if it hits that right wall, it can just shoot out so fast. Even if you're in position, it's going to be hard to get.
Point.
Great pass.
Martin, you're bleeding. I'm taking a timeout for that.
Seemed like our cameraman knew what the call was going to be before the referee did. I'm not sure if he's in cahoots with the ref. I'm just joking. You have to give credit to Shea Lowenstein for knowing exactly what's happening here courtside as he goes over and checks out this wound.
Now, according to the rule book, instances where blood is involved does not apply to the injury timeout. It's a separate type of timeout, and he actually gets unlimited time to stop the bleeding.
Am I supposed to get him a Band-Aid?
Now you see the referee. It's not the referee's obligation to get him a Band-Aid, but there should, in a normal circumstance, the tournament director should be there, right? I mean, you'd have to say that it's not the ref.
Yeah, somebody should be trying to help expedite this because, like I said, he gets time until this stops bleeding.
Do you need a Band-Aid or something?
You know, it's just, it won't stop.
The quicker they stop it.
Get as much time as he can to get that to stop, and you can help.
Okay.
Somebody can help.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it has to be you, but somebody can get a Band-Aid.
Yeah. You guys don't have a Band-Aid here? Okay.
You don't, so
Front desk.
Excuse me, do you guys have Band-Aids?
You see the referee, we can hear him on our microphone asking for a Band-Aid. Now, our player can get as much time as he needs to get this thing to stop. It's not going to go against any of his timeouts. He doesn't really have the opportunity to, you know, get up and walk around and go ask people. It's really not his total obligation.
The referee helping by getting him a bandage.
Should just take his gloves off and do this the right way.
Yeah.
These are situations that I think players take for granted in the sense that they don't realize how serious the reason why this rule is what it is. And another tough thing is for a Band-Aid to stick on an area that's right there, first of all, but secondly, when you're sweating, it's just so hard. And I think this will be okay, but he might have to take
if he needs to dive or anything, it might come off.
I've seen this happen before, and players then have to wrap it with tape all the way around their leg just to hold the Band-Aid on.
Well, what happens is you put the Band-Aid on while your leg is straight, and then when you go to lunge for a shot, the extension of your leg pulls the Band-Aid and it catches.
That was a great serve. I thought it was short, but it's not going to.
We might need to see some rebandaging here.
7 serves 4.
This is where taking that regimen of 5 aspirin tablets before you play is probably not
a good idea.
Going to help out stop that bleeding. I'm not a doctor.
Well, in the old days when you could smoke cigarettes in the club, the players would just take a lit cigarette and put it right on the knee. That stops the bleeding real quick.
Cauterize it.
Yeah, cauterize the wound.
You know, I'm old enough to remember that, and I know you were not old enough to remember that, so I don't know how you even knew that existed.
Oh, I hear stories from my grandpa.
Okay. I knew your grandpa. And
You know my grandpa, he's still alive.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen him since you were born. But I can say this, that those days, I do remember them, and then I remember when they said no smoking in the club, and I always felt like that was funny because why should it have been allowed to begin with? You know, it's like, right? There's some things that are obvious. It's like smoking in a maternity ward.
Or smoking on an airplane.
It's just not right. There's that shot. Love it. Left to front, stiletto kill. The San Antonio spoiler.
7 serve 7.
I call it the MVP, the Martin Vic Perez.
Eight, serve 7.
Big setup here. That power is just unbelievable. See how Daniel has Martin completely, I mean, Martin has Daniel off balance in that whole rally, and it's just one little mistake and Daniel gets his feet.
Well, when you're playing at this level, all it takes is one mistake. Almost every shot is perfect. One little mistake. And Daniel's appealing a serve here.
They both disagree. Second serve.
Oh my. So the referee called the serve good. They played through the rally and Daniel missed a shot.
Second serve.
And the line judges overturned it and he gets a second serve.
Yikes.
And does that count as the first mistake for our referee here?
7 serves 8.
That's a good shot right there. I mean, that's the difficulty of making this ball do exactly what Danny wants. Watch how much spin he puts on this and watch what happens to the ball. Watch this thing. And it just double bounces. Martin's not far away from that. It just, Martin thought the ball was going to check into the left wall and it doesn't.
Well, and that's because he came over the ball, which put some reverse on it and kept it off the wall. Had he come under it, it probably would have hopped towards the wall.
Right, it would have
been a wraparound for Martin.
I think Martin thought it was going to do that. 9-8 here. Daniel in the lead.
Well, it's smart for Martin to play it that way because it's the only chance he has to get to the ball.
Nope.
Oh my.
That sounded like a hurt too. Like you dive for the ball and you come right down on your elbow. Watch on the instant replay here. I think he's...
Daniel's still on the ground.
Yeah, he hit really hard in the backcourt here.
He's up now. He's working his shoulder out. We're going to see a break in the action here.
Is the blood back here from Martin?
Is the Band-Aid falling off?
I think it... Nope, it's still there. But that hit there at the end, you heard Daniel come down really hard.
Side out.
Band-Aid still intact
Just
for now.
hanging on by a thread.
Time in. 8 serves 9.
Serve. Could have been a screen, maybe? Close?
Could have been, but I like that he let it go. It seems like it didn't bother Daniel. Sometimes you just have to throw that 10-foot rule out the window and just watch the reaction of the receiver. Hardy ball.
That is impossible.
Successful.
That is such a great shot, too, if you do it on purpose, and a good shot if you don't. It still happens. Either way, it's a great shot. Just slides right across the back wall. We couldn't see it there on the broadcast, but trust me on that. That ball slid right across the back wall. And I love that right there. Daniel plants his feet, goes right down the right wall. Ball doesn't waver at all. Watch this. You want to talk about sending it on a rope. He plants his feet and just sends it right down this wall.
Laser beam.
Didn't have to be perfect. Daniel's starting to get a little bit of confidence here with his serve. He was short on that.
Second serve.
Don't normally see the fly the fly 3-wall shot.
Abe serves 10.
Bye-bye. Now it's 9-10. Martin wins the first one, 15-8. This is game number 2.
Serves 10.
Score is 9-10. Nice get. Daniel's hurt on that shot. He's still feeling it too. That is incredible. And do you see a timeout from Daniel here? I mean, that last shot is great. Watch this. Off balance, and he just goes over the top and breaks it down.
We're going to do a towel timeout here for where Daniel went down.
Daniel just hit that sidewall early in that rally.
A little bit back here. Yeah, right there.
Referee jumping on the court to kind of show Daniel what he sees, but
yeah, well, a lot of times in the heat of the action, you don't remember where you went down.
well, Danny earned that rally winner.
All right, guys. 10 serves 9.
Now 11-9, trying to force a tiebreaker is Daniel Cordova.
Well, if he does force a tiebreaker, Martin will get the first serve in the tiebreaker because he already has more points now than Daniel had in the first game.
Good serve.
Side out. Nine serves 11. Short ball.
Seemed like there's a little indecision there from the ref, but
Martin's not arguing it. He must.
I think
he
it
must
was
have
short.
seen it short.
Second serve.
Wow.
What a shot.
Off balance. It felt like Daniel had a couple opportunities there that he let go by.
10 serves 11.
This is so impressive. He's falling back.
See how he put that underspin to keep that ball up?
Point.
And that just totally fooled Daniel. Is that a time to throw out your first hop serve of your entire life?
Well, I was thinking if we were going to talk about hop serves, it was going to be Daniel, but it looks like Martin's learning the art.
That could crush a guy like Daniel, not knowing that you've ever seen that.
Point.
And then that happens.
Wow.
You get an ace off that serve?
And it looks like we've got a timeout for Daniel.
You guys stay in the court, Daniel.
Daniel used a 30-second, so he has to stay in the court. Good call by the ref.
Five seconds. Time in. Score is 12, serving 11.
Should put this away. Goes with a 2-wall pass, doesn't get it, but this is going to set up this shot. Martin doesn't get that either. Daniel's a get artist. And he throws a little natural hook in on a sidearm, almost overhand hook right down the middle. That ball popping back into him.
11 serves 12.
Daniel's going to force a tiebreaker. He's got to make a move here.
Boy,
what a hop.
Well, he tried to get Martin back for doing that to him. That shows you some confidence.
The revenge hop.
I like that inside out. Wow. That's where power is good for you. No timeout here from Martin?
Timeout. Can you guys change your gloves and shirts? Or your shirt? Can you change your shirt?
Well, that's going to...
2 minutes.
Does he get his timeout back?
Well, I've always wondered that. I say that it should be allowed if the referee's going to make that call. You know, in basketball they do that. When football they do it as well.
If you call a timeout and then ask for an equipment change.
But that wasn't asked. The referee enforced it.
Right. So I'm saying if you call a timeout and then you ask for the equipment change, you shouldn't get your timeout back, in my mind. But if you call a timeout and then the referee tells you to make an equipment change, it seems like that's a better case for getting your timeout back.
I do believe that's true.
We'd have to consult with our rules commissioner.
You know, as a fan, I also don't mind these happening, you know, because it's intense for the players, but the fans are on the edge of their seat as well, and they need a break. And you don't want a play at the end of the game to be determined by a ball that slides.
Or sloppy because they're exhausted.
Right. And I'm not saying bending any rules to make that happen. I just do believe that...
Well, as hard as these guys have been playing, it's pretty obvious that they should be playing in dry. You know, they need to change into some dry clothes. I mean, Martin started in this shirt in the first game, as did Daniel in his shirt.
This is also a good indication that changing your gloves and changing your shirt doesn't always take 2 minutes.
Right.
Martin's taken the first full minute, and he might not even change his shirt. I mean, I don't know.
30 seconds.
I mean, it was told to change gloves and shirt, and he's not doing either.
Maybe he only brought one shirt.
Well, but the gloves. Martin's just can do his thing here. I'm not sweating.
I wonder if Martin didn't hear him say it. Daniel called the timeout and came out of the court as the referee said it. I don't know if Martin heard him say that. But the referee's right there and should be saying something to him.
Time in, Dan.
That's interesting. Well, I don't know what to say anymore. All of that stuff we said earlier.
It's out the window.
I mean, it's not like he's drenched, so I'm okay with it, but...
Well, you think they would be after how they've been playing.
Yeah, it's weird.
But no, your point is well taken that these equipment timeouts should not take a full 2 minutes usually, so that's why the rules are written to say timeouts may be 2 minutes maximum for equipment change.
Right.
Serves 12.
We're all together at 12 now. What I don't want to see is a referee calling for another one of these breaks because Martin has gloves that are wet. That's a huge,
looked like a short.
Just, you know, a huge advantage for a player to be able to take a 2 minute break and then 3 or 4 points be able to take another 2 minute break when they weren't following the rules previously. That's
Well,
a loss of a timeout, isn't it?
Should be. Although he was sitting next to the referee and the referee didn't say anything, so part of that's on the ref. In 3 matches now, we haven't seen a single slide call.
Right, that's true.
So I'm not terribly worried about it.
13 serves 12.
Trying to force a tiebreaker, 13 to 12 now.
And I do believe that if Daniel forces a tiebreaker here, Martin probably will change his shirt just because he has the time to do so.
Nice get.
Hold it. Contact.
Daniel's going to be feeling this. Now he just popped that elbow right on the ground. He's done that before. Throughout the years, we've seen that big, huge...
And then contact on the backswing.
Hematoma. That's what he called it. Hematobe.
13 serves 12.
On his elbow.
Is that a medical term?
Emmett calls it the heme. They all have names for it.
Point.
And now we are at game point and a chance to force the tiebreaker.
1 point from tiebreaker.
14, serves 12.
Way over hit. Terrible shot there from Daniel. Circle that.
Side out.
So now Martin's going to need overtime if he wants to take this game.
12, serves 14.
Does Martin ever breathe hard?
I've never seen it.
I mean, I'm not even sure he's breathing. Here he goes.
Side out.
I like that wide corner. I think Martin thought he was going to shoot it right down the right wall, and instead he goes a little wide.
14, serves 12.
Here it is, game point again.
Side out.
And another opportunity for Martin to get a couple points. Back in the server's box. Martin trying to at least, I mean, obviously he wants to get to 15, but he wants to get to 14 to force overtime. And it seems to be, when you do that, it seems to crush the other player. I don't know why. They feel like they make it there and then they end up losing the match. Oh, and he just missed it. Daniel now serving again to take the second game to force a tiebreaker.
Serves 12.
Could have been called a screen. Looks like Martin wanted the screen. Yeah.
Martin.
I didn't see a screen.
He's got a good case for it.
4 minutes.
That's really close to Daniel right there.
Yeah.
Now, it probably didn't help that the ball breaks back into Martin with a great hop serve from Daniel, and that made it, you know, from our perspective, look like Martin didn't know where the ball was at, but really a lot of that was because of the hop as well. Martin is playing a little bit left of that serve, but still, I know it would be hard to see, and I could see a referee calling a screen there with probably no argument, but it is what it is, and that's a win there for Daniel Cordova, who did look different this game, much more aggressive. He decided to put it all on the line, diving for balls, putting his body on the line as he dove into those walls. And that type of dedication as an opponent is very intimidating.
Right. Now, Martin won the first game here. Daniel won the second. So Daniel seems to have the momentum factor, but Martin scored more points, so he'll be serving first.
Right.
As we know from our WPH statistics, 57% of the time, the player who won the second game wins the tiebreaker. But 61% of the time, the player who serves first wins the tiebreaker. So it's anybody's game.
Yeah, those are good stats, and it's a good point as well. We'll see if those stats hold true as game number 3 is coming up right around the corner. This is the quarterfinals of the race for 8 between Daniel Cordova and Martin Mulkerrins. Daniel forcing that tiebreaker. And it was close to 15-12, right? Mm-hmm. So pretty impressive. Let's go to Kara Mack, who has one of our pros here courtside, I believe. Kara, what's going on?
Yeah, I've got Adam here. He's like, we're being outshone by a baby. I mean, but she is pretty darn cute.
That's how it works. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially with this one heading into a tiebreaker, we all knew it was going to be close. These two are the past 2 Pro Stop winners.
Yeah, this is a pretty fun match to watch. Very back and forth. I don't quite understand why Martin won the first and Daniel won the second. I think they're just kind of ebbing and flowing. Both playing really good handball. I suspect conditioning will come into play.
They both are so laid back almost in their emotional response on the court. You know, neither of them really seem too nervous or, you know, especially with it being so close.
Yeah, that's right. And I think they're both playing good. Neither one's, just hitting the ball on the floor or making silly errors. So I think they're probably both confident in the way they're playing right now.
Mm-hmm. Were you surprised about anything that you've seen in these first 2 games?
I'm surprised Daniel won the second game. It looked like it was going to be the same as the first. He was ahead. Martin came back. But then Daniel just went ahead and went on a run and won the game. I was surprised by that. I'm glad. Looking forward to tiebreak.
Knowing that this is such a tough match for either of them in the quarterfinals, it must be hard for each of them to know, too, to advance. It's like this one's going to take a lot out of them.
Yeah, it's a costly game. Martin looks, to me, 100%. Daniel looks great, but maybe, he's starting to waver a little bit. But I think it'll make it hard. They'll both be rooting, whoever wins, be rooting for a long match to follow this one to make it even.
Talk about your path recently, how this tournament's going for you.
Tournament's gone good. The breakfast burritos were great this morning. I've heard there's a really fun dinner tonight. Missoula has no traffic. So the tournament, in those regards, has gone really well.
And cute babies.
Yeah, cute babies every now and then.
All right, thank you so much. And back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. When you ask somebody how the tournament is going, and the first thing is, tournament's good, the food's great, that's kind of what you're going to get. You're going to get that food coming out either as the first thing or the second thing.
It's certainly the first thing on my mind.
It always is with you, even if it's a bad place, it's the first thing on your mind. But here it is a good place, and we have, as you see right here, I'm pointing at this direction, that's red. You see the red cap, that's Red Death, and that is the tournament namesake. Randy.
The nub.
He's an amazing dude, and he's done a lot of good stuff to put everything together. And now he's talking about these top pros that have all autographed their names, except for Emmett Peixoto. Emmett, for some reason, didn't
David
put
was a little high.
David made his look like an extension of his name, but Emmett Peixoto hasn't done it yet. But Red is a tournament ambassador, and he's really kind of revived Montana handball. And you can see the Peixotos, the Mulkerrins, the Chavez, and then Vic Perez, Fink, Ruiz, and Daniel Cordova, and then Killian Carroll. You say, well, why isn't Sean Lenning in there? Well, he didn't take the invite to Missoula, and so he wasn't on this poster, which was made specifically for this event.
Right.
The fans can come up and see which guys are actually on the Pro Tour. They see what their rankings are. We miss Sean here. He, too, was a fan favorite and is pretty much everywhere he goes.
One interesting fun fact is that the 4 players with facial hair all got put on the same side of the bracket, and the 4 clean-shaven got put on the other side. And I know that was on purpose.
Yeah. The ranking gods. Well, we're getting ready for game number 3. The score of game number 2 was in favor of Daniel Cordova, who won that 15-12, but he lost the first one 8-15. He was up 7-2. And then only scored 1 more point out of the next 13 or next 14 points that were scored. He scored 1. And that allowed Martin to have that momentum going into game number 2. Where Daniel did kind of the same thing, just jumped out to a lead. This time he held it.
Start tiebreaker, Martin serves.
Martin did change his gloves. He had finger padded gloves on previously. Now he goes to the unpadded fingers, unpadded gloves.
And he changed his shirt.
And he changed his shirt, and he goes to the tournament shirt. But look at this, finger padded to unpadded.
Interesting.
Actually, these might be padded. But still, no fingers. That's a huge difference in how it feels. I think it will make him play better because he has so much power. I think taking the fingers off, the finger pad, it gives you more power. I know Tom Kopp, who makes these gloves from Owen, watching and just shaking his head, saying, no, it's not true. I can't recall a player switching a whole type of glove going into a tiebreaker. It's pretty drastic in a way. Apparently not as drastic as I'm making it out to be.
I only have one type of glove, so I don't know.
Side out.
Can you imagine if you changed to another type? But then again, imagine you going to a tiebreaker.
0 serves 1.
We're going to 15, so there is no 11-point game here. Jeff Kastner is going to turn down the court sounds just a little bit, hopefully. Perfect.
Point.
I mean, that's how hard these guys are hitting it. You have to tell Jeff to turn the volume down. It's the same setting as before with the other guys. Big setup here for Daniel. Doesn't do anything with it. Another setup for Daniel. Doesn't do anything with it. Another setup for Daniel, and he misses it.
Not one of their better rallies.
That was really bad.
2 serves 1.
Daniel should be serving right now. He had 3 opportunities. The first 2 were
golden.
Yeah, so everything you want. There's another setup. Little screen, no call.
Left.
You see how Martin just so easily throws that ball to the roof. A lot of players have to get their feet in the right position. Martin just flips it up there really quickly.
3 serves 1.
You have players that have played 40 years that can't even hit a successful ceiling shot. Martin just lets the ball roll at the tip of his fingers. Big setup here off the back wall for Martin. He goes for it and gets it. Another point for Mulkerrins. And no 30-second, no timeout called, but I thought I'd see one from Daniel. Martin's giving him a little reprieve here. If I were Martin, I'd not kick that ball around, just pick it up and get ready to serve, because Daniel's on the ropes.
Quick serve. I want to see another hop from Martin.
Point. Timeout. 1 minute.
There's that timeout you were talking about.
Well, it's smart. I think you should have done it a play or two earlier.
What does that bring the score to?
5-1, I believe. It's game number 3, and Martin Mulkerrins has a nice commanding lead here. Daniel's completely on the ropes, out of breath. Martin breathing a little bit, but it doesn't seem like he's showing much signs of wear. And as you see, Martin just casual here. You see over Martin's right shoulder, to our left, is Kyle English. His last name actually isn't English, but the English stands for what he doesn't say to the referee during a match.
15 seconds.
Type of language he doesn't use.
He's got a nice shiner there from courtesy of Anthony Collado.
Anthony hit a ball right into his face earlier, and of course Kyle handled it well, as expected. He didn't mope around.
5 serves 1.
5-1.
Walk with a limp.
Game number 3, going to 15.
Point.
6-1.
6 serves 1.
You know, Daniel's going to need a little bit of luck, and then he's also going to need some really gutsy execution. Because right now, Martin's making him play so safe. He's going to have a couple misses, a little bit of luck, and some really hot skill if he's going to beat Martin right now. Because Martin's really cool at the moment.
Well, he's got to pull out every tool in his toolbox. Hop serves, corner kills. dives, whatever it takes here. This is not going to work.
My goodness. Now Daniel has a chance to win this, and he does.
Oh my gosh.
Martin has to be totally upset with himself.
You bleeding again? Oh.
The Band-Aid's flopping around.
And that's frustrating too, because that's totally on your mind. 1-6.
Short. Second serve.
And Daniel can't locate the serve, Nick. It really sets up his whole game.
Side out. Six serves 1. Point. 7 serves 1. Short. Second serve. Point.
See how Martin's just making Daniel run into walls.
He's overpowering him, pushing him left to right.
8 serves 1.
Daniel's going to feel this. Either later today or tomorrow.
Well, yeah, how many times has he hit the floor or the wall or the back wall?
Side out.
You know, when you're in the court and you're taking abuse like this, you can kind of work yourself through it through endorphins and just being in the moment. But knowing that you have to warm yourself up, you have to warm your body up through an injury, warm up the injury, and then play through the injury, it really works negatively in your brain when you try to do that in a tournament. Because you say, I have to get to that point where it still hurt, you know? And both of these guys are going to feel it, actually. They have long rallies.
Martin pulls out an Irish whip. Wow.
Point.
Nice shot there from Mulkerrins.
9 serves 1.
How did that ball not hit Martin?
Side out.
Don't think it really mattered. Daniel pinches the right corner, flips out across the court.
1 serves 9.
Daniel is 14 points away from winning this.
Point.
Make that 13 points, and Martin
2 serves 9.
just 6 points away. Look at that reverse.
He appeals the serve. I saw it good. One disagrees. Both disagree.
Wow.
Well, it was short. Everybody knew that.
Martin's disappointed here. That's
Second
frustrating.
serve. Side out.
Well, Martin would have appealed, right? If it was the other way around.
He certainly would have appealed it, but it's frustrating to do the work to win a rally that then gets negated because it should have never happened in the first place.
The only way around that is electronic.
10 serves 2.
Like the light or the line lights up if you hit it or something.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I know other ways around it. It just, you're changing the whole fabric of how the game's played, so it doesn't go well with players. One way around it is you can stop immediately and just say, and if you're wrong, it's an avoidable hinder and you lose either the point.
That's a big risk for the player.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that's what would make you play through it.
Yeah.
But if you're really confident you saw it, then you better have a system in place that really confidently can detect it, which means instant replay has to be available and accurate, which then would go back to the electronic part.
Well, I think the simpler thing is to somehow have the referees up higher so they can look down on the line and have a better vision of it.
Watch this play.
11 serves 2.
We're at 11-2 here. Watch this. I mean, it's awesome. Let's not fool ourselves, Nick. We both hit that before. But it was, for you, it was like 2003, and it was once. And for me, it was in 97 once. For me, I was in the court by myself. It didn't matter. For you,
for me,
it was in a
the white ball in a
consolation.
junior.
It was a consolation match for you. So you know you can do it, but these guys seem to do it multiple times in the match. And that's going to be played over.
12 serves 2. Side out.
That was a tough shot right there for Daniel. He just clips the side wall. Didn't know exactly what he would do there.
2 serves 12. Short. Second serve. Side out. You can tell. 12 serves 2. Short. Second serve.
It's 12-2, second serve. Game number 3, going to 15. Martin Mulkerrins has the lead. Looking like he might advance here to the semis.
Point.
2 points away now from his second ever semifinals. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
13 serves 2.
At a WPH race stop.
Yeah, of course.
Short.
And in back-to-back tournaments, right?
Yes. And because he has so few appearances, no matter how he finishes here, it's going to count towards his point total, which means he's going to be rising in the rankings after the tournament, no matter where he finishes.
Bad bounce, yeah, hit the box. 2 serves. 13 serves 2. Short. Second serve. Side out. Two serves 13. Point. Three serves 13.
That was a natural hook right down the middle. I think it's a great serve, but might be a little late. Oh, and he just gets it to the front wall. That ball, I don't know how it makes it up there like that. Watch this off-balance shot from Daniel. I mean, threading the needle is one thing, but this is almost a miss hit that makes it to the front wall.
Well, he was jumping as he hit it.
I can't say positively that he did that on purpose.
5 serves 13.
Short. See, this is another one that's
going to get appealed.
It's going to get either overturned, but
possibly taken away.
We'll see who's going to appeal it.
And see, it's frustrating for the players because they're going to go through this like 20, 25 shot rally, and the loser's going to appeal it, and it might get overturned and taken away.
Well, that's where the crowd here. Let's see this appeal. It doesn't happen.
Wow, did Daniel forget?
I think someone in the crowd. Nobody did it. And usually when it's close like that, the crowd convinces the line judge during these long rallies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, somebody's talking to him.
You know what I mean? it's not a spontaneous call. You get to hear the crowd kind of convince you, and I don't think that's fair either.
Point.
That's a great shot. Now we're 1 point away.
Match point, serves 5.
It's like Martin says, if you're going to serve it down the middle to me, I'm going to do the same thing to you. Referee's not going to call it. I'm going to go ahead and serve the same thing. I don't think the ref would have called that a screen. And there it is. Martin advances to the semifinals, putting down Daniel Cordova here in Missoula, Montana in 3. Daniel put up a fight in game number 2 and really did what he had to do, but it just did not work out for him in the end. And Martin takes the tiebreaker and will now be in the semis of back-to-back tournaments. Martin Mulkerrins is really asserting himself after having probably the worst run of luck of anybody's start to a professional career, never making it out of the round of 16, but now he does in back-to-back tournaments. Let's go to Kara Mack, who has him courtside. Kara.
Coming out strong and in that tiebreaker, just drilling it. What did you learn from those first 2 games that you knew you were going to come out and do?
Yeah, I think it could have been about 12-12 in the second game, and I think both of us missed chances, easy chances, and obviously in the end he got the few points that was needed. But I felt that I don't know, the Irish ball's a little bit slower, the courts are fast. I felt I was just maybe hitting the ball a half second too soon and kind of trying to adjust my power to the speed of the court. So I just felt I was overcooking, and there was a few opportunities that I didn't take, and then other shots were keeping them in the rally, where I had pass shots but they were coming off the back wall. So I just made a conscious effort in the tiebreak to try to take that extra half second on the serve and more control. And I think it's the tiebreak, probably a bit of tiredness on Daniel's part as well. It was a tough match, but I think I just eased off a little bit on the power, and thankfully it worked out.
Having to take out a player like Daniel too is a lot of pressure, being in a quarterfinal.
Yeah, I suppose it's probably one of the tougher quarterfinals of that I could have drawn. But look, that's what you expect. It's professional handball we're playing. It's top level. If that's you're not supposed to get easy games. We've never had every time we've ever played, it's been a tough battle. Both brothers are great fighters, great heart. We have a great relationship off the court as well, and a long history of battles going back to our collegiate days. And today was no different. But in a tournament, it is. Yeah, you don't want to be playing tiebreakers either if you can avoid it. But I'm thankful just to get the result and recover a bit now, get some food in and hydrated, and give the semi-final the best shot.
What's your biggest takeaway from this one?
Yeah, just going to have to, I think, is lucky just in the tiebreaker. Maybe Daniel tired a bit, like I said. The power I was hitting the ball at, it wasn't good enough in that second game. It was. It's fine to hit it with power, but the control, it was just too high and kept him in a lot of rallies, I felt. So I think later on, especially as players are tired a bit, it's you're going to get punished if I. That'd be the take home for me, just to ease off a little bit on the power, take the extra half second, and if I can hit those balls, half a foot high or lower with that power, I think that'll cause a lot more trouble than what I was doing there in parts of that game.
We didn't know if we would see you, I know, having to come all the way over from Ireland, but it looks like you're enjoying your trip so far. I saw some cows over Instagram.
Yeah, I know. I have to say, this is my first time in Montana. It's always nice to come to a new place, and incredible. I think all the players are saying that the courts are beautiful. The hospitality is absolutely fantastic, and I have to take this opportunity to thank the hosts. It's a serious effort they've went. It's hard to believe all the food and drinks and everything that they've provided here, and giving us lifts from the hotel over here. Everything. There's nothing they haven't done for us. And but yeah, I came on Tuesday. It took me 27 hours from when I left my house to when I landed in the hotel room. So not ideal, but we're used to that. We're used to that. That's well, maybe not 27 hours, but that's why I came on Tuesday, because it just gave me Wednesday and Thursday to prepare. And yeah, I suppose since I had the extra day or two, I took the opportunity to go out and see some Montana farming, and yeah, really nice people. Oxbow Cattle Company, I just found them on Twitter and sent them an email, and yeah, they took me around, and good to see grass-fed organic beef in the US, you know, so we're not the only country that are grass-fed, so it's good to see it.
Those are some awesome shots. So it was great to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats. Good luck on the semis. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kara. That's Martin Mulkerrins. He's a farmer, and he was able to see some of that wildlife, the livestock, the farming communities of Missoula, Montana, and now he gets to see the semifinals of back-to-back tournaments. We're going to take a break for Nick Flores. My name is Dave Vincent. Give us about 5 more minutes, and we'll bring you Luis Cordova and Shorty Ruiz here, the last of the quarterfinal matches, I believe, here.
This is the fourth one, yes.
The last one, and then we'll have more action after that. So stick around. We'll be back in just a bit. Stick with us here on WPHLive.tv, courtesy of patreon.com/WPHLive. Score is 1-0. This is the last of the quarterfinal matches here in Lake Flores between Luis Cordova and Shorty Ruiz. Missoula, Montana, the Red Death.
Point.
Referee is David Fink.
2-0.
You were asking that question about hard hitters. This guy right there can hit a hard ball, and it's very heavy. Name is Luis Cordova, now living in
3-0.
a familiar place. He's back home in El Paso, Texas. Kind of split in time between El Paso and Juarez, Mexico.
Screen.
Oh, that's tough. Shorty's on the right side of that screen.
It's not a bad call. It's a really, it's
the
like
ball's always on the
50-50.
opposite side of
3-0.
Shorty, though, all the way up to the front wall and back.
Short.
That's a toughie.
Second serve.
But clearly the referee saw something we didn't.
or he's just easily influenced by Luis.
Point. 4-0.
Shorty Ruiz has been in the quarterfinals before, but he's never made it to the semis.
0-4.
And this would be a huge breakthrough for him. You have to imagine now a traditional outdoor big ball player on a 3-wall court trying to make the transition indoors with a chance to make it to the semifinals.
Side out. 4-0. Point.
Tough. It's right on the wall.
5-0.
Luis with 5 quick points to start this game. Not a good start for Shorty.
Side out.
And it's tough when you're trying to break in and you find yourself down 0-5. And all those doubts that you had throughout the years, they just come all back at you. And a little bit of screenage. Shorty has all the shots. Everybody knows it. It's just, can he put it together?
Side out. 5-0.
Would you say consistency has been his issue in not making the semifinals before?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when he's hot, nobody can touch him. And then when he's not,
6-0.
he's just not. He can't win when he's not.
Side out.
See, he has these really, really unorthodox shots that are very difficult to play against. And it's good enough to beat anybody. He's competed with everybody. And when he gets confidence and on a roll,
second serve,
he's not going to be beat. But unfortunately, just you can't say it's not experience. It's just, I think, a lack of confidence in his own abilities.
6-0.
I think everybody roots for him. It just hasn't come through for him yet. He's one of those guys in practice that beats everybody, and they say, I can't believe how good this guy is.
Right.
Because in practice, when he has all the pressure off of him, he's really hard to beat. Short ball.
Second serve. Side out. 6-0. Replay. 6-0. Side out.
It's a really sharp race for 8 jersey that Luis Cordova is wearing.
06.
Is that a new edition of?
No, I made that a couple years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago. I really like it myself. I
really
definitely need to go back and create some more of those.
Point.
In fact, I'm in the process of creating or designing a shirt very similar to that right now. And I thought I'd have it debuted by this event, but it just hasn't turned out. And it's going to be different. Different colors. It's going to have that red, same color red, same black, but also green built into it, as we pay homage to some of the Irish players. Might throw a little orange or yellow instead of the white lettering, but it's going to be a different design. I like the name down low like that too.
Call stands at the point.
Luis suspects the ball's broken.
Well,
1-6.
These panels really are deceiving.
Point.
And it's kind of not fair because when the ball does break, you say, see, I knew, but you might not have known.
2-6.
You suspect, you hear something, but sometimes it's these panel walls. There's a hollow sound.
Shorty misses that lackadaisical shot right there.
6-2.
I know at the Multnomah Athletic Club there's one court that has a paint bubble on the front wall, and every time the ball hits that bubble, it sounds like the ball's breaking.
It kind of snaps.
Yeah.
Point.
Wow. Shorty might not score. Watch this replay.
7-2. Short.
You said earlier that Dan Cordova, if he would have won that quarters and gone even further in the tournament, and if Killian would lose in the semis, then he had an actual chance of being the #1 player.
Yes, he would with a win
Luis?
and a Killian lot. Luis does not quite have enough points. Luis is at 36 points on the tour right now. Winning the tournament would gain him 4 because he's defending a 6 from last year. So we'd get a net of 4, which would put him at 40. Killian's at 45, defending 10. So if he were to get 6, he would be a net -4. He'd be at 41, so he'd still be 1 point ahead of Luis.
Timeout. Your first 1 minute.
Well, a timeout being called here from Shorty Ruiz.
So with Daniel losing in that tiebreaker, Killian is assured a #1 ranking. Now, what is at play now is
Martin, right?
Well, Martin could potentially jump David Fink if he gets to the finals. But what I was going to say is that Luis is actually only 2 points behind Daniel, and if he finishes, if he wins this, that should put him tied with Daniel at least. Making the finals, he'd probably surpass Daniel.
So there's a chance here, let's say, that Luis and Daniel could be both tied at #2.
Time.
Possibly. Or Luis could jump Daniel.
9-2.
Killian's guaranteed to finish first. Sean's guaranteed to finish 4th. So the 2 Cordova brothers would be jockeying for 2nd and 3rd.
Well, I'm kind of interested in this Shorty Ruiz because he's one of those guys knocking on the top 8 invite door.
Right.
Of course, Emmett and Leo Canalas both right up there at the 9 and 10, and they were close in almost having the same numbers. So they had to play each other.
Shorty has the opportunity here to jockey with Emmett and Leo for that 9, 10, 11 zone, but he's not within reach of the top 8 at this tournament.
Okay.
Second serve.
Emmett his position is not safe, but he's not actually in the top 8 right now. He's only seeded #8 because Sean declined the invite.
That was short. Dave's going to call it an ace. That's going to be appealed and probably overturned.
Both disagree. Second serve.
And it is overturned. This ball is short, and you can see it right there, 3 inches.
with Vic defeating David Fink, I believe Vic should jump ahead of David Fink in that 5-6 range.
Now with Sean not playing, does that affect the rankings there? Because it's the best 7 out of 10. That doesn't mean, I know Sean had to defend a lot of points because he was in the finals last year.
Yeah, so it's best 6 out of 9 because we have 9 stops this year, including the 5 regular stops and 4 LTE stops. Sean's dropping an 8 from his finals appearance last year at this tournament, but what that does is it activates a 3 from Atlanta that he wasn't using, so he's losing a net of 5 points. So he's going to be dropping from 37 to 32, which keeps him well ahead of David Fink and Vic Perez and Martin Mulkerrins, but he's going to be behind both Cordova brothers. So he's locked in at 4.
Right. Thank you, Nick. Nick Flores handles the rankings, the numbers, the spreadsheets.
Yeah, the rankings committee had a brief meeting yesterday to look at the possibilities. Very interesting. A lot of tiers where there's players jockeying for position.
Well, in a time when going strictly off the rankings, no subjectivity, that makes it really interesting now because you might not see the same matchup in the next stop. And you also, I think there's at least, one LTE stop, might be 2, before Houston. New York and
Pittsburgh and Louisiana. 3 stops.
I mean, wow.
3 LTE stops.
Who knows what's going to happen there? Now, it can't change things a whole drastic lot, but, every point matters.
Mm-hmm. Is there a new one in there?
But it really, that quarterfinals match between Perez and Fink was really interesting because they were literally playing for a spot.
Mm-hmm.
They're so close. They're separated by only half of a point, and they were literally playing for who's going to jump ahead of who.
That's a replay.
And so Perez has now jumped himself over David Fink.
So 4 or 5?
By defeating David Fink directly.
10-4.
Right.
Yeah, so on the rankings,
I gotcha.
Perez will jump over Fink for 5th place.
Side out.
So even if they tied in the ranking, he would still be the higher ranked player because he beat him in a head-to-head matchup, and he might have him in points anyway.
No, they were already tied. David's dropped within 0.5. David's dropping a 3 and Vic is dropping a 3.5. But Vic is going to gain at least 2 points more at this tournament than Fink.
Gotcha. Okay.
Which is going to separate him ahead of Fink.
5-10.
5 serves 10. This is game number 1 going to 15. Backhanded shot with power from Luis Cordova, and the ball just...
It's a lucky bounce in the corner.
Had the perfect spin from that backhanded shot for it to stick over there on that side wall. The ball carries with that side wall and just, I guess you would say, kind of pinches back.
Side out.
That's one of Shorty Ruiz's favorites right there, that inside out back down the right. Look at the hop on that.
Point. 6-10. Side out. 30-second. You're first.
30-second timeout being called on the floor here.
Seconds. 10-6.
Score here is 10-6. Oh, nice dig right there from Shorty. That was incredible. I don't know how he got around Luis. Watch this on the instant replay, Nick. Luis doesn't even think Shorty's going to come close to this. Shorty breaks around, flips it up. Luis turns around and looks really quickly like, what happened there? Shorty serving at 6-10. I mean, it looked like Luis is going to put his donut on him at one point.
Side out.
Shorty's frustrated with himself.
I think think one of the problems that Shorty's had throughout the years is that he doesn't want to have people see him sweat. He doesn't want people to see him breathe hard. And I say, that's everybody in sports does that, man. Just let it go. He almost thinks he's dishonoring himself, and it's like, no, he does play a game that's very relaxed, inside-out shots, and he does it with ease, kind of Sean Linning style, but even Sean Linning breathes hard.
Well, Shorty plays handball with a lot of pride. He's had a lot of success in outdoor, and he doesn't want to be viewed as having weaknesses or anything, so he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder when he plays, and he's aware of how other people are seeing him.
11-6. Short.
And it is frustrating because you're a fan of these players and you want to see success. Not every one of them can have it.
Point.
Yeah, every match somebody's got to lose.
12-6.
But Shorty is a fan favorite everywhere he goes. Among other things because of the time that he spends volunteering for the WPH.
Well, the whole tournament.
Yeah.
He's working the whole tournament, and then he jumps in the court and tries to play when he's not even thinking about playing. But he finds a way to do it.
Point.
And then these things like this happen where he always stays within the ball game. He might be down big, but he always finds a way to either come back, tie.
Side out.
He does have a resiliency about him. Like it feels like he's never quite out of a match, no matter how bad it gets. He's capable of going on runs because he has fantastic offense when he's hot.
I mean, look at these shots. They're very creative.
Yeah.
There's another punch, fist.
Replay.
He wanted that. But it's all right. It's going to be replayed. But he hit 3 fist shots in a row.
Well, as an outdoor player, he has a shot arsenal that a lot of these guys are not used to seeing.
Luis dives in, unable to get it. Luis, on the other hand, has seen everything. He too is an outdoor player. He plays every form of handball, so he's seen every bad bounce and every good one with every form of ball that there possibly could be, and then some. And look at how Shorty breaks over the top of that ball. I mean, there's moments when you see brilliance from Shorty.
8-12.
8-12, game number 1.
Sure.
And that was a little too relaxed on that serve.
Point.
That ball ate him up. Shorty saw the hop, tried to readjust. I think a player sometimes makes a mistake. Timeout called here?
Timeout, 1 minute.
Sometimes a player makes a mistake when they go to that fist shot as their defensive shot, because now you lose out the length of those fingers. You're probably losing, 3 inches and then a span of another 5.
Right, it makes the hitting surface much smaller.
He went and readjusted, but he didn't readjust the fist. He was going to hit a fist no matter what happened, but he should have opened up his hand and just said, I'm going to let this ball hit somewhere here on these fingers.
Right. Well, if you're feeling rushed, sometimes a fist shot can be a good way to get out of trouble, but at the same time, if you're rushed, sometimes you need that extra surface area to hit the ball.
You see a little bit of coaching here for brother Daniel.
Which is legal during an official timeout.
Those two will listen to each other.
Well, wouldn't you take advice from the number 2 ranked pro?
If it was my brother, no. You don't know how he treated me when I was younger, sir. Yeah, no, you know how great it feels to be a player in this sport, to have a top pro come up to you and say, here's what you need to do. I mean, most people say, well, that's a critique I don't want to hear. No, you do. It feels great to know that they're watching you to begin with, and it is great because they're telling you the right thing. They got there for a reason, so they see exactly what you're doing wrong. You don't see it sometimes.
Well, the Cordova brothers have a great relationship. They're doubles partners, they're sparring partners.
Point.
They coach each other. They travel together. It's really great to see.
That was a good serve. That was a reverse.
14-9.
And that could have been the advice right there from, there it is again. That could have been the advice from Daniel.
4 minutes.
I mean, it very well. I mean, he totally changed that. That was something we hadn't seen the whole game, and those balls all straightened out over there on the left. And that first game going to Luis Cordova with a great. That was
based on that last shot. You'd think the advice he got was from Vic Perez.
San Antonio spoiler. That was an awesome shot right there.
You'd think Vic Perez was the one that coached him to do that.
Yeah. Which guy did it? This is the conclusion of game number 1 as Luis Cordova takes down Shorty Ruiz. Can you think back to a time when you had a top player come up to you and say, here's what you need to do, or and how it made you feel?
I don't think a top player's ever watched one of my matches.
Okay. I figured you'd have something. I can recall going back in time, playing in a tournament back home after living in California for many years, and I knew that I wasn't the best player anymore at this tournament, and I made it to the finals, and I called up John Bike Jr. and just said, here's my scenario, and just told him what was going on, and he gave me some advice over the phone without even watching. And it was sort of a mindset that I walked into the court and just said, this is what John said I should do, and I did it, and it worked. And it was I played so confidently, and I thought, having coaching is so important.
But you don't need to have a coach. Is almost as important as what they say.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, because
it gives you that intangible boost of confidence.
It's like, why is John Bike, first of all, even talking to me?
Yeah.
But the fact that he took the call and said, here's what you need to do, and he gave me, you can do it, bud, no problem, like that. And it was like, hey, I'm doing this for him. I can't really, a lot of players can. Paul Brady finds a way to have that inner something that he can tap into.
Right. He's a special breed.
For me, there's so much self-doubt. So then when someone says you can do it, and then it's like, well, now I'm doing it for him. I'm not doing it for myself.
Yeah.
And
well, I will say, to answer your question, last year I played Marco Chavez in the qualifier, and he worked with me a little bit on trying to replicate his serve.
While you were playing him?
After.
It would have been better if it was...
part of the coaching was making fun of me at how bad my attempt to do his serve was.
Okay,
but
right.
It did help me figure out where my feet needed to be and which way to hit the ball.
Some people learn from the negative comments that you get from...
Well, if I ever get a positive one, I'll tell you how it feels.
You learn what not to do by Marcos making fun of you while you're playing him in the actual match.
Yes.
That's good coaching, Marcos. No, but that's one of the great things about handball, is that you can admire somebody and just... I mean, I've seen it in timeouts. You go up to the other guy that you're playing and say, what am I doing? And they'll tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just such a weird thing, They're so confident. They have you if you're asking them what to do. They've already got you where they want you. But the sport's interesting that way because you are really playing against yourself in there. The other person is just whether they're going to pick up your executed shot, the one that you've been working on, or not.
Yeah.
So they will give you advice. It's strange, but it does happen. I played with Marcos many times, and I always felt like in doubles it's great when you play with a player that's like a former pro, current pro, because they're a coach. So it must feel good to be a Luis Cordova getting advice from a Daniel and vice versa. Luis being the older one, you'd say, well, he's not going to listen to his younger brother. But no, you saw Luis shake his head when he walked in the court like, yeah, I agree with you. Mm-hmm. He goes in there and it only took him 3 shots to get those last 2 points. That was it. 1 ace, 1 return, and then a stiletto kill. And it's like, well, whatever Daniel just said was brilliant. As we now get back in here to game number 2. And let's see if Luis sticks with, and it doesn't look like he's going to get the first serve, but let's see if he sticks with whatever it was that Daniel gave him. Daniel's courtside, so easily could ask him what advice he gave his brother. Good quick point there for Shorty.
Point. Two zero. Side out. 0-2.
You should make one of those mistakes in a game.
Short.
You can't make multiple overhit serves
Both agree.
at this level.
Second serve.
I mean, at this level, I say you really should do none. But if you do it, it has to be one time, and that's it. You can't overhit multiple serves with these guys. They'll just make you pay every single time.
Well, yeah, you hit too many overhit serves, and you might not get a serve again.
1-2.
Game number 2, 1-2.
Point. 2-2.
Seems like a short ball.
Short. Short. Second serve.
And Ruiz called it on himself.
Side out. 2-2.
That was short.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
No, Shorty's even shaking his head.
Yeah, Shorty's doesn't want to waste his time with this appeal.
I saw the ball good. One agrees, one disagrees.
Even Shorty's calling it short.
Short. Okay.
See, that's ultimate fairness right there. He didn't have to do that.
No, he didn't. Shorty has a lot of respect for the game, and he makes honest calls.
Well, you saw him shake his head immediately.
Yeah, he shook his head. He didn't want to waste the time. He wanted to put the ball in play. He didn't want to waste the time going through the appeals process for something he knew was short. And then it's embarrassing when the ref and one of the line judges thinks it's good when both players said it's not.
Yeah, I think Shorty was going to, he figured the appeal process would take care of itself. When it didn't, he decided to say no, it didn't make it. And if you say, well, why did he wait so long? It's like, well, he knew these guys would have saw it correctly.
But he wasn't. He was shaking his head.
Yeah.
4-2.
See, that's what I said it has to happen here for Shorty. He has to get some misses from Ruiz. He has to get lucky, and he has to make some great shots like that. And that's a lucky, great shot. He's shaking his head again, so we'll call that the luck.
Yeah, seems like he wasn't quite going for that.
3-4.
Boy, that's close to being short, too. Just over the line.
I think it was good.
I mean, that was off the fingertips. And there's another miss now for Ruiz Cordova.
4-4.
We're at 4-4 now. And that will make it, but he's calling 2 bounces on himself. I'm not sure if that was.
4-4. Point.
And these are the kind of phases that you'll see Shorty go through. He makes these shots, but then he misses the exact same ones.
You thought he got that ball?
Well, I did, but then, you know, his hand has to be right on the ground to get it, so
maybe not.
It could actually hit the ground at the same time it's hitting the side of your hand, and you know it, so
yeah.
It was one of those shots where your hand is actually on the ground with your palm on the ground, so he knows.
Take the player's word for it.
Yeah, I think.
But there's 2 types of players when it comes to that. There's the type of player where if they're not sure if they got it, they always call it on themselves because they would never want to take a double bounce. You know, they'd never want to take the point on a ball they didn't get. And then, of course, the other type is the type that will only call it on themselves if they're 100% sure, because they'd never want to give up a point for a ball that they did get.
Nice shot.
And, of course, Shorty.
But what about the player that, let's see how I put this, the player that knew that they got it, but didn't want somebody to think that they were the cheater because it even surprised them that they got it. I'm surprised I even got this, and I know that I don't want anybody to think I'm a cheater. I'm going to call this on myself.
I think that kind of falls into the first camp.
I think that's more familiar than you think. I mean, I bet you more people are like that. I think there's more double bounces called from people who knew that they got it than.
Yeah, they don't want to develop a reputation for being a guy that doesn't call his double bounces.
It's like, I can't believe I got this, and I don't think anybody else can believe I got it, so it's just it's yours.
But then there's some players that'll take 3 bounces and not call it.
Yeah, true.
Or hit it with their wrist or their elbow.
7-6.
7-6 here. Game number 2. Goes for the crack, gets it.
Point.
And that shot is just fooling Shorty, and he's going to have to waste a timeout if Ruiz keeps hitting this. Goes for the deep crack and almost gets it.
Freudian slip?
No, that was on purpose.
Okay.
Completely.
You really don't. The wrist ball does not come into play very much in the pros. It seems like they just they don't miss it that badly to be hitting it with their wrist.
No, that's true.
You know, wrist balls and double bounces are both integrity calls, but the double bounces come into play a lot more often. Wrist balls are more of a local player type thing.
Point.
I think it's kind of strange when you have a referee call a double bounce.
7-8.
And the players what are you talking about? Like, it almost seems so odd to hear a referee. Well, I thought it double bounce. It's like, no, I got that. Should a referee make that call, or should it always be? I mean, if it's obvious,
Your first.
I think it's bad form to ever try to make the call before the player actually has an opportunity to call it on themselves, because you're kind of taking away their moment of integrity. You know, if a player gets the ball, maybe they're a little slow in putting 2 fingers up, but if the ref just jumps on him like, oh, that was 2 bounces, it's almost an accusatory thing where it's like, well, you're not going to call it, so I'm going to call it.
Yeah.
But maybe they were about to call it. I think you kind of make them look like a cheater by doing that. You know, but of course, on the same token, if somebody doesn't call a double bounce and then a couple of seconds go by and doesn't say it, you know, the ref has to say something if they see it that way.
You know, I've watched a lot of matches. I don't recall seeing a referee call a 2 bounce on somebody where they actually agreed.
15 seconds.
It's it's always the player that will. You know, I heard the referee. I can change that a little bit. I've had the referee ask, and the player goes, "I'm not sure," and then it becomes a discussion. Yeah, and that could be anything. That's 50-50 on that. But anytime I've seen a referee call it, and the player turn around and go, "What are you talking about?" You know, it's never been a good situation.
Yeah, because like I said, it's almost an accusatory. You know, it's like, oh, you don't call your double bounces. I guess I'll have to call it for you.
Side out.
That was a good shot there from Ruiz.
7-8. Short.
That was.
Second serve.
But there is a presumption in handball that you're supposed to trust the player to make their own integrity calls, which does separate handball from a lot of other sports. You certainly see in NBA basketball, if 2 players go for a ball and it's tipped out of bounds, they both point at each other like they're the other one's the one that hit it out of bounds. Or on a goal line play in football, they're not sure where the ball is. All the players point to the other side.
Yeah.
But in handball, there's a presumption that you're supposed to take responsibility for your own calls.
9-7.
And for 99% of players, they do.
The other 2% or 1% just happens to be at the club that you play at.
Right, all of them.
Point.
Yeah, I can think of about 5 right now.
2 of them are standing in front of us. At least one of them.
10-7.
You're sitting to my left. 10 serve 7.
Oh, I call mine.
Point.
Wow, that's a great shot. That's above the waist on that hit. To keep a ball down from back here, watch how far this ball is up. Look how high this is. Look. It's way above the waist, and you're able to smoke that ball into the right corner. And Shorty's going to do the same thing, this time leaving his up. And Shorty could have possibly got his hand on that. Ruiz is upset with himself, as he should be.
Well, I think Shorty was upset with his previous shot, and he kind of anticipated Ruiz killing it and stopped. He could have got that ball.
I love those inside-out shots from Shorty. Nobody else does it. I mean,
is
Sean
that a
Linney,
3-wall shot?
It's
7-12.
just part of the deception that he has.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's 3-wall.
Okay. It's a crafty shot.
See, he does it again.
Yeah.
It's just so smart, and he lets the ball feather out of his hands. It's like an
Well, because
automatic.
he knows he has Luis on the left side. It's almost like he's using his own body as kind of a barrier, but not really, because Luis isn't going to get to it.
You see these top players they just don't dig it. You know, they're not. That was a short.
Short serve. Short.
I think the referee just
Second
assumed
serve.
everybody knew, and that's double fault. Are you kidding me? This nice comeback and he double faults.
In the quarterfinals. I guess hindsight's 20/20, but you know, you think in a situation like that, you want to go for like a lob or something so you can get it in play.
Well, it's all negated now. Now he's back in again, fresh, 2 serves.
8-12.
That's one of those overhits again. It's all because of that serve. It sets up with that terrible overhit serve.
12-8.
The score of game number 1 was 15-8. We're at 12-8. And this is kind of a barometer to tell you where Shorty's game is compared to these elite top 4 players.
Side out. 8-12. Side out.
A lot of change of hands here, and this is another. It's actually a good sign for Shorty because that was short. No call from the ref again. Way
Second
late.
serve.
But this is a good sign for Shorty because though he'll be mad at himself, he can go back and say, I had the opportunities.
Right.
Because each one of these side outs, if you just get a point, he's tied the ball game. You know, I mean, there's been 5 side outs here, so you get a point every one of these, and you're winning 13-12. And with Shorty, it seems that when he gets a point, he gets another point.
Yeah, I think it's part of the mindset of trying to break into the Pro Tour. The kind of the first mental hurdle you have to get over is, do I belong here? And so when you have matches like this where it's like you're playing a guy that's won 2 or 3 pro championships, and you're able to stay in it with him like this, you're going to be upset about the mistakes that you made, but you're showing that you belong here.
Mm-hmm.
And for Shorty, I think that's huge. He's not going to feel happy about losing this match if he ends up losing.
Well, he's had
in the short term
4 overhit serves on this type. I said, you know, you need 1 a match. You don't need 1, but that's about all you're going to see from the elite players. You haven't seen Luis overhit a serve yet.
14-8.
Shorty did it in 3 back-to-back serve opportunities.
But the big difference is he's not being outclassed by a far superior opponent. He's just making mistakes that he can correct himself next time. He's almost there.
Yeah, hopefully. And he goes inside out again, gets Luis out of the server's box. 8-14 here.
8-14.
Let's see if we have 4 consecutive overhit serves. I say no on that, but it's still close. Here it is. Shorty's very good at that step-in shot.
I don't know if Shorty is much of a film watcher after the matches, but if he is, he's going to have a lot of learning material here. It's going to help him going forward.
Not bad. Well, I'll tell you, Shorty, he's either got stuff to learn from or he's got 2 people to hate. And I'm going to pick the latter on that.
14-9.
Shorty and I are actually really good friends. And there it is. Luis Cordova takes down Shorty Ruiz 15-9. First game was 15-8. He advances to the semifinals and will face Martin Mulkerrins later this afternoon. And a round of applause from the gallery here. A good showing from Shorty, making it back to the quarterfinals. And now he will play for 5th place. But even better showing for Luis Cordova, who has had a great season so far, and it looks like he's still going to plug away. Let's go to Kara Mack, who's with our champ.
Plug away and plug away next at your brother, right? I see you coaching him, coaching you. Are you going to take anything that he's said to you into effect in this next match?
like said to me over the years or over the terms. Yeah, this term in particular, I don't think so. He hasn't really gave me much advice. He didn't see me in my first match, and I don't know, he didn't give me that much advice the second game. But throughout like our careers, yeah, I mean, a lot of my game is, I don't know, our games are kind of, his game is because of what I tell him a little bit, and same as me. My game is kind of, you know, I don't know what I'm saying.
But I have to think sometimes you guys are sharing things that then suddenly it might clue in like, oh yeah, he notices that I have to do this. Maybe it's because I have to do it against him as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I tell him in general. You know, sometimes I'll notice something about a specific player, but most of the time it's, you know, like I tell him in general, you got to do this, that. So yeah, it would work against me also.
Taking on Shorty here, one of the ones that, you know, you drove to being able to beat him in 2, but making this a little bit easier on yourself as far as the quarterfinal goes. But Shorty brought a good game against you.
Yeah, he did. He's playing good. I mean, I was warned that he was playing great, so I was kind of expecting it. I wasn't feeling my best yesterday, so I was kind of nervous this morning, you know, but I don't know. I played good. I hit it hard, and he made a few mistakes. He was running me around. You know, normally I'm the one running people around. He was making me run all over the place, so I got tired, and he was getting in a groove, but he just missed a couple important shots, and I was able to win it.
What are you going to take away from this one on whether what you're doing really well or what you need to work on?
I need to work on my serve down the right. I'm serving well down the left. Pretty much my service is my main thing. It's my main focus. When my serve is on, then I feel good throughout the whole match.
Any last words to your brother who you're going to take on next, who might be watching in the other room?
No, I'm not playing my brother.
Oh, you're not in the semis?
No.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh, I was just thinking you were. Should have corrected me a long time. Well, now you know.
I didn't know you were asking because of that.
So all
Where
of those
was
questions.
I last match?
So all of those questions need to be re-asked.
Never mind.
The reason you were asking.
Never mind, Martin. That's going to be another rematch with you guys.
Yeah, it's a rematch, so I'm looking forward to it.
Daniel, I am so sorry. That's like salt in the wound right there.
Yeah, I know.
But Martin, knowing him too, what are you going to come in with that one?
I just got to handle his power well, you know, when he hits a hard place, make him be in the backcourt. And like I said, my work needs to be my serve needs to be working, and I feel good.
I guess I was just looking forward to a Cordova takedown again.
Yeah, I know.
I like the cameo on the back, by the way, Vincent.
It can't happen every single tournament. We can't have a Cordova.
Very true.
Yeah, right? But
very true.
She's trying to will it to happen, Luis. She wants it to happen.
In Atlanta, always guaranteed, though.
But it's still, well, no, it can't. Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Back to you, Dave.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make it about me. I'm just, you know, I too was wondering about those questions. But I do like to hear it too. I know that Daniel did give Luis some advice there at the end of that game number 1. I do want Luis to say what that was about, but he's just not.
Back over.
He did. Daniel told something to you when you were up 12-8 in game number 1. He said something. You went in there and shook your head. You went in and got an ace serve to the left with a reverse, and then you did the same exact serve, and Shorty got it back, and then you did a stiletto front to left San Antonio spoiler kill. And I was thinking, what was the advice that Danny said to you?
He actually didn't give me advice on the serve. He just told me that Shorty was making me move left to right because I was putting it down the center a lot. So I said, yeah, but it wasn't anything about the serve. I just came in and I'm like, man, I need to really serve this because I'm close to the finish line. He's coming up, so he's climbing back. So that was just more me.
All him.
Okay.
None of his brother.
I got you.
Absolutely.
I got you. It's all good. Good win, Luis. Hey, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a bit. We have another one coming up. 9th place semifinal match between Leo Canalas and Abe Montijo will be on the show court. It'll be a one-game match to 25, and we'll present that in the best possible way. I don't know. Maybe I'll get some advice from Danny Cordova on how to make sure that goes well. We'll be back in just a bit. For Nick Flores, my name is Dave Vincent. Stay here on patreon.com/WPH Live. It is the Red Death in Montana, where we have the Race for 8 season number 9 continuing next. Stick with us.
Is it 17 or 18?
goes, you told him.
What's the score, Dave? 19-8.
Dave, you guys ready?
Welcome back to Missoula, Montana. I'm David Fink alongside my esteemed broadcast partner, Nick Flores. Nick, I know you're excited about this one. The first semifinal of the 2020 Race for 8-9 Red Death. It's going to be Vic Perez, who in his last 2 starts here at the Red Death finished 6th, 2018 and 19. Now he's guaranteed a 3rd at worst. Killian Carroll just seems like he flips the switch when he gets to Missoula. He got off to a slow start last season in 2018. Slow start so far this year, not even making a final. But when he gets here, he's now, including his 2 wins so far this year, 10-0. He's outscored his opponents 2.6 to 1 during that 10-0 streak. He's won 2 tiebreakers as part of his 10-0. And this is just where he seems to decide, I'm going to take over the tour now. I'm going to show you why I'm number 1. Last year he finished the tour on fire. He won here, he won in San Francisco, and he won his 4th Players Championship. So Vic Perez has got a tall order in front of him. These guys played in Milwaukee early December. Vic Perez played outstanding there, led throughout that first game against Killian, all the way up to 18-14, and Killian flipped the switch, won that first game, and then dominated game 2, and Killian won that tournament. So Vic has a win against Killian 2015, Salt Lake City, but has not had, like pretty much every other player, has not had much success since that win. So hopefully I've overwhelmed you with all those stats.
Yeah, I'm not sure where to start with that.
Yeah, we'll see. I come prepared.
Well, as a defending champion, obviously Killian is the favorite here. But Vic Perez does have a reputation as the giant killer. He certainly had some very big wins in his career. He's taken down both Cordovas, I believe, multiple times over the course of his career. He's taken
never
down,
Ruiz.
No, never Ruiz?
No.
Okay. But he has taken down Sean Lenning in, I want to say Tucson, but I'm probably wrong.
Okay. All right.
No, I think I'm wrong. I don't remember when he beat Sean Lenning, but he did beat Sean Lenning.
All right.
Sorry, we didn't have a scorecard.
So I certainly wouldn't count Vic out yet.
No, and I thought Vic played outstanding this morning. I mean, made a lot of great gets, but also just dropped the hammer with his right hand consistently, finding that bottom board.
From California, Victor Perez.
Vic Perez will serve first. He's guaranteed to move into the top 5
serve from Ireland,
after
currently
this
in Boston,
tournament,
Killian Carroll.
Which is good news for him and bad news for your broadcast partner.
Line judges are Leo Canalas and Abe Montijo.
Jumping over you in the rankings.
Why do you say that with a smile on your face, Nick? It just seemed like you were so happy to report that.
No, it was like a nervous smile because I'm sitting next to you.
Yeah, I can understand that. Now, Emmett Peixoto he's one of the longest running veterans in the history of pro handball. You're talking about 20 years as a pro. He told me, I have never seen anything like the way Killian played this morning. He said, meaning Emmett, crushed a deep pass with my left into the back right corner. It hit the side wall about a foot from the back wall. Killian got behind it and flat rolled it. And I'm sure you saw that shot and many other amazing shots that he hit.
0-1. I remember Emmett coming out of the court saying that that's not even a handball shot. And he was so amazed with Killian's shot-making ability.
And this is a guy who's seen it all.
Yes.
And played everybody. So
he's played Chapman. He's played Brady.
Wow.
He's played Naughty Jr.
Wow. So coming into this match, Nick, Killian has outscored his opponents in his 2 victories here at the Red Death. I know you're excited about this. 265 to 119. That's 69% of the points won for him. And he's continuing that trend. Yesterday, he allowed just 5 points against the Oregon legend, Dalton Beal. And it could have been worse. I mean, 15-1, 15-4. Today against Emmett, 15-6, 15-4. I mean, no more than 10 points. This is the best I've seen Killian play from what I've seen thus far in this tournament. I would say since the year he won 6 out of 7, 2017-18, where he was just dominating.
His only loss was the tiebreaker in Vegas.
Yeah, he almost had the perfect season. No one's ever had a perfect season on the tour. Katrina Casey has, but I'm talking about on the
men's tour.
Yeah.
4-0.
4-0 quickly here, and it's been all great shots from Killian Carroll, who
he's serving amazing.
Serving amazing, but also killing the ball 1 inch high. Already 2 1-inch high kills in this.
Point. Timeout. That's your first. Scores 6-0.
He scores 6 quick points and forces Vic Perez to use one of his timeouts. And rather than leaving the court, Vic is staying on the court and throwing the ball. It seems like perhaps Vic doesn't feel like he's fully warmed up.
Well, that's unusual for Vic because normally he does leave the court during the timeouts, but you're probably right. He's trying to get a feel. But Killian doesn't really let you get into much of a rhythm because when he serves and shoots like this, you don't get to do much.
Well, I noticed after the previous match finished that Killian got on the court first. Vic was a little bit late getting on the court, so maybe he didn't feel like he got his full warm-up.
Well, I saw Vic having his chest/shoulder taped with KT tape, yes.
Yeah, 20 seconds.
So, didn't seem to affect him this morning.
I wasn't aware that he had an injury.
Time in. Score is 6-0.
6-0 here, and here's another setup. I was about to say, Nick, I don't see anybody taking the ball out of the air as successfully and as consistently as Killian.
I think you're right. I mean, I saw him hit some flat mouses off of a front wall side, front wall, left wall fly kill.
And you don't even see other players attempting that shot.
Every once in a while they'll attempt it with their strong hand, but never with their offhand.
Well, Killian does not have an offhand.
Well, I guess.
And when he gets bored, he serves left-handed and wins even easier.
6-0.
I hate to say it, but it's true.
He gets bored in player championship semifinals.
I mean, he'll never say that, but that has to be the reason. Noticed yesterday when Killian was playing Dalton, Nick, I mean, it was obviously a very one-sided match, but Killian was so patient. He didn't force anything. He waited until he got exactly what he wanted before striking.
Second serve.
Have you seen Killian overhand lob serve before? Maybe that's his weakness, that shot.
It didn't work well for him.
It was not a good lob.
0-7.
Terrible shot there from Vic. And Killian will make you pay with either hand. If the ball is dropping anywhere around his chest or lower,
7-0.
with either hand from anywhere on the court, he will put the ball down. We haven't even seen Killian's speed yet.
He hasn't dived yet, has he? No. Maybe he attempted one.
Okay.
8-0.
8-0 here. Vic looking like he's showing some ill effects of that, what was it, 2-hour match this morning?
Side out. 0 serves 8.
And that's a factor of Killian Carroll's gets. Do most players get that shot that Killian just dove in? And
most players do not get that shot.
Okay.
I mean, most players wouldn't even attempt the dive.
Wow. And that's what I'm talking about with the fly kills there. You see players attempt the fly kills, but not putting it away like Killian does. This is a hard shot to put away. The ball does have no pace on it. You have to pinch the corner so tight there. That was a short serve we missed, so.
Well, it's on those shots, the front wall, sidewall fly kill, the sidewall slows the ball down, so it's dropping at a much more vertical angle than fly kills that just come off the front wall. And those are even more difficult to then put a horizontal force onto in order to kill it.
You lost me in horizontal force.
A sidearm stroke.
Okay.
Hitting a ball that's dropping straight down.
I'm still thinking about horizontal force, so still there. Killian has lost both points in which he's hit lob serves.
Changing the velocity.
Oh, we're still
from
there.
Vertical to horizontal.
Okay.
I have to make my point.
Okay. And Vic is just all out of sorts here.
Big back wall setup. Mistimed it.
Missed everything.
Yeah.
skinny V did not work there. We call that the transition from the skinny V to the mouse on tour. Vic took that skinny V and just
turned it into a mouse.
Yeah.
Side out. Nine zero. Hold it. Peels the serve. I called it good. One agrees, one disagrees. So first serve 9-0. Point.
This does not look like the same player
10-0
who lost in Atlanta or Tucson to me. And that's Killian Carroll I'm talking about.
And Vic doesn't look like the same player from earlier this morning.
Glad you said that.
10-0. Can't ask for a worse start against Killian Carroll.
Or anyone. I mean, is that a good start against
No, it's not a good start against anyone, but I mean, Killian Carroll, you got to do something if you have any hope to
look at that shot
to beat him.
10-0.
That's the farthest part of the court he could have hit into, and the most difficult shot, and he made it look routine and easy. And believe me, Killian's going for the donut. Goes again. Now, any question about his shoulder seems to be answered with shots like this. I mean, this is a hard shot to hit if your shoulder's hurting. The easy
look how
shot.
high it is when he hits it. He hits it almost shoulder height.
Side out.
Yeah.
Zero 12.
How many Greek freaks are there? Like the brother. No, the real one. There's four of them. There's one like in high school, right?
These are perfect courts, by the way. There's no blind spots. The bounces are perfect. And the crowds are amazing here.
112.
When you look back and there's not one seat to be had. Standing room only. That's a nice shot from Vic.
Point. 212.
Vic might have found something that can work here.
Side out.
With that lob serve, because you saw Killian rush it and not hit a good shot. Vic didn't capitalize though.
12-2.
Definitely worked a lot better than his power serve. Now Killian's serve all of a sudden is not as dominating.
Is there a recommended serve against Killian? Is there a serve that the pros feel like is more effective against Killian than others?
Well, we've seen Killian struggle at times against Daniel Cordova when Daniel was hopping the ball big. We've seen Luis Cordova have success hitting that great serve down the right. I mean, these are just great serves that are going to bother anybody. I've never seen someone hit any kind of Z serve or lob serve that was effective against him. Although Emmett did take Killian to a tiebreaker at the NYC 2018.
10 seconds.
Predominantly lob serving. But Emmett was expecting the ceiling shot and then playing the ceiling game, so I'm not sure that
scores 13.
The serve was what did it. Killian's set up there to hit either with his left or right, depending on how that ball comes out of the corner. And that's what is a very high-level play. A lot of people can learn from that. That's not something you can learn because that's the best shot ever hit. But when that ball, Nick, goes into the back left corner and you're not sure if it's going to clip the sidewall, this is amazing. Or if it's going to come straight out. You've got to be prepared to hit with either hand.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of people there just commit
to one or the other, and then they get wrong-footed.
Yeah. We're going to go to Caramac. I would call this courtside, but she's about 8 rows deep. She's got Lucho Cordova, who is one of our semifinalists, coming up right after this one. Kara.
It truly is quite the gallery out here watching this one, but on the other half of the semifinals is Ruiz Cordova watching this one, taking it in. What are you noticing about Killian's game that might be different than what you've ever noticed?
He's just on fire, you know, he's killing everything, so I don't know, but it doesn't, it's not like he doesn't do it, so he's just getting everything, you know. Normally he's not on fire for the whole game. Today, like right now, he was, so I don't know, not much to say. He's just rolling everything out.
Are you taking in anything that you might be trying to combat next time you take on him or Vic?
Not really. I mean, yeah, I'm watching their games. I already know their games. No, not really. I mean, I'm just noticing that he's really on fire. You know, it's hard to do anything against anybody if they're like that. So, yeah, but no, I'm not really like taking notes of what I should and shouldn't do. Not really.
Watching this one here too, seeing that he's taking such a strong lead as far as Vic goes. He's been playing a great game. He's been able to pull it back out, come from behind in the past. Can you see him making that to happen this time?
I mean, maybe, but it'd be tough. I mean, Killian's playing great, so it'd be real. No, really, I kind of don't see that happening.
What about Montana is it for Killian? You see him come out strong here. Is it anything as far as these walls, these courts?
I don't know. I think I don't know. It seems like Killian keeps his training up a lot, you know. He struggles at the beginning of the season all the time, well, for the past 2 seasons, but then he keeps on training and he starts catching up and passing everybody, you know. So it seems like this is normally the turning point where his training starts paying off.
We'll see what happens here in game 2. Thank you.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kara. And that was Ruiz Cordova summing it up. When Killian's on fire like this, there's nothing anyone can do. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and as Luis said, this is kind of the point in the season where Killian's training starts to pay off, and he starts gaining that ability to flip the switch and take over matches like this. Now, of course, our rankings committee had a brief meeting yesterday and discussed the possibilities. I think we can officially announce that Killian is going to retain the top spot in the rankings, regardless of how things play out. The only player that could have caught him was Daniel Cordova, but he would have had to win the tournament, which obviously didn't happen. So Killian's safe at number 1. Should we speculate going down the list?
Well, it's still
a little early.
It's early.
It's a little early.
I've made many incorrect ranking predictions in my day. I've congratulated people. I've hoisted them up on my shoulders when I told them they made the top 8 and they didn't make the top 8. It's awkward, but it's happened. Actually, it's happened 3 or 4 times, so don't think I learned my lesson the first time.
But did that happen with the current configuration of the rankings committee? Or was that with different?
No, that was pre-configuration. But there was a previous configuration also.
There is a relatively plausible scenario in which the Cordovas end up in a tie for 2nd and 3rd after this tournament.
But Daniel would have the head-to-head edge, right? They've played this year once, and Daniel won that?
Yes.
Okay.
0-1. I'm just talking about in terms of the points.
Okay.
Which involves Daniel winning 5th place and Luis losing to Martin in the semis. They would both finish with the same amount of points.
I think that would be a good match. Luiz Cordova losing to Martin in Tucson. He had his chances in the first game. He beat him in Salt Lake City. Martin looked good today at times, really good. Last night I thought he looked sloppy. Luis was just kind of in 3rd or 4th gear today against Shorty, so we'll see. He's going to step it up.
2-0.
And I know Martin is hungry to keep producing on the tour, so that'll be a good one.
But Luis is also hungry. We heard him on the broadcast earlier using the word revenge, speaking about the match with Martin.
Well, they've split their last 2 matches, and that's a matchup I'd been eagerly anticipating for a couple of years. They just never faced one another. And kind of as expected, they split their first 2 meetings. And you'll see a lot more of that matchup in the future because Martin will be living in Texas next year.
Point. 3-0.
We have a diving re-kill here by Killian to earn his 4th point.
4-0. Side up. 0-4.
Now continuing down the rankings list, at number 4 we can basically guarantee. No?
Still don't know about that.
Still don't know about number 4.
Wow. Killian Carroll just leveraging off that back foot. That's like a left-hander's left-handed shot. Crack serve, huge setup.
They called 2 bounces on that.
5-0.
First game was 15-2. So Killian Carroll breaking ankles now on the serve. Good thing that Vic is wearing his Kobe's for the support.
30-second timeout. Scores 6-0.
Another hot start by Killian.
No, 2.
I'm impressed that you got yourself to the club this morning. The visibility, Nick, was about 10 feet with that fog this morning, and it was a sheet of ice.
Yes.
So
I was up early and driving about 10 miles an hour down the road.
Hoping that you were going the right direction, because how would you know? The only thing I saw on my whole trip here
Muscle memory.
Yeah. The only thing I saw were the stoplights.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only thing I could see. Another great fly kill from Killian. He gets more fly kills than most players because he pushes you back and you have to just sort of throw the ball up the wall. That's an amazing serve.
7-0. Point. 8-0. Point.
9-0 now. Looks like Killian's going for another attempt at a donut.
Point. 10-0. Flat out. 0-10.
time these two players matched up was?
Last time they played.
Last time they played on the tour.
Think about that. Oh wow, what a get.
I think it's been a little while. Vic usually doesn't match up against Killian in the quarterfinals. I think it's been a little while since Vic's made the semifinals.
110. Let's go, Vic! Side out. 10-1. Side out. 110. There you go. Point. Go. 210.
Killian, I would call that a low percentage shot. Return a serve, fly kill off the left side wall from 36 feet. But, you know, he makes that shot a lot, too.
Yeah. This is a high percentage shot.
And that's a terrible shot.
Timeout. Scores 10-2. That's your first.
Here's something we don't see very often is Killian calling timeouts.
Está pegando bien quedito. Está pegando bien quedito.
You see Daniel Cordova there, who lost in a tiebreaker to Martin Mulkerrins. They've got a long rivalry. Nick played in 4 consecutive collegiate national finals.
With Martin winning the first 3, and Daniel taking the 4th.
That eats at Martin, that loss.
But he didn't take all 4.
But remember, Martin won 11-10 the first year. Daniel had match points.
11-2. Hold it. 11-2.
11-2 here, Nick, and we're just, I would say, getting close to the finish line. Killian Carroll outscoring Vic 26-4 in this match so far.
2 serves 11.
Which is quite a bit higher than his current average.
Yes, he's
2.6
improving.
points for every.
Well, he was at 69%. Points won.
Yes.
So he was a little bit more than.
Now he's at
about 2.5 to 1.
Now he's about 85%.
Okay. Yeah, after what he's done to his first 2.5 opponents, or 2.79 opponents so far.
11-3.
He takes that one. That's a tough ball.
Flat out. 3-11.
Vic just has not been able to get anything going here.
That's yours right there. Flat out.
A ceiling ball flub.
11-3. 12-3.
Killian switched to that overhand lob again. This time it does seem to be working for him.
That's a lot of power there.
A lot of power. This might be the longest rally of the match so far. I jinxed it. Killian skips the ball.
Nick, I know that you're curious as Tiger Woods tries to break the all-time PGA Tour wins record. He'll enter tomorrow's final round 5 back on one of his favorite courses. Just keeping you posted, Nick, because I know that you're following it closely.
I was.
I don't know what the big deal with Tiger Woods is. He only wins 25% of his starts. Killian Carroll wins a lot more than that. Killian Carroll's at 47%. If he wins this, he'll go to 50% wins on the tour. So what's Tiger Woods? I mean, what, 25%? It's not so good.
The purses are a little larger. Who has the highest winning percentage on the tennis tour as a percentage of their starts?
That's a good question.
Roger?
You know, I don't want to pretend.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate. Roger does not have the most career titles, though. He has more than 100, but Jimmy Connors has 125. So now Connors was playing against some plumbers and accountants, but they do count.
Match point serves 3.
Match point here. Tried to build the drama there, but Killian is almost went head first into the wall, trying to keep alive that rally at 14-3, or what I like to call 29-5.
You know it's lopsided when we're at match point and we're talking about tennis and golf.
3-14.
No, I'd be talking about that no matter what the score was. So that's not an indication of anything.
Okay.
Nick, I want to thank you for all of your amazing work here today. I haven't heard anything yet, but don't worry, I will. I'll be doing your performance review this evening, starting at 10:30 p.m. I will watch every match with my notebook. That's the match.
Good match, guys.
The notebook here says that Killian Carroll just completely dominant. We'll get to your notebook later, Nick, but Killian Carroll, the book on him is that he does it all, and he doesn't stop doing it all. He just kills, retrieves, hits aces, plays defense.
I'm surprised he didn't referee like the previous 3 matches. You know, usually he does.
Yeah. We're probably going to get a word with Killian Carroll, and we are, actually. Killian Carroll will be in front of one of the side courts to allow our next semifinalist to warm up. And Nick, we can get to your performance review maybe now, as we get set up over there. But let's see if Kara's ready for the K train right now. Kara.
I am ready for the K train right now. Killian, that looks really good to us. But how did it feel for you?
It felt excellent. You know, I mean, I did dominate, and you know, I suppose my chances were up going into it because Vic had a tremendous game against David Fink. You know, and that took a lot out of him. You know, you could see he was struggling to get to balls that he would usually get to, and he's like a methodical player. He likes to paddle shots, so if he's not getting to them, you know, that's a part of his game that is missing. And you know, I suppose it just gave me the advantage to kind of dominate more in the court.
Talk about your strategy and your choice of serves there in that one.
Well, you know, I just wanted to push the balls down the left. Usually, I suppose you're talking about the lob serve towards the end. You know, I've been working on the lob serve a lot, and you know, I really wanted to change the pace. You know, I know it doesn't suit me better than it usually suits my opponents, but I want to work on that weakness. As you could see, a lot of the players that were playing me this weekend usually went to a slower serve. You know, tried to slow in the game. So as long as if I can
control that better than I used to. It's definitely going to give me the advantage to control more of the court.
Right, you're not one to slow the game down in that way, but also you're quick to jump in that service box and get the serve out. Is that important to you to jump in there as quick as it seems like?
Well, it takes my opponent gets caught off guard. They kind of get a bit complacent. They're slowing their feet because they got this real slow momentum going into it. So if you can catch him off guard, he won't be as quick on his feet. So it's like a quick in and out, and it's nice to change it up.
Yeah, it changes the pace there. Talk about also, you called that timeout 10-2 offensively, knowing too, what were you telling yourself during that timeout to jump in there and finish it off?
Yeah, well, I just said I needed to change things. I can't keep doing the same thing because Vic is a quick learner. He learns very quick. Even at that last serve, I tried to spin him out. He stepped back. He knew exactly where it was spinning. It's just from experience, and it's the kind of opponent I was dealing with.
Fantastic match. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good luck in the finals. Back to you guys.
Killian Carroll is focused as ever, even after a 30-5 rout. Nick, you're still focused. You've announced 5 matches. The next one will be your 6th if you're planning on staying in.
I am.
Wow. Okay, so 6 matches in one day. That's got to be worth something. I mean, I don't know what it is, but you deserve
handball.
Something.
A used handball.
A used handball? That sounds about right. We're going to take about a 10-minute break here while we regroup and reset. And I guarantee you, I don't make a lot of guarantees, Nick, but I guarantee the next match is going to be closer than this first match. I promise you
I wouldn't bet against you.
Well, up next is going to be Lucho Cordova from Juarez and Martin Mulkerrins from Ireland. So these guys have traveled all around the world to meet up here in this matchup. We're going to let them get warmed up. We're going to get a referee mic'd up. You're already mic'd up, Nick. And we're going to see you in about 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
Say you're sore now. Bet you're sore now.
Heads or tails, yeah.
What's your call?
You can just step on it. It's gonna. It's. Oh, dude. It's heads. You serve. We got two linesmen over here, Dylan and then Adam. All right, we got the second semifinals of the day. We have Luis Cordova from El Paso, Texas, returning the serve. And then we have Martin Mulkerrins from Ireland serving first. We got two linesmen. 0 plays 0.
This is our final match of the evening. Nick, I'm David Fink, welcoming back in our expert color analyst, Nick Flores.
Short.
Nick, I know we both had this one circled on our scorecard probably since early this week.
Second serve.
When we thought that this matchup would likely happen.
Yeah. Looking at the rankings, this was an anticipated matchup. I guess the other alternative would have been Daniel Cordova versus
either way. It was going to be a great match.
0 plays 0.
Martin Mulkerrins lost an excruciatingly close match last week to Robbie McCarthy. 11-9 a tiebreaker, tied at 9 there, and Robbie just clips him at the end, and then Nash beat McCarthy.
That was Golden Gloves?
I believe it was, yeah. That was.
Hold it, replay.
It could have been the gloves. But Martin is sharp.
0-0.
He looks like he's working his way into this tournament. He had a little bit of a, I would say, a letdown in the quarterfinals where couldn't close that match out in 2. Daniel was playing very well.
Set up.
And Luis's speed and length is really
0-0.
Makes him one of the great get artists in the last 20 years in pro handball. But he won't be happy with that shot, Nick. A straight to the front wall, off the back wall, right-handed drive.
0-0. Shorts. Call the ball short.
That was definitely short, Nick. If they come to the booth, I'm going to send the ref.
The linesman, he agreed on the right side, second serve.
I'm going to send him right to the back to the court. Now I'm not so sure. Martin does not use the video replay here.
I'm not sure that we have video replay available.
I thought it was used in my match.
No.
It wasn't?
No.
Oh. Because I asked for it.
I'll tell you what happened there later.
I don't think I want to know. Please don't tell me.
I won't.
Okay.
But I'll just tell you we don't have video replay available.
Okay. But you played it off well, because I just thought it was looked over meticulously and determined to be short when I knew it was good. Okay.
You didn't want to know, so I can't say anymore.
Short. Second serve.
That's one of Martin's bread and butter shots right there. And looked good off his hand.
0-2.
He turned nicely through that shot, but just barely missed it. Martin has a nice little lead here. And you see how he uses his left to block Luis out there. If he takes that with his right, Luis is able to take front court position. But since he backs out and takes it with his left, now Luis has to back out towards the right side wall, and it opens up the court for Martin. So that's a smart play. Martin's another get artist. Now, Nick, how can we measure, wow, what a shot, without being subjective? Because I can't stand subjective stats. And I watch sports all the time, and you know, these people have analytics beyond belief, and yet all I ever hear is subjective talk, which I can't stand. So how can we measure the best get artist without just eyeballing?
I suppose you could try to come up with a metric for the number of dives that somebody does, that or percentage of successful dives versus non-successful dives.
But if someone's really fast, like Killian, they might not need to dive, whereas someone who's not as fast would be diving for a ball Killian wouldn't even dive for it. Maybe longest rallies could, because if you're having long rallies, you've got to be a get artist.
Unless it's a long defensive rally.
Right. But I would say that's some indication. Because if you're consistently playing 15-plus shot rallies, I would say you've got some wheels. So I'm not going to measure get artists anymore until I have some scientific data.
Short. Well, you might need to adjust for speed because, like you said, somebody who's extremely fast like Killian, some things he wouldn't even consider a get. Maybe like he would, like if something like a shot that he would get, he thinks, oh, I can easily get this. Whereas somebody else considers it a get if they get it back because they're not as fast. So what's a get to one person might not be a get to somebody else.
Well, having played all these guys, I would say Killian, without question, gets more balls than anyone.
Short.
Which is subjective. Yeah, it is subjective, but there is some data behind it. Just because I'm in the court with them hitting the same shots, you know, against all of them for the most part, and Killian's getting a lot more of them. So I guess it's still subjective. I mean, I'm not in there with a ticker.
It's more qualitative than quantitative.
Okay. And I'm looking for solely quantitative, as you can tell.
I'd have to think on that for a while.
Okay.
1, play 3.
Although I know that Lucho certainly is considered a get artist.
But who isn't? I mean, Vic Perez made some gets this morning consistently throughout that match that were just incredible, I thought. And he's not known as a get artist.
Are you known as a get artist?
I don't know. Am I? No? That hurts. Man, I just came in here to get roasted.
No, I'm kidding. You made some great diving re-kills in your match.
And this has been exactly what we expected here. A lot of side outs, very competitive play. That's a beautiful shot there. That's a shot that Lucho developed playing Mexican handball. 2-wall.
Fronton.
Yeah.
Together at 3.
He used to not be able to execute those shots. He would set those up most of the time with that swing. But you see he's made an adjustment.
Now, Killian's Irish, but he lives in America, so we see him all the time. Martin's Irish, but he lives in Ireland for the moment. And so not everybody
side up
in the American handball world knows who he is. But
will.
They certainly will.
Very soon.
And he's had a big run the last couple of years.
Together
He's
at 3.
the most recent World's finalist.
Well, he's been in 3 national finals.
Two consecutive national finalists, as well as 2013.
Right.
Losing to Paul Brady.
Yeah. Now that serve I don't like.
So he's certainly been in some very big matches.
Yeah.
Together at 3.
And that's not even to mention his accomplishments in Ireland.
Which are many. He's won the All-Ireland 4-wall and All-Ireland 1-wall
Second serve.
title. Called wall ball there. Look at that. Beautiful. Now, Lucho's had that shot since he broke onto the tour at the age of 20 in 2011.
4, play 3. Point. 5, play 3.
So after a nice start from Martin, who led 3-1, he's now down 5-3. Martin probably stands straighter than just about anybody on the tour when he hits those kills.
I think so.
More subjectivity, which I don't like.
These might be the longest shorts I've ever seen Martin wear. Which could be measured objectively.
5, play 3. Shorts.
Yeah, I almost don't recognize him.
Second serve.
I'm surprised Lucho doesn't wear those old Nadal cargo shorts that went down past the knees. Because that's basically where his shorts are. Does Lucho go in there and ask for a XXX large?
First time out, score 7-3.
Shorts.
They are past his kneecaps.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to slow him down.
No.
Although I wonder how quick he would be if he wore the short shorts.
Imagine if he and Martin traded shorts. Not these Martin shorts, but I mean, and I'm not talking about Martin Short.
The actor?
Yeah.
He must be a big fan.
Sometimes, in some roles. Three Amigos especially, which you've never seen, which is upsetting, to say the least, okay? I don't know where we go from here, actually.
30 seconds.
Martin Short also had a good stint on How I Met Your Mother as a guest star.
Sometimes I get him confused with Martin Freeman.
Well, right now, Lucho is not confused. He's scored 6 straight points. And it just seems like he's settled in.
Yeah, he seems comfortable now.
Lucho Cordova, as you saw in Portland, Nick, when he won the Portland Classic Race Freight LTE this year, was just outstanding.
Right,
I mean, on the way to the finals, he only in 3 matches, he only allowed 8 points. in 3 matches. So I don't know if that will ever be replicated.
It's about as dominant
maybe
as
by
it gets.
Katrina Casey, but on the
men's tour, probably not.
Yeah.
Killian might have a long shot, but he doesn't seem to dominate in the
I mean,
final.
8 points.
Yeah,
I mean, he gave up 5 points to Vic, and that was about as dominant as you could get, and that was only 1 match. And then Lucho loses the first game in Portland in the final and wins the next 2, 15-1, 15-0. I think he allowed 1 point in the last 2 games of the final.
3 plays 7.
It was no more than 2.
I don't remember the scores, but I know that Lenning was out of it from the beginning.
Now Martin trying to step on the gas here. Does it look to you like Martin is pacing himself here, Nick?
He's certainly not breathing hard. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's playing the long game.
Oh, what a shot. Definitely did not expect that. When I try that front wall, sidewall shot, it never hits the sidewall.
5 plays 7.
I see these guys do it. Look at this. My ball would just pop straight up.
The only other player that hits shots like that is Vic Perez.
Look at Martin. After that timeout that he called, right, Nick?
Yep.
6 plays 7.
Is that an attempt at a hop?
Setup. That was not a good shot for Martin. No hinder called. I think there should have been one called there.
Set up.
That's a nice sky hook spoiler from Lucho.
7 plays 6.
Terrible serve, though. That was one of the. You see Lucho's just upset with himself that was a ball he should have had. And he actually would have been in a good position to take it over that rally if he would have gotten that and flipped it to the left. Instead, he doesn't even get his hand on it. And now it's another point. 4 in a row for Martin since that timeout. Lucho's only served once.
Now Martin's tied the game at 7.
Together at 7.
Yeah. Now remember the first game they played in, that's incredible. The first game they played in Tucson 2.5 months ago went to overtime. Lucho had a game point there. The ball broke on his game point. New ball, Martin scores 3 in a row, wins that game, and then he kind of cruises in game 2.
Set up. Seven plays 8.
Amazing rally there. Both guys just playing great defense. It's very rare you see that front wall when a player hits it into the back wall and it comes back to the front wall. It's very rare you see the guy kill that shot.
7.
Because it bounces high and it has no pace on it, and then the guy who hit it has time to move up. So it becomes difficult to end the rally from that spot. Another ace.
Martin just hit an ace serve. Lucho looks like he's appealing it.
Yes, he is. I thought it was good.
My linesman over here called short over here. This guy was screened, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to replay it again, or unless you want to do the video. Okay.
Let's see if we can do a video replay here.
I don't believe we have video. Yeah? We don't have video replay available.
There's no replay?
I've seen a lot of replays though.
Oh, there's no video?
What happened?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a short ball. Yeah, and go with it.
Wow. I don't understand.
So the referee's going to go with this.
I'm going with 2 serves. 8 plays 9. I mean, 8 plays 7.
Now the ref does have the option to give him a first serve, which he did, which I think
second serve coming.
I mean, he had one linesman disagree, and he thought it was good.
And then one couldn't see.
Right. I think the play there was.
It should have just been a.
I would like to. I know we're not using instant replay, but I'd like to see that serve again if we could. And let's see if that is a turning point in this game.
7 plays 8.
Instead of serving at 9-7, now he's receiving at 8-8.
Together at 8.
Terrible serve, and Martin does not do enough with that. Martin's got a beautiful left fist, but that time he goes 3-wall, and that's, particularly when you're stuck on that left side of the court, not a good shot. I thought he would go with the fist ceiling there, drop it in the right corner, but instead gives Ruiz an opening. And now Ruiz is extending this opening. I mean, he's just
taking advantage.
Yeah, he's kicking the door down now.
10 plays 8.
Great serve.
It's your second timeout. Scores 11-8. 1 minute.
That's really disappointing frustrating for Martin that his ace serve was taken away.
Well, we don't know.
11-8.
I'll say it's very hard to call the shorts because the referee is on the same level as the court, and you're dealing with looking over the player's shoulders, and you just don't have a great vantage point.
Right.
I mean, you literally have the worst view in the house.
Well, when I say ace serve, the referee had called 9-7.
Okay.
So for a moment, it was on the scorecard.
All right.
That's all I meant.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely correct. The floor level vantage point is not good for calling short serves.
I've repped a couple of matches and I really couldn't tell.
It's too flat of a vantage point.
And the player jumps into your way.
Exactly.
11 plays 8.
No matter where you stand, the players, jump. If you commit to the right and the server goes left,
second serve,
you're not going to see it.
So you have to rely on your line judges at that point. And unfortunately today, our line judges in multiple matches just haven't been able to build a consensus. We've had a number of one agree, one disagree, or one disagree, one couldn't see.
My theory as a ref is that if I'm not 100% sure, I leave it, I let it go, and I'll let the players appeal to the lines.
See, this might be appealed.
I thought that serve was good.
I thought it was good too, but I think it was close enough that whoever loses his rally is going to at least try to appeal. Especially if the line judges are overturning calls like the last one. Yeah, see, here we go.
He knew.
Yeah, we both agreed.
Both agreed that serve was good. Now, this is a case here where Martin knows he needs to turn the tide. So he goes for what I would say is an uncharacteristic shot for him, and it paid off for him. But sometimes you just can feel it when you're in the match, and you know, I got to make something happen here. I can't just keep rallying and hope.
You can't play not to lose. You have to start to play to win.
And that was a lucky break for Lucho, but Martin put himself stuck behind Lucho at the 38-foot mark.
12 plays 8.
12-8, make it 13. Nick, Martin led 8-7.
Momentarily 9-7.
Right.
13 plays 8.
So we know which rally to circle on the scorecard.
Now Martin's trying to aggressively get in better position here, but Ruiz sensed it right away. It's just not hitting good enough shots to keep the ball away from Lucho. Martin's legs were fatigued there. Tough shot to make anyway.
14 plays 8.
Game point here.
Seven straight points for Lucho to take him to game point. Martin will need to do the same to force overtime.
8 plays 14.
8-14. I don't feel like this game is necessarily over, but when I look at my analytics here, now after this serve it changes, but Lucho's still a 91% favorite from this point to win this game.
9 plays 14.
Martin now stands at just 27% chance to win this game from here. Wow, 3 quick points.
The algorithm is recalculating.
It's calculated. I just thought you weren't that interested. I heard no reaction to it.
No, I was so amazed that I was speechless.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give it to you after this rally.
Okay.
%44
30 seconds
for Martin now to win this game.
12-14.
Now this also takes into account the momentum that Martin's coming in having scored 4 in a row.
Yes. You see Lucho staying on the court during his 30-second timeout.
Well, you have to. He doesn't want a technical.
15 seconds.
Somebody came off the court in a 30-second timeout.
Who was that?
A few games ago, but the referee told him to get back on the court.
Okay.
I believe it was Danos.
All right, resuming play. 12 plays 14.
You wonder, why doesn't Martin serve like this all the time? Oh my gosh. That's his favorite shot.
14 plays 12.
Oh my. A bounce pass that dies? I mean, everyone in this building thought that was coming off the back wall. How does that die? Still 44%, by the way.
12 plays 14.
That side-out exchange did not change anything in Martin's favor. That's not a good shot. Lazy shot there from Lucho, who's trying to just guide one in for a side out. You know that feeling, Nick. You just say, I just need to get something here. I'm just going to hit this to the front wall, side wall, and hope.
That should bring the averages to 50-50, right?
48.
48.
And now Martin has the edge, 61%. Now these two played an overtime game the first time they met in Tucson, or the first time they met this season. Terrible serve here. Martin playing it smart here, keeping the ball up to Lucho's left. And Lucho, I think, should have played offense there. Gives Martin a chance to reset and pin him in that left corner. That's a well-played shot.
Points.
The referee makes the right decision there.
Point.
Lucho's got to be saying, I can't believe this. Up 14-8. Now he's lost 7 points in a row.
15 plays 14.
Well, you called it 7 points ago. Martin needs 7 in a row to get here.
Well, we're in overtime. Second overtime game today. Oh, what's this?
It's a bad shot.
Real bad.
Oh my goodness.
Side out.
Wow.
$14 plays 15.
Nice return. Martin goes down to one knee. Is that Nadia Alvarado or Martin Mulkerrins? What's going on here, Nick Flores?
We're going to have to check Martin's knee as well, because in his previous match, after hitting the floor, he had a blood problem. He had to bandage.
I remember that.
And
real buzzkill after that amazing shot, Nick. You're talking about blood. I'm talking about Nadia Alvarado going down to one knee, flat rolling for a side out in overtime.
Looks like his knee is okay.
Wow. So you're still on the knee.
we're off the knee. I said it's okay.
I'm just going to check in for my flight now. You've ruined it for me. I was so excited. Now I'm just going to check in. Put my TSA number in.
This is a good time to pay attention here, David. 15-14. Serving for the game.
Second serve now.
Second serve.
Strange second serve.
Game 1.
Gosh. 9 straight points for Martin. I mean, Nick, I don't know, but this could be the biggest comeback from game point down I can remember. This is more subjectivity, no quantitative data here, but
we'd have to go back and look at the numbers. But that's certainly an instant candidate, at least game by game, for comeback of.
I remember Robbie McCarthy coming back from 14-1, so obviously that was bigger. But in the last year and a half, I don't know that we've seen a 14-7,
14-8, 14-8.
Right, it was 8-7, Martin. So 14-8. And Kara now courtside with our Red Death finalist, two-time Red Death champion, 11-0 at the Red Death, outscoring his opponents now 3.2-1 in his 11 matches at the Red Death. Killian Carroll.
Yes, you're courtside with Killian Carroll. Talking about this one, pretty incredible, the shots that Martin and Ruiz both were making, but there to come back 14-8 for Martin to pull that off was pretty huge.
I mean, yeah, he's been in plenty of situations before, but he's got that dominant power. You know, you give him a setup, even if he misses the kill shot, he's putting you under so much pressure, and Lucho's just tapping it back up there, and he's just pounding it back in. But, you know, he's playing very smart, too. You know, Martin's developed this game in the last few years, you know, where he's up front and he's not trying to get into any crazy position, and he's just feathering balls into corners or pushing the ball back down onto Lucho's high left. He's doing very well, but Lucho's improved as well, and you know, you see it, it's a hell of a battle. His court positioning and what he's doing in the court, he just keeps improving from year to year, and you know, he's definitely it's definitely working. He just came up short, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, mentally to come back from that as well is pretty incredible.
Oh yeah, definitely. Martin will be looking to get the quick few aces. He's looking probably to go up 8-0 or something like that, and he'll go in guns blazing, like he always does. And you know, I'm rooting for him as a countryman, because he's probably the underdog right now in the crowd. So I'm rooting for him.
Yeah, talk about a little of his serve too, because Ruiz gets to everything, and sometimes he makes it look easy, but Martin was definitely making it look like his serves are hard to get, because they were.
Oh, they definitely are. You know, he puts that extra bit of power on it, and even if you do predict it, that ball's coming at a different pace that we're all not used to. So you know, it's like we have to react a bit quicker, and you know, we're just not used to it, and we always give a setup again. But then he gets to set up again. It's like playing Brady. You know, it's just gonna ground and pound again, and next thing you're on the back foot, and you've got to try and counter. So.
What notes are you personally taking on this one? Because I know that you have one of these two guys tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. Well, you know, Martin even the both of them, just trying to dictate, you know, trying to catch Ruiz off guard. You know, he likes to react to the ball and always takes the first right step. As you notice, when Ruiz is on the back foot or when a ball is coming off the back wall, he'll actually never look at his opponent, which is a terrible tactic. But, you know, he's tremendous at it, because he gets the ball in the corner of his eye and makes the first right move. You know, so just trying to catch him off guard there. Martin just trying to dictate the pace and make sure that I don't give too many setups to, you know, so he doesn't get that phenomenal power and put me on the back foot.
Great insight. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Caramac always getting into everyone's book. She wants what's inside that book, Nick. She wants those notes. Now, Nick, a guy like you is not revealing much. You keep things close to the vest. Would you say Killian is similar in that regard to you? I mean, he answers the questions, but does he keep things close to the vest?
I think he answers the questions in ways that don't give away much. You know, he's
mastered that Tiger Woods of saying a lot without saying anything.
Would you say that Killian would make a good politician?
Well,
no, he's too honest. He's too honest. There's a difference between not saying something and not telling the truth.
Okay.
Integrity level is far too high.
Now, could this be deja vu, where it was Martin winning Game 1 in overtime at the Tucson Memorial, an event he went on to win? Lucho lost that second game badly in Tucson. We'll see what happens here. Martin,
0 plays 0.
As Killian said, he'll try and come out and keep the pressure on. But isn't that the goal of every game, whether you win it or lose? The previous one?
Second serve.
Yeah, I mean, if you win the first game, it's really important to win the second game, and if you lose the first game, it's really important to lose the second game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters if it's the second game, you just had a big comeback, or first game or tiebreaker. You're trying to go out there and beat someone 15-0.
Yeah. Well, and if you're Martin in the situation, are you happy that you just made a furious comeback, or are you kicking yourself that you put yourself in a position to have to make a comeback?
I would definitely say that he's not kicking himself after scoring the last 9 points of that first game. I'm going to go out and just say that unequivocally. And Lucho now struggling with these ceiling balls. You know, I want more qualitative research on the training of these guys. Now, Martin will tell you he gets in 12 to 14 workouts a week, but he counts his physical therapist as a workout. Anything that pertains to improving his handball game. But you ask Lucho, it's, you know, I go down to the club and play trips once a week. You know, we play threes. So is that all he's doing? How can he do this just playing trips once a week?
I'm sure there's something more to it. Perhaps Lucho is also one that keeps his cards close to the vest.
Yeah, that's true. I had one pro tell me that he hadn't played in 3 months before this tournament, since the Memorial.
0-0.
And then he told me before his first match that, yeah, I've been training every day. So. Nick, does this officially mean you transitioned away from refereeing and just strictly broadcasting?
Hold it.
No, not necessarily. I certainly don't feel as comfortable refereeing from below because I don't feel like the lack of a good vantage point on the short calls really bothers me. I really like to get those right.
Second serve.
If I don't feel like I can, I'd rather opt out. I am signed up for Salt Lake City, and I certainly wouldn't shy away from any reffing opportunities there, where the vantage point is higher.
Set up.
Sloppy start to this first game for Martin.
0-0.
Who still is tied, though, despite some sloppiness. I just haven't seen Martin stepping into the ball like we did in the end of that first game, where he was just, I mean, ripping the ball as hard as I've ever seen anyone besides Brady hit it.
0-0.
I want to add a besides Brady to just about everything I say.
So do you believe that Martin is the hardest hitter on tour right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And sitting in the crowd with some of the pros today, they volunteered that information.
Interesting. I asked Dave Vincent the same question earlier today, and he named off about 5 pros that he thought could hit the ball just as hard.
Well, so Dave has
disagree.
The best is always a list of minimum of 5. The best retriever is, there's 5 people on that list.
Point.
Wow. That serve was amazing.
2-0.
So Martin now, and I know you are counting, has scored 11 straight points. I was going to give him that one before he hit it, but regardless, it's 12 now. 12 straight
3-0
for Martin Mulkerrins. And Martin puts one in the ground there.
0-3. Short. Second serve.
Straight points for Martin. Now he's Irish whipping. So Martin's got the Irish whip. Lucho's got that shot, which is the Juarez stiff arm. Oh, and Martin gets his ankles broken there. Does not read that ball into the corner. Surprising, too, because not really a great shot from Lucho.
1-3.
Martin with a missile down the right wall, and Lucho just gets his paw on it, just enough of it for the re-kill.
2 plays 3. Short. Second serve.
Wide corner kill, Lucho. Never known for that shot, but has
Together
developed it in the last year and a half. He's also developed an amazing serve.
Lucho showing some power here.
4 plays 3.
Lucho was one of the names in that discussion of most power.
Now, last year in San Francisco, Lucho led Killian Carroll 13-1 and lost that first game. And then he came back and won the second game. So Lucho will be undeterred by that first game.
5 plays 3.
Collapse. And he finds himself in the lead here, just like he was in game number 1. Smart shot. Lucho is having to lean right to give Martin that opening, and Martin takes advantage of it. Very smart.
Perfect pass to the left.
3 plays 5.
It's a tough pass to do overhand from that far back with accuracy.
Set up. 5 plays 3.
Big setup for Martin, but he just shoves it off speed down the wall, and now he's
First timeout, score 6-3, 1 minute.
6-3 here, Lucho. Taking control here. He's actually outscored Martin in this match by 1 point. But he would take that 1 point lead for the 1 game lead that Martin has.
We see some coaching here from brother Daniel, which is legal during timeouts.
Yes.
Now, our coach is allowed to enter the court during timeouts to give coaching as opposed to the player coming off to receive coaching.
Killian.
Resuming play. 6 plays 3.
Martin with another skip, and he's just not stepping into the ball like he was.
Wasting opportunities.
In the first game.
7 plays 3.
I think his feet are just a half a step slow right now. There, he finally makes that hop step out to his left and creates some space. And that way he can really extend on the ball and crush it.
3 plays 7.
Lucho calls a double bounce on himself. Did he get that on 1?
He might have got it. It seemed like he stopped.
4 plays 7.
Sometimes players call double bounces on themselves when they actually get the ball.
I think the ref should be calling double bounces, personally. Great passing shot.
I think the ref should at least give the players a chance to call it on themselves before interjecting.
Well, the player can always call it on himself. I mean, you always have that option of doing whatever you want.
But if a ref sees a double bounce and the player doesn't call it on himself,
that's what I mean. Then the ref should call it. Yeah. I saw a situation yesterday where everyone in the crowd knew that they saw a double bounce, but the ref doesn't say anything. And I'm not blaming the players. Players running, diving,
they're not always aware.
Can't tell. Lucho going with that Juarez stiff arm on the return serve, and now another one. And when Lucho is Juarez stiff arming, he's not generally having a lot of success.
Right.
That means he's being jammed with the ball. Now Martin, this is where I think the physicality, and I never thought I'd use that word because I can't stand it, but I did use it, so I am guilty of that. But I think Martin's physicality now is
8 plays 7
is making the difference here.
He's hitting the ball hard.
It just seems like Martin's got more in the tank. Look at this pass. Nice retrieve. There's a total flub.
Martin's pulling out power now that he wasn't really using in the first game as much.
Well, it's all about his footwork for Martin. When he's moving his feet, he will hit rockets.
Well, like you said before, I'm not sure Martin's even breathing that hard.
Right.
If more in the tank, he's going to move his feet. If he moves his feet, he's going to hit the ball hard.
That's a beautiful shot, and that was not easy.
Paddle kill on the move.
Eight plays 7. Shorts. Second serve.
Incredible shot there from Lucho. Not only 39 feet, but up above his
7 plays 8.
Shoulder.
Together at 8.
Exactly like game 1, where we were tied at 8. From there, Lucho took that seemingly commanding 14-8 lead and couldn't convert and
Together
finish
at
the
8.
game. Odd to see an ace on a Z serve.
Martin takes the lead now.
9 plays 8. Eight plays 9. Set up. 9 plays 8.
Still stuck at 8 all. That's 4 consecutive side outs at 8 all.
8 plays 9.
Martin has 9. How much of an advantage does the 21 ball give Martin in this match?
I don't. You know me. I'm not big
on that.
Talking about the balls. I think the best player wins no matter what. You saw Paul Brady win 15 of his 18 race for 8 starts
10
with
plays
one
8.
ball and then win the Nationals every year with the other ball, I really don't think it matters.
Sure.
I think it's much to do about nothing.
Second serve.
And I find that the mid-level amateur players are the ones that are seemingly most bothered by the ball, but you'd think it would be the pro players
30
who would
seconds,
notice the
scores
slight
11-8.
differences more
That's
so
your
than
first
anyone.
time
They're
up.
the ones tuned in the most, and they're the best strikers of the ball. And then I hear the argument, well, yeah, because they hit every shot good. Well, if they can hit it good with both balls, then
the
it
ball
seems
doesn't
like it's-
matter.
Yeah.
– 15 seconds.
Martin seems to be taking control and making a final push here to win this match in 2 games. Martin did play a tiebreaker
All right,
earlier
play ball.
today against Daniel, but didn't seem that
11 plays
taxing on
8.
him.
Certainly hasn't cost him any
Second
power.
serve.
No. Terrible shot from Martin. He'll look back on that shot if he doesn't go on to win this game and just kick himself, because he had the whole right side of the court. He could have pinched
8
the
plays
left
11.
corner, which he didn't even need to do. He could have just drilled ones down the right. He would have been up 12-8. Now let's see what transpires from here. Ruiz has already made 2 incredible gets in this rally. Make it 3. He's not going to get that. So Martin back in now.
11 plays 8.
And this is just kind of a gimme. This is like a 6-inch putt. And Martin just drops one in the bucket in that back right corner. It's a great shot.
12 plays 8.
3 points away from victory here.
Terrible serve, but Lucho does not make him pay. And then makes his own error there. And now Lucho's chance of
Second
winning this
timeout
match,
scores 13-8. 1 minute.
4%. I said 4, Nick. Not only would he have to make an amazing comeback to win this game, but then he would have to win the next game.
Si quieres para tomar hacia la izquierda y sacar hacia la izquierda. Si te sientes como más a la derecha, saca
30 seconds.
Martin's got a quiet calm about him.
It still doesn't look like he's breathing that hard.
He expects to do well, but he does so with a lot of humility, which is interesting.
Yes.
Thirteen plays 8. Second serve.
And Luis just lets that one eat him up. Now Luis finds himself where Martin was, trailing 14-8.
Possible match point, serves 8.
Very similar to their match in Tucson, Nick. In fact, it could be the exact same scores. I believe it was 14-8. This one could end at 14-8. And it does. You see the emotion there from Martin, who is now defeated Lucho Cordova twice in a row after losing to him in Salt Lake City in a tiebreaker. Wins both their matchups this season in 2 games.
Well, I'd love to see the stats on how many players have beaten both Cordova brothers on the same day.
Not an easy feat. Kara has worked her way into the court here, where she's got our finalist, and he's also won 7 matches in a row on the tour. He's won 10 of his last 11. Kara.
Quite the feat, as you were talking about there, Fink. 7 matches in a row here on the tour to win. But this one, that game 1, you came back down 14-8, still driving. What was going through your mind to know that you could do that?
I think I've said that in Tucson before. You know, it doesn't really matter what the score is. It's so low, hard, fast. You know, you can just run off 3 or 4 in a row. So I knew. You know, I was a bit disappointed. I think it was 8-7, a bit of a lapse of concentration. That serve, I thought it was reversed just over the line, but it's hard to see that. And I think I lost my way a little bit for a few minutes. Thankfully, just in the nick of time, got a few spin serves into the right corner that gave me some weak returns that I finished. So, you know, I think it was the same score in Tucson, the first game 16-14, and something similar where just in the middle he got a bit of a run like today, and yeah, he's a very good player, like we were saying earlier. That's what we expected, and yeah, it was happy to get over the line.
An incredible match to watch. You both are very offensive. He's really hitting that ball hard. What were you doing and tapping into to return that?
Yeah, you know, Daniel and Luis, they're very, very aggressive. Like I said earlier, they're hearts of lions. They keep going. It doesn't matter the score, and they, you know, if it's not flat, they'll get it. And you know, I think I did a lot better in this game than earlier. I think I did what I said I would do in terms of take the pace off it a little bit, let it drop. There wasn't as much balls flying off the back wall to set him up as earlier. So I think that definitely helped, just a little bit more calm, take the extra second on the serve and make sure it's a good one.
Your serves too, though, really on point. Is that something you've also been working on?
Yeah, I think it's something maybe a lot of handballers growing up, it's something we probably, I won't say everyone, but definitely myself, probably neglected a little bit at underage, because you know, it's the only time you're in control, and we all know we can put it past the line, but at this level, you know, you really need to be putting them under pressure, getting a few aces if you can, or at least weak returns. And you know, it's something I've had to work hard on, and that spin serve is something I've known for years that I can do. It's not a new thing, but the confidence sometimes to do it, because it is a bit risky. But I think, you know, I just can think of my father, he's probably watching it now, saying, you know, you have to go for it. I know he said you have to do, because I do it in training, he's like, you have to do that in a match. So I hope he enjoyed it.
I hope he's watching too. That was awesome. And to take down both Cordovas today to make it to the finals, is it the same? Do they bring in the same type of play to you, or what do you have to do differently to beat Luis over Daniel?
You know, I know Dave is probably in the booth laughing at this, but I didn't really think about them that much. You know, I just assume every player that I'm going to play here is excellent. Tomorrow will be no different. If I don't play as good as I can, it won't be good enough. You'll lose. So if the serves are off and the kills aren't going in, if you're not taking the few chances you get, you know, that's the difference at this level. It's elite sport. It's top level. You get punished when you make mistakes. And look, I think everyone's seen Killian all weekend. He's blitzed his way here. He's #1 for a reason, and you know, I'm just going to have to go in and focus on myself. He's going to do what he's going to do. I said something similar in Tucson. Sean can do what he does, and all you can do is control your own game. And you know, I have control over the opportunities when they come and take them, and I have control over the serves. If them two things go well, I have a chance.
I did have a chance to interview him between game 1 and game 2. He said that he was rooting for his fellow countrymen, as far as everyone else out there was probably on the sidelines as far as Luis, and he's like, no, I'm rooting for Martin, and now he knows that he's taking you on, and it's good to know what you're going to be bringing tomorrow. Anything else you want to add to that?
Look, Killian's an absolute gentleman. We went for dinner. We got an Uber into town on Thursday when he arrived. We're very good friends. Our girlfriends happen to be first cousins. But aside from that, you know, we've been playing each other since we're 12 years old. And the same way with Ruiz and Daniel, we've a great relationship off the court. He's a really good guy, and you know. But when that door closes tomorrow, we'll play hard and play fair. And you know, he's a real honest guy, and we'll just play a hard, honest game, and we'll see who comes out on top, and we'll be best friends when the door opens again.
Thanks, Martin.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Kara. And that wraps it up for us, Nick. I knew that would be a good one, and it was. Tomorrow we're going to have 3 great matches to watch starting at 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I know you're going to be here. Look forward to seeing you back in the booth. It's going to be a great day of handball. We're going to have the 9th place final, the 5th place final, and the men's open race freight final. So we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10. Thank you to Jeff Kastner, Shay Lowenstein, Kara Mack, Nick Flores, Dave Vincent, Linda Manning, Sean Sandow, Red Jolliffe, and all of those who've made this event possible. It's really an honor to be here, and we're going to see you tomorrow morning. For Dave Fink, Nick Flores. See you tomorrow.